Chapter 11. There Be Dragons Here. Chapter text. The second day on Buvit Island went by quickly. Even though everyone got a good night's sleep, they were up long before dawn because the sun wouldn't come up until nearly 11. Kaja and Busar were on the job, so they immediately went to the library and worked lab after breakfast to continue their studies. Alastair and Tonks were busy putting together their reports for their summer abroad. At the same time, Tristan practiced some electricity-based spells with Brant, since they were an incredibly effective part of his defense against the Balbal attack. Harry and Lyra took turns playing Mental Simon with whispers, but still couldn't get a pattern over 30 in the conversation. The constant beating on their mental shields by their little brother eventually broke them, and there seemed to be nothing he could do to soften the blows. Harry was also trying to predict Whispers' movements when he would surprise them in real life, but his little brother never let him get past 2 or 3 before assaulting his senses from every direction. The Muggles didn't join them on their next excursion. After getting all bundled up, they first made their way down to the coast, where the adults spent nearly 10 minutes just summoning all sorts of fish straight out of the water, until they had enough to fill an entire magically expanded trunk that Kaja had brought along. Harry and Lyra took turns levitating the trunk, heading to the nests of the Volcatros. On the way, Lyra came up with a plan that she thought might work to help Kaja and Busar with their studies of the enormous birds. She gave them dozens of hoo-hoo feathers, which they stuck all over their outfits. When she gave them the signal, they would cross the expanse between the cliff edge and the first nest with the gathered food. They were not to engage the birds in any way and just deliver them food over and over until trust was gained. She explained that if the hoo-hoos could understand trust, then these firebirds should also get it too, though instead of turning visible to express it, they would just not cook the visitors on sight. Upon arrival, Lyra went out to visit the bird she had seen before. It didn't attack at all as she approached. She just sat next to it and talked for a while, reciting anything she could remember from history of magic, just to have the bird know she didn't mean any harm. Tristan and Tonks went back into the frozen and windy landscape to have a duel in the difficult weather conditions, while Moody continued to keep a strange fixation on Brant, as he had been since finding out whatever it was about the orbs he had been using. Despite the scrutiny from Alastair, Brant, Harry, and Whispers kept their eyes glued to Lyra in case she needed help. When she eventually waved Kaja and Busar over, Harry set the tips of the feathers stuck on their outfits on fire, so they gave off the calming glow of the hoo-hoos and sent them on their mission. Hopefully, it would also convince the Volcatros that they were something similar to a distant family. They had to stop quite a few times on their way over for the great bird to relax. When they were 30 feet away, Lyra had them throw fish individually to her where she fed them to the Volcatros and set up a small fire to cook some for herself. It was nearly lunchtime when Kaja and Busar were sitting next to the nest, not even looking at the bird, while they cooked their own meals and occasionally threw another raw fish to the great avian of fire and heat. The strategy seemed to be working, though after they had all eaten, another Volcatros decided to join them. It must have smelled the cooking meat and wanted some for itself, because it went straight for the fish that were cooking, pushing Kaja and Busar aside to snack on them, ignoring the fire as if it were nothing. The first bird took offense at the new one invading and taking advantage of the gifts being given to it, and the two began to screech at each other, the air getting exponentially hotter around where they were from the heat emanating from their mouths. Kaja and Busar began to crawl away from the area before they were cooked in the heat, while Lyra jumped around between them, trying to get them to stop fighting. When the two magizoologists were far enough away, she got the attention of the birds by just dumping out the remains of the trunk so that a mountain of fish lay between them, and there was no more reason to fight over the individual meals. As the two birds gorged themselves on the fish, it attracted even more of them to the area, which turned into a larger fight. So this time Lyra activated her portkey, and the other two apparated back to the group to avoid getting trampled. When all the food was gone, many of them took off flying, disappearing in front of the sun as the one had done yesterday. When the coast was clear, Lyra snuck back and gathered up as many feathers as she could that had fallen during the fight. She took numerous white and grey feathers and 4 red ones. She gave most of the lot to Kaja and Busar. We've been picking them up little by little, Kaja smiled. We've also never gotten the red ones. We'll just start a food fight next time, Busar added, though it would be nice to eventually get some freely given ones for the wand makers. Try putting some magic into it, Brant prompted as she held the smallest red feather, which was about 4 feet long. They gave her a bit of space as she held it in one hand and ran the other down the length. Just as she started to focus, whispers screeched and vanished. His reaction had Lyra drop the feather and jump back herself. Harry grabbed the invisible demiguise and waited until he turned visible before asking, "What did you see?" "Fear," he told them. "Fear," he repeated and shivered. "So it's very dangerous," Tonks told Lyra with a very serious tone. "Don't play with it again until you're at Hogwarts and Professor Flitwick can help you with fireproofing, okay?" Kaja started wrapping the 3 other red feathers in some kind of fluffy packaging before putting them with the others in the trunk that Busar had just summoned back from the nest area. Brant took some of the material from Kaja to wrap Lyra's faster before she cast a preservation charm on it and stored it away. Back at the camp, they prepared to leave. Despite the adventure, they were all looking to relocate somewhere warmer. Busar handed out metal numbers to Brant, telling him that they would take 3 portkeys instead of 1 to reach Romania. The number 1 portkey would take them to Lagos in Nigeria. The number 2 would deliver them to Aurillac in France. Finally, the 3 portkey was a transfer of the original destination to a better key and would bring them to the Dragon Reserve in Romania. Alistair was a bit skeptical about splitting up the portkeys, but Brant told him to trust Kaja, even if he couldn't gain the old man's trust. After goodbyes were shared all around, Brant held the 1 key between everyone. After the last journey, Whispers was back to his death grip on Harry. A chain was strung between their luggage and Brant began the countdown. When it activated, they all felt pulled to the center as they were sucked away. This time, there was very little discomfort. They were still traveling at breakneck speed, but with minimal spinning. After roughly 3 minutes, they slammed back into the ground. Everyone landed on their feet, though Harry fell to his side, with Whispers jumping away at the last second. "That wasn't bad at all," Lyra commented. "Clear your arrival platform." A man in a grey uniform told them, gesturing to a seating area. They shuffled over to the benches as Brant tried to secure a spot for their next jump. The room they arrived in was the size of a basketball court with red and green circles around the floor. Tristan explained to them that in hubs like this, they needed to organize incoming and outgoing travel because of the amount of magic occurring in one place. They saw 3 more groups arrive and 4 depart before they could take their next jump. When the portkeys activated, there was more spinning than the last jump, but it felt like they were moving slower. It was an easy landing again as they arrived in an opulent room that looked like a small cathedral. The ceilings were white stone with arches, and the windows were stained glass. Just like last time, they were sent to get seated while Brant arranged their next jump. Moody distributed anti-nausea potions just in case they needed them. This spot was much busier with groups arriving and departing every minute. As they waited, trolleys with food and other potions came around. The man pushing one stopped in front of their group to stare at Whispers, who was chewing on some flabberworm jerky, then asked, "Anything off the trolley? Snacks for the kids, drinks, time adjustment potions?" Tonks perked up at the last one and he pulled out one to show the swirling purple and green liquid. She shook her head. "They're perfectly safe, fully tested with a level IQA certification." He tried to push the sale. "She knows," Tristan told him as Tonks groaned. "She invented it when she was 16. "Sure you did," he smiled and pushed the cart away. Though Lyra chased after and bought a few chocolate frogs, it took another 20 minutes for their turn to depart. The final jump felt like they were on a Gringotts cart, going up and down with no twists until they arrived in a grassy field surrounded by mountains. This time they all staggered, but no one fell. Whispers did let out a large burp, but he had just eaten a few chocolate frogs. The valley they were in was huge, many miles wide and very long, so much that they couldn't see the end in either direction. The mountains created huge walls and contained many ridges and caves along their slopes. Other than a few birds in the sky, there was nothing and no one around them in any direction. "Where are we?" Brant asked Tristan, with a veiled accusation. "I gave you Charlie's letter," he replied defensively. This is where he told you to set the portkey. Calm down, children, Alistair told them. Just wait for it, he told them as he pointed about 50 feet in front of them towards a large amount of open space identical to the rest of the space around them. What is it? Both Harry and Lyra asked simultaneously. You can't see anything either, Harry asked his sister. She shook her head. It's not invisibility, Moody told them. It's something else. Just as he said that a building appeared in front of them. There was no sound. Just one moment it was there as if it had been the entire time. It was circular, made of white stone, and had a dome with a red roof. There were windows along the top of the dome that sparkled in the sunlight, but no entrances that they could see. They stared at it for nearly a minute before a door appeared, and 3 men walked straight through and toward them. All of them were very muscular, but only one had ginger hair, while the other 2 were bald. Tristan walked over quickly and embraced Charlie in a brotherly hug. The others quickly followed. Introductions were quick, as the other 2 dragon handlers kept trying to get them back to the building, as if they were in danger just standing around. Alistair picked up on their insistence and started herding them over. When they got to the door, the 2 bald men pulled keys off necklaces around their necks and stabbed them into the wall, gesturing for the others to walk through the door that swung open. The inside of the building was huge, obviously made with expansion charms, and was devoid of any sort of furnishing. The only thing that was there was a large mirror on the floor in the center of the room. Above it, at the peak of the dome, was a large orb, yellow like the sun, that seemed to be absorbing light through the windows around it, then projecting it around the room. Charlie beckoned them towards the large mirror as he and the other handlers walked out on it. Just a little further and we'll be there, he told them. As the others walked out onto the mirror, Harry looked at it and was startled at what he saw. How come the mirror reflects everything except for us? He asked. It's a magic mirror. Obviously, one of the handlers told him. Hop on. Harry shared a look with Whispers, whose eyes glowed blue for a moment, then stepped on, then ran over to the center where Lyra was already standing. He rushed over to join them, his footsteps echoing as he went. When they were all there, Charlie raised his wand and said, Here we go. Without any incantation, they all felt something similar to the pull of a portkey. However, instead of feeling like they were being pulled forward, it felt like they were being pulled down. It lasted a tenth of a second, but in that time their vision distorted for a moment, then cleared. They were still in the same building, though now it was even larger than before. All around them, people were moving around, some at desks, some at a small cafe, others just going from place to place carrying scrolls, dragon teeth, or a million other unidentifiable items. Welcome to the Romanian Dragon Reserve, Charlie announced. Some of the people stopped what they were doing for a moment to look, but then returned to what they were doing. Where are we? Lyra asked. The 2 bald men that had accompanied Charlie started to wander off, so he guided them away from the giant mirror as he responded, We are exactly where we were a second ago. Except now, we are in the 3rd largest Leidenbrock pocket space in the world. I've only heard about that school in Canada. How many are there? Tonks asked with curiosity. Tons, Toothy, he replied with a smirk. The Canadian school is the 2nd largest. The first is in the Congo, and I've been to only one other in the Amazon. As usual, the Chinese say they have the largest, and one has been reported in their territory, but no one can verify the size of their claim. For the confused children, Brant explained, a Leidenbrock pocket space, also sometimes called an upside-down or an expansion hole, is a term used to describe an area like this created by naturally occurring magic for an unknown reason. Magic creates a small hole that can be entered and looks like the outside. Over years, it slowly grows, unless magic is used to contain it. When small ones appear, the Iqua will collapse them immediately because muggles can fall into them and get lost forever as escaping requires magic. The larger ones predate the statute of secrecy and have been adapted for different uses. By studying this phenomenon, it is also where wizards originally learned how to create expansion charms for things like houses and luggage. They listened attentively, and Harry asked, So this one is being used to keep dragons? Exactly. Charlie jumped in. Dragons are nearly impossible to contain and are effectively a 2-finger salute to the statute of secrecy. All of the reserves have their tricks to keep them contained. I believe ours is the most humane. "So, Mr. Weasley," Alastair began, "what's the plan for while we are here?" Charlie went on to tell them about the reserve and how they would first get them settled in. After that would be a tour of the facility and their first look at the dragons. After feeding some of the dragons, they would have dinner themselves and then sleep. The following day they would see the dragons during the day and then start experiments with Harry's hair growth potion. The building they were in was mostly underground, though it was confusing if the underground was above the real world in the Leidenbrock space. It hurt one's brain to figure out how the space worked, and Lyra just gave up trying after a few minutes. Harry took a little longer trying to wrap his head around the idea, but eventually decided to just be like Whispers, who didn't care at all and was looking for food. The space underground was created by a team of magical gophers, so the tunnels and walls were all hard-packed dirt with support structures and side rooms added by the wizards. Charlie explained that the main building was the only structure above ground in the valley because they could only reinforce one location with enough magic to withstand all the dragons in the area. Being underground was a better defense, and it allowed them to travel freely. They unpacked a little and Harry got the pre-made doses of his hair growth potion ready for testing. When the rest of the group was ready, Charlie led them to a large room with a small bubble pushing through the roof, poking above ground. All along the outside of the large room were pens containing various types of livestock. The group was directed to a circular carpet at the center of the room, while Charlie retrieved many leather collars from a cabinet and strapped them to a couple of cows and sheep in their pens, and then joined them on the rug. "Up we go," he spoke up, and the rug began to rise towards the bubble in the ceiling. When they got into the bubble, they were back inside the valley. It looked a little different, with trees lining the edges and more caves lining the mountains around them. The sun was setting over the top of one peak, bathing the valley in a deep red light. As they were admiring the landscape, they jumped as a furious roar was heard. Charlie smiled. "That's our Crimean Razorback. She's new and is going to try to attack us now." The group looked frightened, and Whispers vanished a moment before a shadow appeared over them and a large shape crashed into the bubble dome. Only Charlie stayed, standing as the rest of the group lay flat. Standing above them on the clear dome was a dragon larger than the acromantula Aragog. Most of its body was a reddish hue with jagged scales sticking off the top side of its back, neck, and head, like fragmented crystals. The sides of the dragon's body were devoid of the jagged skin, as that's where the wings folded up. The head was pointed like a bird, with a sharp beak, and had a small barb on its tail. The underside was primarily a pinkish-white. Seeing Charlie's lack of fear, they started to stand up again only for the dragon to roar again and stomp on the dome with a large black-taloned foot on the end, and they were scared flat again. "Stop it, Cindy," Charlie yelled. "Do it again and you won't get dinner." He turned to the rest of them. "She has no idea what I'm saying, and she's going to keep doing it until I feed her. It just makes me feel better to threaten her." Sure enough, as the group stood up again, she fruitlessly pounded away at the dome. "Why is she the only one attacking us?" Tristan asked. "Because she's one of our few true dragons," he explained. "They come in different types, and we collectively refer to all giant magical lizards as dragons, but historically only those with wings that are on their backs and not connected to another appendage are dragons. They are also the most intelligent and hostile." He motioned towards the dragon above them that had stopped stomping and was now carefully using one talon to try to split the cover open. The others eventually stopped trying to get through and just wait for the food. He called out to the red dragon above them. "But not you, Cindy, right? You're going to keep trying to kill us until you succeed, right?" Cindy opened her mouth and let loose a torrent of flame that covered them and blocked out all other light for 10 seconds before she gave up. "Are you sure she can't understand you?" Lyra asked. Charlie laughed and pulled out a small stone with colored spots on it. He tapped one of them, and they heard a snapping noise as a cow appeared outside the dome, 40 feet away from them. It tried to start running, but Cindy chased it down in a second and snatched the entire thing in her jaws. There was a momentary noise of pain before the cow was crushed in her jaws and bits of blood leaked out the sides of her mouth. As she walked away, the rear legs of the bovine hanging out the side of her mouth, the tail smashed into their ceiling to make a final insult before she went to eat her meal. "That was awesome," Harry exclaimed as Whispers also gave a little cheer. Just wait a moment, Charlie smiled and tapped the stone with his wand in numerous places. As he did so, the various sheep and cows that he had collared earlier started appearing around the valley above them. As numerous roars were heard around them, the animals began to run in all different directions as dragons began to exit the caves in the mountains around them, running and flying to feast on the animals below. There were at least 5 different kinds of dragons that they could see. One had a very slender body and was colored dark purple. It was not a true dragon like Charlie had described. The wings were attached to its front legs, and when it landed, there were tiny fingers on the front of the wing that helped it balance on the ground. It had 3 small horns along its head and a whip-like tail. 2 of them worked as a team to corner 2 sheep, then snatch them in their rear claws and carry them back up the mountain like a bird of prey carrying a fish. A group of 5 blue dragons with crests on their heads killed a group of cows with fire breath and then started eating them on the spot. They had similar wings to the purple ones, though their wingspan was greater and they looked much stronger. Another black one with small wings, that it didn't seem to be using, slithered in between the feasting monsters, picking bits and pieces of their meal on its own. Everyone stared in awe at the incredible lizards laying waste to their evening meal. Though just as a few of the cows seemed to be getting away towards the forest, Charlie smiled. "Here's Doug," he yelled. The group turned in the direction he was looking at as a giant green dragon fell from the sky like a brick, shaking the earth. Even standing underground on a flying carpet, they felt the impact. The body of the dragon resembled a pit bull the size of a house, with muscles able to be seen through its thick scales. The wings were a slightly lighter shade of green, but blended into the body as they folded up. It had a stub of a tail that looked like it had been cut off at some point. Doug had a serpentine neck with golden tusks under its chin that extended past its mouth, parallel to each other. The monstrous creature lowered its head and charged an escaping cow. A couple of other dragons got out of the way to avoid being trampled, as it did not seem to be slowing down at all. The tusks impaled the cow through the side, and then lifted it into the air and let loose a large breath of fire, cooking it on the spot until it was charged black. When the fire went out, the dragon flailed its head and tossed the burnt carcass in the air and snatched it before it fell, eating it whole with a crispy crunching sound. With all the livestock dead, carcasses got taken back up into the mountains, while more of the black, serpentine dragons came out of the forest to eat the bits and remains left in the valley. The carpet began to float back down as Charlie asked, "So what did you all think?" Everyone had something to say about the experience, and no one got any questions answered for a minute until Tristan asked a direct question. "That last one, Doug, he was a Romanian longhorn." Charlie smiled. "Yup, and before you ask, he was the one to give me my scar." He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a thick burn mark across his right bicep. "What harebrained stunt were you doing to get that?" Tonks asked knowingly. "What would you think I was doing something stupid?" But then sighed as she glared at him. "So we had Doug on a draft of living death while he was having surgery on his tail. We got him after he killed a bunch of wizards that almost cut off his tail, and we had to amputate the rest. He was completely under the influence of the potion, so I decided to do some handstand push-ups while I was waiting. The stupid thing was I did them on Doug's tusks." Tonks groaned as he continued. "So I was upside down, balanced on those golden tusks when the dark snipped off the rest of the severed tail, and he let off a bit of fire which caught my arm." "Idiot," Tonks smiled, as Tristan laughed. Dinner was served in a large cafeteria with the entire population of the reserve. Many people came over to introduce themselves to Harry, and Brant started to get volunteers to help test the hair growth potion, looking for people with burns and missing hair. There were quite a lot of those. Whispers was also getting a lot of attention as such a rare animal, though as people started crowding him, Lyra yelled at them to back off and lit her hair on fire. Now all the attention was on her. The large group of men and women devoted themselves to fire-breathing monsters, saw a girl who could control fire, and were very interested. Harry gave her a silent look to ask if she wanted help, but she declined. Whispers took the opportunity that she created and dashed under the table to Harry and finished his food. When people were starting to disperse, Charlie told them, "I need to do some work, so just feel free to explore. Don't go through any doors marked in red, those go outside. Everywhere else is safe." As he left, Brant turned to Tonks. "Miss Tonks, can I leave the kids in your care? I want to go do some shady business with disreputable people." "Whatever," she rolled her eyes. "Moody and I can handle things." "I think I will get an early bedtime," Moody said, surprising everyone. "Tristan, do you mind stepping in for me?" He looked a bit shocked at the sudden authority, and his posture tightened as he stepped forward with a nod. Tristan asked Harry to pick a direction, and they went off down the earthen tunnels. Most of the rooms they walked by were personal rooms for the handlers, but they eventually turned into functional rooms. The first that they entered was a large garden. It didn't seem magical at all, just rows and rows of fruits and vegetables. Some on trees, some on bushes, some above ground, some under with glass sides to see below the ground. The ceiling had the same sunlight enchantment as Lyra's trunk, where she had a mango tree growing, though it was starting to dim in time with the nightfall. Tristan stopped Whispers from grabbing at random fruits until someone working came over to see what was going on. He had a very round head with burned scars along his bald head and a scrappy beard missing patches. "If he's not going to eat a lot, the demiguise can take some," he told them. Harry looked at Whispers and told him, "You hear that? Not a lot. Only 3 fruits, okay?" Whispers glared back and held up his whole hand. "Five." The man jumped a bit but said, "Sure, take 5." Whispers took off into the garden to take his prizes. "So I hear you're going to give all of us our hair back?" Asked. "I'm Darius. Harry Potter." He shook the man's hand and then introduced the other 3. He led them to where he was currently working, trying to revitalize a batch of dying trees. He explained to them that the trees in this section died out very quickly and they didn't understand why. They couldn't plant anything in this far corner. It was just a waste of space. He showed Harry several testing kits measuring soil nutrients and comparing them to other sections, but everything came back the same. Without prompting, Harry and Lyra began digging through the soil with their bare hands, investigating the problem. Lyra got down to the roots of one of the dying trees and ripped it out, passing it to Harry. He took his time examining it and breaking it apart, bit by bit. When it had been broken down, he looked up at the ceiling and pulled his broom out of his pouch and floated up to the top of the tree where he started examining the foliage. "Is there anything in the ceiling above the sunlight enchantment?" Harry asked. Darius looked curious. "There are vents to the outside all over the ceiling." The herbalist dismissed the enchantment on their side of the room, darkening it considerably and revealing vents going upward. He pulled out his own broom and approached the vent, casting diagnostic charms inside. When he was done, he floated back down. "There's a buildup of dragon ash in this vent. We use it as topical soil dust, but at this level, it's poisoning the plants from the top down. How did you figure it out?" He asked. "The roots," Harry explained. "The one Lyra pulled out was healthier at the bottom, which wouldn't be the case if the problem was in the soil." Lyra started to back off as Harry started to discuss gardening techniques with this man. While she helped with the mangoes, berries, and fertilizers on the island, it wasn't a passion of hers. She looked up at Tonks and asked if they could go. When she gave him a nod, Lyra told Harry they would be going exploring. He looked a bit torn between staying with the gardener and joining them. After a few seconds of consideration, he whistled and Whispers came running. His mouth was stained blue and red from numerous fruits, which probably numbered more than 5. "If you're looking for something fun, head to the tavern," Darius told them. "There's normally something crazy going on there." Tonks smiled as her hair reflected her excitement, turning lavender and wavy. They got directions through the tunnels and headed out. It felt like the tunnels were leading downhill, and all the branches were joining together as they got closer to their destination. The noise level got louder as they arrived, and they entered a room that was about as big as the greenhouse they had been in before, but with a much taller ceiling. They got stopped at the door by a wizard who looked at Lyra and Whispers strangely, then back at Tonks. "Ah, this is a bar." Tonks just smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Look at you. The smartest dragon handler we've seen so far." Taking Lyra by the hand, she pulled them into the room with Whispers scampering after. Tables were scattered around the room, which had a circular bar in the center with a tower of bottles inside. Plenty of people were drinking and yelling at each other as they passed them by on the way to the center. On the far side of the room, there was what looked like a dueling platform, but no one was using it. Tonks sat on one of the stools with Lyra and Whispers jumping up on the ones next to her. The bartender came over and took a look at the child and Demiguise sitting there but just shrugged. "What can I get you?" he asked. Lyra wasn't sure what to get, so Tonks took the reins. A cotton candy surprise for the girl and a strawberry daiquiri for her little brother. "Both virgins, please." The man looked a bit perplexed. "I can do the daiquiri, but I have no idea what the other is." Tonks looked at the tower of bottles behind the bartender. There were no shelves, just a massive pyramid of bottles, all supported by each other that looked like it would collapse if a single one was removed. She seemed to be searching through them till she found what she was looking for. She stood up. "May I?" The bartender gave a wicked grin. "Go right ahead." Tonks jumped over the bar as the bartender jumped out. "Freedom," he yelled as he ran over to a table with some other handlers were sitting and sat down with them. Tonks looked confused, but hesitantly reached up into the tower of bottles and pulled off a bottle with a red, yellow, and blue label that said marshmallow on it. Both surprisingly and completely unsurprisingly, none of the bottles balancing above it came crashing down and just stayed where they were. She poured some into a wide glass and filled the rest up with soda. Tonks continued by pulling out her wand and levitating a handful of sugar and a few other things into the air. With a whipping motion, they all spun around her wand, so fast they blurred together, then turned into a large, puffy, pink and blue cloud. She ripped off a chunk and stuck it into the drink about 6 inches over the top, though it started to dissolve and sink into the liquid. It was passed to Lyra. The entire process was amazing and captivated quite a few other onlookers. Whispers started to raise his hand and chirp, to which Tonks quickly made another one of the same drink for him. Both Lyra and Whispers's eyes went wide at the sweetness as they drank it. A couple of others came over and asked her for the same thing with alcohol, which she completed until running out of the cotton candy stuck to her wand. Charlie took that moment to come over and sit down at the bar. "Hey, barkeep, make me an old-fashioned." "I'm not the bartender," Tonks replied. "The other guy just left." "Well, then you should leave too," Charlie smiled. Tonks hopped up on the bar, but before she could swing over to the other side, an invisible wall stopped her. She tried to get over it a few times before pulling out her wand and waving it all over the place, looking more and more frustrated as Charlie laughed more and more. "What the hell?" she screamed. Another dragon handler arrived as Charlie fell off his chair laughing. "We can never get anyone to be a full-time bartender, so anyone who wants something special needs to stay there until another person volunteers to switch. Either that, or you can buy your way out with favors. I hear you're going to be here for a few days, and I need to be on fertilizer collection duty tomorrow if you'd like to take that from me." "Absolutely not," she replied with a turned-up nose. "Can't I just fight someone?" she asked as she looked towards the dueling platform. "Someone can fight on your behalf, but I think you're a bit short on fighters." He gestured to Lyra and Whispers and emphasized the word short. Lyra, on the other hand, looked excited. "Can I fight one of them?" Charlie and his friend had a hushed discussion before he stood up on one of the stools and yelled out, "The bartender has issued a challenge. Is there anyone who wants to fight a little girl with 1 year of school at Hogwarts to get her out of the bar?" Quite a few people laughed at the challenge, though one chubby man with matted black hair and a thick beard asked, "What do we get when we beat her?" Charlie looked to Tonks for an answer, who replied, "Pick a celebrity, magical or muggle. I'll give you a photo with them giving you a kiss on the cheek." To emphasize her point, she shifted into some lighter-skinned woman with black hair, which a few onlookers seemed to recognize and whistled at her. The big man jumped up. "I'll take that challenge." The dueling platform was on the far side of the bar, so Tonks walked around as the entire population of the bar joined them. Whispers hopped on the bar for a better view of the crowd. It was a bit wider than the ones they had used for the dueling club at Hogwarts, but the same length. The large man looked at the small girl with long blonde hair at the other end of the platform and smirked. "What are the rules?" he asked Charlie. "Don't kill each other," he started, then thought for a moment. "Victory by knockout, tap-out, or ring-out. No other rules. Don't be too hard on her took-took," he told the large man. "Can I use fire?" Lyra asked hopefully. There was laughter from all around the room, and Took-Took replied with a chuckle, "We're dragon handlers. We can handle all the fire you've got, Missy." "Let's do this." Charlie stepped to the middle of the platform. "Duelers at the ready." Lyra pulled out both her wand in her left hand and her staff in her right. The dark-haired man appraised the situation and reached behind his back to pull out what looked like a thick machete made of wood. It didn't have a blade, but at the end was a large light blue stone in a rune-engraved brass ring. Tonks was pounding on the barrier, keeping her behind the bar, yelling, "Kick his ass, Lyra." Whispers stood next to her and screeched as well. Charlie yelled, "Go," and hopped off the platform. Lyra's opponent spread his arms wide. "Give me your best shot. Let me see your fire." Surprised by being given such an opening, Lyra paused and thought for a moment. Deciding on a course of action, she wove her wand and yelled out, "Incendio." At the same time, she slammed her staff into the ground. A gout of fire from her wand rushed across the platform and engulfed the man in flames, washing over him like a wave. He called out from inside the fire, "That's it," right before he grunted in pain and was tossed up in the air, falling on his back outside the platform. The whole room was silent except for Tonks and Whispers, who were cheering loudly. He rolled to his feet and groaned. That wasn't fire. It felt like an uppercut. Lyra just shrugged and smiled and started to get off the platform. "Wait, I gave you a free shot. Give me the best of three." Lyra looked to Tonks for her decision, who considered it, despite the look in the younger girl's eyes, that she was ready to go again. "You are getting behind the bar in any outcome, but if Lyra beats you, who I shift into will be decided by everyone else, not you." He seemed a bit afraid, as all of his co-workers started to decide what embarrassing form Tonks would take. Making up his mind, he agreed to the terms, and Charlie stepped back up to start the fight. As soon as he yelled, "Go," Lyra blurred her form, and Took Took slammed his wooden sword onto the platform like a hammer. Spires of ice erupted in a line down the platform towards Lyra, which she was able to step to the side of. In return, she fired 3 small incendio orbis fireballs at him that he deflected 2 of and ducked the third. It dawned on Lyra that they hadn't put up dueling wards as the deflected spells soared out into the crowd. Luckily, a few spectators shielded the fireballs as if they were nothing, and the fight continued. Ice seemed to be his specialty as he threw ice spears toward Lyra, which missed her narrowly each time. She was responding with fireballs that were slowly igniting his side of the platform in a storm of flames. It quickly dawned on everyone that each of them had opposite strategies. Lyra was trying to torch Took Took's side of the platform while he was trying to freeze hers. With his knowledge and resistance to fire, not to mention at least 2 decades of experience, he had a huge advantage as Lyra started to slow down. Finally, she slipped on the ice, and he tagged her with a volley of snowballs and a stunner. While Charles woke up Lyra, her opponent ran around hyping up the crowd. Whispers delivered her some jerky, while Charlie told the other guy, "Calm down, you just beat a 12-year-old. After Lyra had eaten a bit, and the platform had cooled down on one end and thawed on the other, the two of them faced off again. They both looked serious as they waited for Charlie's signal. When it went off, Lyra cast a Fumo's spell immediately, covering her entire side of the platform in dark smoke. Her opponent fired 3 stunners and a few ice spells into the inky blackness, but nothing hit. As he continued to shoot spells into the fog, a stream of fire came out heading slightly toward the audience, but it bent until it splashed behind him and created a wall of fire, blocking any escape backward. At least for anyone else, it might do that. He just cast a flame-freezing spell on it, so the fire wouldn't hurt him, but didn't dispel the fire. He started back at the fog but didn't cast any spells. "Hey, I can't move," he yelled in a panicked voice. He stood perfectly still with his casting arm to the side. No more spells came from Lyra's side, though 10 seconds later she appeared out of thin air, slightly to his side, reaching upward to hold a knife to his throat. "Do I win?" she asked. "You crossed the platform, you can't do that, and a knife isn't magic." He tried to argue, still unable to move. Still holding the knife, Lyra asked Charlie, "I thought you said no rules. I don't know how to stun yet." "That I did, Took Took. She can't kill you, though, so I guess you could remain a statue forever." He seemed to consider it before yielding the fight. Lyra tossed a small fireball back across the platform, and it landed halfway. Suddenly, her opponent could move again. The audience cheered as Lyra ran back into the dark fog, and a moment later, it dispersed, leaving her standing holding her staff. As soon as Took Took was behind the bar, Tonks ran over to Lyra and picked her up in a hug. She was getting cheers from the others. Whispers jumped up to join the hug for a moment before she put them both down. I'm surprised you didn't use more fire, Tonks told her as they walked back to the bar. Lyra gave her a smirk. They are dragon handlers. I kinda wanted to see if I could use more, but he seemed to be used to the flames, so I tried to use it only as a distraction. When they were back at the bar, Took abandoned the person he was serving to come over to them. So if it wasn't the fire, what did you do? The first felt like a sucker punch, and the second time I couldn't move my limbs, but I could still speak, which means it wasn't a body bind. Lyra looked at Tonks, who told her, "You don't have to tell him. You can be mysterious." Lyra thought for a moment, then looked like she was concentrating. A second later, shadows began pouring out of her clothes like heavy smoke covering the area in darkness. "I am a black," she told him with a smile. "I commune with the darkness. Shadows do my bidding for me." "Well, that was creepy," he told them. "Call me Took. The others say it twice just because they're too dumb to say it only once." The shadows stopped and dispersed. "Okay, Took, can you make cotton candy surprises for all of us?" She gestured to Tonks and Whispers. Harry had been having fun. He got to learn a bunch of new gardening techniques as he explored the underground garden and was taught a basic enchantment to simulate sunlight. Tristan was very patient, even if it wasn't his thing at all. As Darius was explaining a project he wanted to do with growing larger pineapple bushes, Brant entered the room. "I heard you were in here, Harry. Where is your sister?" he asked. Tristan answered for him. "She went with Tonks and Whispers to the pub here." Harry has been learning a lot about gardening here. "And teaching," Darius added. "He has quite the mind for herbology." "Really?" Harry said as he blushed from the praise. "Don't be too modest," Brant told him. "You invented a type of fertilizer and taught agriculture to demiguises." Darius hadn't heard that bit yet and engaged Brant in a short conversation, followed by bartering for some of Harry's fertilizer. Since they were flush with it, Brant got an equal-weight trade of dragon manure fertilizer in exchange for the demiguise fertilizer, along with a bonus of 3 dozen flobberworms from their processing facility. Due to the processing of dung rich with magic from dragons, these worms were twice the size of anything Harry had seen before and could supposedly eat through some types of stone. With that bit of business settled and the day getting late, the three of them went looking for the girls and Whispers. They found the pub easily with all the noise coming out of it, as the central spot for entertainment that was expected. What they found inside was not. Standing on a table in the middle of the room was Lyra, shadows pouring out of her clothes as the crowd around her cheered. Someone threw a bottle in the air over her and she called out, "Ikumara Lukpak." A thin tongue of flame shot out of her wand, twisted twice in the air, then pierced the bottle so it exploded, and the crowd cheered. She cheered along with them. A few seconds later, another bottle was thrown and she performed the same spell to destroy that one as well. Tonks appeared next to them, drawing their attention. "First off, she's fine, just a little not herself." "Is she drunk?" Brant asked accusingly. "Merlin, no," she replied, though she continued with a guilty expression, "just a horrible sugar high." "Where's Whispers?" Harry asked as Tristan started to laugh. "He might be drunk," Tonks replied with a grimace. "He's been disappearing and sneaking drinks from other people ever since I cut the two of them off from more sugary drinks." Lyra saw them at that point and called out, "Harry, Tookie showed me a new spell. How cool is this?" Someone threw another bottle, and the fire whip hit dead center, and pieces of glass disappeared as they fell. Harry gave her a thumbs up, but before he could say anything, she called out, "A bottle for Harry." 3 of the dragon handlers conjured bottles and threw them in the air toward Harry. Surprised, but as quick as he could, he drew his wand and braced it on his right forearm and sent a bolt of magic at each one, destroying the first 2 and missing the third, which shattered on the wall behind them. No one seemed to care that he missed one, as they were too astounded at the non-verbal point casting of a kid his age. When they got over their shock, they all cheered. Harry was about to cheer along with them when he felt Whispers about to attack, so he jumped out of the way as his little brother dropped from the ceiling. The two of them had a brief grappling fight before Whispers tripped and fell, Harry pinning him to the ground. More cheers from the crowd followed. Brant looked at Tonks pleadingly. "Please go get Lyra. The kids need to go to bed." She frowned but complied, with the crowd booing her as she lifted Lyra down from the table. There was still darkness flowing from her clothes as she was carried back to the entrance. All her energy seemed to die as she was carried away, and Tonks didn't bother to put her down. Whispers seemed to sense the fun was over as well and let Harry carry him without a fuss. When they got back to the room for the kids, Whispers was asleep, and Lyra was minutes away from being so as well. After getting Lyra and Whispers tucked in together, Harry laid down in his bed as well. Just as the adults were leaving, Lyra said, "Did you see my fire, Harry?" He smiled and replied, "It was beautiful. I'll give you a mango in the morning. Who's the person who taught you?" "Tookie." Lyra giggled. "We had a duel. I kicked his ass." Then she fell asleep. When they were outside, Brant asked, "What has been going on?" Tonks took a deep breath and shifted her looks from the short hair she liked for aura duty to long curls and darkened her complexion to normal. Then she replied, "Let's go back to the bar and get a proper drink. I'll tell you both all about it." Chapter 12. Fire and Punishment. Chapter text. Lyra and Whispers missed breakfast as they refused to get up in the morning. One hung over from too much sugar and the other from too much sugar and an undetermined amount of alcohol. He brought breakfast to their room with a large amount of water. Following breakfast, Harry was given access to a potions lab and began speaking to all the people who had volunteered to have his hair growth potion tested on them. The reserve had an extensive inventory for treating burns, cuts, reattaching severed limbs, dehydration, and general healing plus pain relief. There were also plenty of regular hair potions for regrowth, color, and even bottles of his ancestors' Sleek Easy hair tonic. Remembering everything he had done with Fred, George, and Lee trying to figure out the Mandrake ritual, along with snippets of memories from his science classes in primary school, he started his project. This would be slightly different as he had a completed project, though he might need to tweak it a bit. Regardless, if it was going to be a success, it would need to be flawless. First, he spoke to each volunteer to find out what kind of dragon had burned them, where were the affected areas, how long it had been since the incident, and anything they had already tried since then to regrow their hair. He was shown many different types of burns on many body parts. Some of them didn't appear to have any damage to their skin, while others had deep burn scars. A few of them even had missing limbs or digits in the areas that were burnt, making Harry certain that he did not want to be a dragon handler when he was older. A few of the volunteers had been a bit hesitant to be working with a child, but after the previous night's displays of magic by Lyra and himself, they seemed interested in what else he could do. Brant also acted as his assistant, prompting and facilitating the meetings. After gathering information from each volunteer, they were given a dose of regular hair regrowth potion to spread on and around the affected areas so Harry could see the results, even if there were none. These potions took a few hours to work, while in his experience, his potion needed to be combined with a full night of sleep to see any results. He didn't want to double up on the potions, so the testing of his potion would come the following night. Lyra and Whispers had gotten out of bed around noon. They both moaned and complained about their current state as a result of their activities the previous night while they ate their breakfasts. Afterward, they just returned to bed to regain their strength. They eventually joined Harry for dinner. While they had all seen Tristan spending time with Charlie around the facility, Tonks and Alastair had been conspicuously missing. Then the following day, Harry got to see the results of the basic potion for hair growth on those who had volunteered. There was no growth on the sites of the burns, though outside of the affected areas, everyone had results and between 3 to 5 inches of hair. All of them were given some of Harry's potion, some to apply topically, and the rest to drink before going to sleep. Tonks and Alastair made a reappearance. The old Aura was still eyeing Brant with suspicion, and Tonks was carrying around an old book with no title that she would read at meals. While their actions were strange, they weren't providing any explanation, so no one asked for one. In the evening, Charlie took the whole group to their nursery and infirmary, telling them they would get to see a baby dragon. The Auras were fully alert to prepare for the encounter, though Tristan and Tonks were doing a bad job of hiding their excitement. The ginger handler led them to a door they had passed before, but hadn't gone in because it was made of solid iron. The inside of the room was circular. The center of the room was sunk by about 30 feet and had a large glass ceiling over the top. 3 people were working in the room wearing white coats looking through reports and occasionally peering over the edge to what lay below. Charlie gestured the group to the edge. Looking down, There was a rocky environment with large lights along the sides from which they could feel the heat, in addition to their glow. The rocks had a reddish tinge to them, and the vegetation was sparse. One corner contained a cave, but sitting on top of it, soaking up the heat from a nearby light, was a small dragon. The small dragon was about 10 feet long from snout to tail. It had the same color as the surrounding rocks, with a touch of purple added in a marble-like pattern. The entire body was covered by scales that slightly resembled a porcupine, though they were shorter and thicker than the spines of that animal. The spikes were longer on the tail and stuck straight upward. It had a pointed face that looked like a metal mask. After they had stared at it for a while, Charlie told them, "That's a Mongolian ironbeak, incredibly rare, and one of the few extant dragons that don't have wings." Some muggle found an egg at a garage sale and tried to sell it to an antique show, as they thought it was some kind of art piece. Someone magical, who knew it was a kind of dragon egg, alerted their ministry, and after a few arguments about who had authority over it, we got it and hatched the little guy. "Anything particularly interesting about this breed?" Brant asked. "The thing that looks like a helmet on his face is as indestructible as they can get. A few times during their life it gets shed to grow a new one. They use it to break open the shells and thick skin of other magical animals, even fire crabs and manticores. They also have an appetite for birds and will roll around in various dead animals to get bits of meat stuck to their spiky scales. Then they just lay around until a bird or sometimes even another dragon will try to get some, at which point that spiky tail will make short work of whatever has come to take their bait." "Is it just going to lay there?" Tonks asked. Lyra nodded along to the question. Charlie whistled at a woman in a white coat. She walked over to a table that had a number of colored jewels embedded into the wood. Tapping her wand on a red stone dimmed the lights in the enclosure, then on a blue stone, which opened a door and a creature scurried out. It was a mouse the size of a small bear, though its back was encrusted with sapphires that sparkled in the low light. Brant stared at the little animal and turned to Charlie. "You're going to use the ironbeak to break the shell of the jeweled armor rat?" Charlie nodded. "That's ingenious," he added. The lounging dragon began to stretch as Moody spoke up for the first time in a while. "Those things are a blight on the statute of secrecy. Most magical rodents are, but this one isn't a natural evolution. Some idiot tried to create mice covered in jewels and didn't limit their breeding potential in hopes of getting rich." He let the idea wash over the group. "He has been in prison now for 78 years. It's very hard to capture those rats, and even harder to remove their shells to get the gems, as they will disintegrate if not broken off within minutes of their death." The dragon had now rolled over and was sniffing the air. The jeweled rodent knew it was being hunted, but the only place to hide was in the cave underneath the dragon. When the predator spotted its prey, it jumped from the top of the rocks it had been sleeping on and bounded towards it in a manner that resembled a playful otter. The shelled mouse tried to run, but a scorching blast cooked it alive, killing it on the spot. The dragon finished its approach and stood above its kill, letting out a roar. Though, since it was still technically a baby, it came out high-pitched, which caused giggles from Harry and Lyra. From there, it moved to have its head above the shell, and stretched its neck and head higher above the smoking corpse, and then slammed the silver, pointed beak down into the gemmed shell. A loud crack was heard, and chunks and splinters of blue stones scattered around the enclosure. The dragon repeated the action several more times until a large section of the shell cracked away and exposed the spine of the animal. It then just stuck its whole mouth inside the exposed back and started to eat. While it was distracted eating, the three wizards in white coats began summoning all the chunks of jewels to them and storing them away. After quickly inquiring that they were going to sell them, Brant approached the woman who had let out the mouse to buy a large number of the pieces. As he was negotiating, the pieces that were still attached to the shell of the rodent suddenly turned grey and then into dust as the dragon continued its meal. "Does he have anyone to play with?" Harry asked. "Unfortunately, we don't have any others his age," Charlie said sadly. "We are working to get a surrogate mother to look after him, but the Russian preserve she's at is insisting we buy her instead of borrowing. That's why we have started harvesting the mice." "How long will it take?" Harry asked. "How much more do you need?" Charlie didn't know, so he asked the woman Brant was buying the sapphires from. "At the rate that he's eating the mice, We should be able to make the purchase in about 5 months. She didn't look happy at how long it would be. Brant saw a calculating look on Harry's face and pulled him aside with Lyra, casting a multi-layer privacy spell as he went. I don't think you have enough money to purchase a dragon for them. I bought a small chunk just now, and it cost as much as all of the sales your cuddling stuffed animals would make in a year. Lyra perked up. But we don't need money if we have gems. They're selling those blue stones, right? Harry was nodding along. Do other colors sell well? Brant tried to play it a bit innocent as he said, many colors sell well. Those red rocks by the scary tree would sell for about 3 times as the blue ones here for the same size. Alternatively, selling a single one of the buffalo on the island would possibly be enough to purchase the dragon. We've read about ram, Lyra supplied. These are very small. It also would be killed, Harry added, trying to measure the cost in his mind. Brant decided to give a little push. The money will be returned. It's just about getting it quickly. I can get the funds from the ram the quickest. I can help you with the money if you want, but I was planning on surprising you by using that money to hire the whimsical wands to be your tutors along with Stevens in the fall. They would do a great job in helping you get stronger. Harry felt a tingle in the magic around his heart. Looking at Lyra, he saw she was feeling the same. He had promised himself to get stronger. He needed to be much more powerful in order to one day confront the poachers that had killed so many of the hidden. Looking at Lyra, he could see she was thinking the same thing. After sharing a nod with his sister, he told Brant, "Take one of the ram. It will help this dragon and it will help us." Brant gave them a silent nod and popped the privacy bubble, turning back to the others. Or if that was a bit rude, Mr. Potter and Miss Black are interested in providing the reserve with a loan to help purchase the surrogate mother from the other reserve. What? Charlie was flabbergasted. Does he realize the cost? I mean, that's obviously what you were talking about for so long, but still, are you sure? The woman Brant had been speaking with earlier pushed Charlie aside. Shut up, Matchhead. Stop trying to dissuade them. Speaking to Brant, what kind of interest are we talking about? None, but we would take prices on dragon parts out of the reserve at cost for the next 5 years. No, she replied sharply. We will add a 60% markup instead of the standard. It was worth a shot. 60 is agreeable. I can have the money for you in a week or two. Brant shook her hand. As soon as she released his grip, she tossed her white coat onto a chair and dashed out of the room. Are you really getting Harry and Lyra to buy a dragon? Tonks asked, and Brant nodded. How much are we talking about? Tristan asked Charlie. I don't even know how to put it in simple terms or galleons. We're about 30% of the way to our goal. The original price quoted to us from the Russian reserve was 2.25 metric tons of gold or equivalent. While that figure washed over the heads of Harry, Lyra, and of course, Whispers, everyone else was in shock. Moody grumbled a bit. I do hope you're not forcing these children to give up their inheritances. He looked angrily at Brant. Calm down. He smiled, amused a bit at getting under the old Aura's skin. First of all, it's a loan, and second of all, they both have resources outside of Gringotts. I was just trying to make sure that they knew what they were getting into. We're helping a baby dragon. What's wrong with that? Lyra asked Moody accusatorily. You don't understand the amount of money you are playing with. However you're getting your hands on it is either dangerous, illegal, or too risky for someone your age. We need to do this, Harry said firmly. I trust Brant. There was silence for a bit before Tristan broke the silence. Hey, just out of curiosity, what is the standard markup on dragon parts? You seemed happy with 60%. The dragon reserves control the entire market on dragon parts, Brant told him. Most parts have a markup of about 500%. More for the rarer breeds, Charlie added, tilting his head towards the enclosure where the Ironbeak was back in his resting spot on top of the cave, the silver mask over its face now stained with blood. Are you planning on reselling anything? He asked Brant. Probably not. Just a few personal projects, plus anything the kids want. I'm sure they'll want to have some fun with dragon parts in the direction they're going with their studies. Whatever, Moody growled and stalked away, though Brant could still feel the old man's eye on him. The following day, Harry got to see the results of his potion on the volunteers. Nothing. There was no change. Just to be sure, Brant asked one of the healers who worked at the reserve to check each volunteer. After a thorough exam, it was determined that the potion had nearly worked, and most of the hair follicles for each person had healed very slightly, but something wasn't perfect in the recipe. Harry spent the afternoon in the research library trying to see if there was some difference between dragon fire and phoenix fire that would account for his problem. The research room was in a circular room, bathed in orange light. Charlie explained that the light was the result of a spell that eliminated humidity that could damage the books. There were large sections of the walls that didn't contain books, but were instead covered with ancient paintings of people and dragons. Many of the people wore what appeared to be dragon scales and teeth as ornaments on their bodies. Charlie saw Lyra looking at the paintings as Harry and Whispers sat at one of the study tables looking through a stack of books. Ancient dragon handlers used to wear dragon parts to help protect them before fireproofing and apparition were created, he told the blonde girl. But how would a necklace help? She asked. It doesn't seem like it would provide much protection. Shamanistic magic, he told her. They could invoke magical effects from the world around them. That type of magic disappeared slowly after wands were invented. I can do that, Lyra said simply. Harry can too. No shit, he replied with surprise. Let's go get you some dragon parts to play with while Harry studies. He looked over to an empty corner. Hey, Nimmy, you want to stay here with Harry? You can see her too, Lyra asked as the disillusionment faded on Tonks. What? No. What? Do you mean you knew she was there? I saw her following us earlier and assumed she was still here. She walked over and said, This little girl is full of surprises. I'll go with you. Moody will take over for me. The storeroom they arrived at was filled with both dragon parts and the equipment they needed to run the facility. Incredibly organized and sectioned off so that certain dangerous materials would only be handled by those trained in handling them safely. Each aisle was relatively short, but the number of them went on seemingly endless in either direction from the entrance. Charlie led them through the aisle to a desk on the other side, where a man with grey hair and spectacles sat. Behind him was a window that appeared to look out over a beautiful fjord, the land covered in snow. As they were underground and nowhere near Scandinavia, it was obviously not real, but still a gorgeous sight. Mr. Weasley, how can I help you today? He asked. Nimmy, Lyra, this is Barnabas, but you can call him Barney. I'd prefer if you don't, he interjected. Fine, Charlie started again, gesturing to Lyra. This little firecracker claims to be a shaman. We want to check out some random parts for her to play with. The man peered over his glasses at Lyra, reminding her a lot of Madame Pince. After he had gleaned enough from his scrutinizing glare, he told Charlie, Nothing over a Class E material, no internal organs. Everything needs to be returned undamaged by noon tomorrow. Charlie gave him a snappy military salute and took a shopping cart that was to the side of the desk and started leading them away. He took them around 10 aisles from the desk to one that was filled with teeth. He gathered only small ones that could fit on a necklace or other type of jewelry from as many breeds as he could. Then they moved on to scales, then tongues, and even took a few jars with eyeballs inside. After a long and arduous checkout process, he took them to a room with sturdy stone walls that had a greenish hue and a room to the side that had a tiny window in it towards the main area. Charlie took them into the stone room and unloaded their supplies before speaking to them. This room is where we test the durability of dragon scales and leather before we sell them. Also, some clients insist on a demonstration before purchasing. The walls are made from olivine excavated out of the mantle of the earth and are designed to withstand specifically explosives and fire, including Vela flames and even fiendfire. Essentially, I want you to know that there is nothing you can do to damage them, so don't worry about holding back. Lyra nodded in understanding and took one of the dragon fangs and exited the booth to the main room. Before channeling her magic, she held the tooth in her hands. It was about half as long as her knife, the end sticking out a few inches past her fist as she held it by the root. It had a few stains on it, but was smooth all the way to the tip. She poked the end with her finger to find it wasn't sharp. However, it would certainly poke a hole through just about anything given enough pressure. Holding it like her knife, she pushed her magic into it. It didn't feel dangerous, just like a blanket around her, keeping her safe. After nothing else seemed to be happening, she let the magic dissipate and looked up towards Charlie and Tonks peeking through the window. Did anything happen? She asked. Tonks replied in the negative. I felt something happen, she told them. Charlie stepped out from the bunker. The teeth were supposed to be talismans for protection. It's probably against fire, Tonks guessed with a shrug. They must be very resilient to fire as it comes out of their mouths. It's worth a shot. I'll go get a suit, Charlie said as he exited the room. When he came back, he was pushing a suit of armor built for a woman on a mannequin. It was completely made of dragon scale and would cover Lyra with no gaps, even on her face. While it would be extremely heavy, the fact that it was all one piece meant that it would support a lot of its own weight and just make it very hard to move around. That it was all one piece ended up posing a small problem as Lyra needed contact with the fang in order to create the magic. The problem was solved by removing a small scale on the glove, just enough to make a connection. She couldn't see out of the suit, so Tonks positioned her in the center of the room, conjured scraps of paper, and stuck them at various places around the suit. When she was ready, Tonks told her to do her thing with the fang, and Charlie let loose a basic fire spell. After 10 seconds under fire, he stopped to show that all the paper on the side of Lyra's body that wasn't holding the dragon fang had been burnt off. On the other side, there were single scraps towards her head and feet, but the center of her body was untouched. Charlie was astonished and asked to take the test up a notch. With a fang in each hand, she was almost completely untouched except for spots around her head and feet, though the armor prevented any actual burns. From there, Charlie used greater fire spells. As the flames grew hotter, the areas that were protected shrank. After using a spell that conjured green fire, both of the fangs cracked and needed to be replaced. "How are you doing there, Lyra?" Charlie asked. "A little tired," Lyra admitted. "Do you have enough in you for one more?" She nodded as Tonks asked hesitantly, "What are you going to do?" He led her back into the bunker and fished out 2 fangs, both black with veins of red and orange running through them. "There's a spell the handlers who go into the field learn that is kind of a last resort to fight a dragon if we absolutely have to. If ancient wizards used this technique to protect themselves against dragon fire, it would have to protect against a spell of this level." Tonks looked a bit concerned. "If anything happens to her?" "She's got the armor, so even if there's a problem, it will be okay. We are in a protected room, and the healers are next door if we need them. If anything happens to her, you can do the same to me." Tonks drew her wand, just in case she needed to help Lyra or kill Charlie as he brought her the black fangs and covered her in bits of conjured paper. Charlie told her to put as much as she could into the fangs and tell them when she was ready. Even with her face concealed, one could tell she was concentrating, then shifted into a stance she had learned for fighting with her knives and called out she was ready. Holding his wand with 2 hands and standing like he was going to thrust a broadsword forward, he called out in a dramatic and powerful incantation, "Evaco furor ignis draconis." As the fire exited his wand, it sounded like a dragon roaring as it rushed towards the armor-clad girl, washing over her for nearly 10 seconds before abating. Lyra was still up, but had fallen to one knee. Most of the paper was gone, but it still remained in pristine condition on her arms, shoulders, and neck. Tonks rushed forward to help her. "Don't touch her," Charlie warned. "You'll burn your hands off." "Lyra, are you okay?" She sounded breathless as she replied, "I'm really hot." Tonks and Charlie went in turns conjuring ice around her, which melted almost immediately until the armor was cool enough to help her remove it. Piece by piece it came off to reveal a very tired little girl with what looked like a very bad sunburn on her whole body. The pink skin did not match well with her blonde hair. "You know what this means, right?" Tonks asked. "That Lyra, and probably Harry too, are able to replicate a kind of magic seen only in wandless cultures and ancient civilizations. It could open whole new avenues of magical research." "Well, I guess that too." Tonks spun her wand in her fingers. "I was referring to giving you the same complexion as this little girl." Charlie looked fearfully at his old girlfriend and sprinted to the door. He blindly dodged 2 stunners and leaped straight through a magic lasso that she had used to capture him previously, then disillusioned himself and continued running. "Run! I will find you," Tonks yelled after him, looking back at Lyra. "Let's get you to the infirmary." It took about 30 minutes for the healer to get rid of the sunburn, which he told them repeatedly should have been much worse. On the way back to the library, Tonks mentioned to all the handlers she passed that she was looking for Charlie Weasley and hoped he would be present in the tavern later. That, and a reward would be given to those who delivered him. Harry wasn't in the library, but had left a note that he had returned to the potion lab. When they arrived, Lyra waved to an empty spot where Moody was standing inside the door, then looked to Harry, who was wearing a dragon-hide coverall and slowly stirring a large cauldron with an oversized wooden spoon that was on fire. There were the charred remains of what looked like 3 other spoons in a barrel filled with water nearby. Lyra was about to greet him, but Tonks stopped him. "Not yet, he's counting." She pointed to his lips, and he was indeed counting what seemed to be a very high number. After another few minutes, he yelled out, 500. He yanked the giant spoon out of the cauldron, and the fire in the handle spread to the end that had been submerged. Harry tossed the flaming spoon into the barrel with the others, eliciting a large hiss as it fell beneath the surface. "Is it done?" Lyra asked. "I really hope so," Harry replied as he ditched his coveralls and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. Seeing Lyra peering around the room, he added, "Whispers was bored and went exploring with Tristan." "Are you going to explain what you were doing?" Tonks asked. Harry held up a finger as he drained an entire glass of water, then took a deep breath. "So I figured out I was combining 2 steps with the wood ash from a firebird. I needed to use it both as a tool to heal the damage to the body and as a counter to the magic of the firebird specifically. So for dragons, I split the step in 2, first adding the wood ash from the hoo-hoos and then adding wood ash from a dragon." "And the spoon?" Lyra prompted. "At first I tried to add bits of the ash and then stir, but it seemed to sink too quickly and wouldn't dissolve. So I spoke with one of the handlers who looked after the iron beak if I could get it to set the spoon on fire and then let the ash fall as I stirred." Tonks was about to ask a question, but Harry preemptively answered, "I did 500 stirs because I had to figure out how much ash was falling each second and keep a constant stirring until I had enough for this large of a recipe. I found out with 2 other failures that if I let the spoons burn more than 150 full stirs, it breaks down too much to keep going. So I split the whole process into 4 spoons of 125 stirs each. It was 1,500 seconds, and I needed to do 1 full stir every 3. "We can round up your test subjects at dinner," Tonks told him. "I think you need a bath first, and Lyra can tell you about invoking the power of dragon teeth to become fireproof." As they walked back to their room, Lyra gave an animated retelling of what they had been up to. Most of it didn't surprise Harry, though he was interested in her interaction with the dragon fangs. Because Charlie had fled the room, none of the materials has been returned, and Lyra still had the black fangs, one of which she gave to Harry. His sister explained that she felt something like an umbrella opening in front of her, but as much as he tried, Harry couldn't get a reaction from the black fang, passing it back to Lyra. Halfway through dinner, Tristan and Whispers entered the room with the woman who has been working with the Mongolian Ironbeak and Took. Whispers spotted them and dashed across the room. Straight to Tonks. Pulling on her shirt, he growled out, "We catch Charlie." Tonks happily looked to Tristan for a better explanation, who told her, "Whispers is quite the tracker. He led the 3 of us to where Charlie was hiding in the fertilizer storage room. He's all tied up now in the tavern." Word spread through the dining hall, and as everyone finished eating, a procession of around 60 people made their way to their drinking hall. Upon entering, they saw Charlie, tied to a chair and placed behind the warded bar so he couldn't escape even if he got the ropes undone. One of the handlers volunteered to serve drinks so they could take him out and levitated the chair, with him in it, over onto the dueling platform. Tonks jumped up with him and conjured a gag into Charlie's mouth before he could say anything, then addressed the crowd. "Today, Charlie and I witnessed something incredible." Lyra Black was able to protect herself from simulated dragon fire using shamanistic magic shown in the paintings in the library. There were many astonished gasps and muttering from the room as she continued. "When I voiced concern about using such a powerful spell against a little girl, even one who could protect from regular fire and wearing dragon scale armor, Charlie told me with confidence that I could do to him whatever happened to her back. Even under all the protection she had, she still got something similar to a bad sunburn, and this coward fled before I could enact his punishment." There were boos from all over the room, and Charlie looked embarrassed. She continued, "First to the captors, what do you want for finding him?" Took spoke up. I want a photo with Kathy Ireland. Done, though your friends still need to pick someone else for your embarrassing photo. The woman who worked in the nursery didn't want anything, but said she'd save her favor for a rainy day. Tristan said he had something in mind, but would wait a bit. Whispers asked for a watermelon. Turning back to Charlie, she used her wand to strip him down to his underwear, still tied to the chair. He looked afraid as Tonks took a step back and raised her wand. Gary Wearer. As she cast the spell, a cone of orange light came out and covered his whole body. When it stopped, Charlie had a light tan over his whole body. He looked confused at what had just happened, but then looked at Tonks, who smiled sinisterly before casting the spell 5 more times. After she had finished, he had gone from a light tan to a crispy red, covering all the skin on his body. With another flick of her wand, and the ropes loosened and slid down his skin, causing him to scream a bit through his gag. When the ropes were off, he carefully reached up and took off the gag. Lyra's burn wasn't nearly this bad. He yelled at Tonks as the room laughed at him. Before he could get up, Tristan hit him with a petrification spell so he couldn't stand up, then unfroze his face. Sorry, buddy, he told Charlie, but I thought that she might do something like this, and now I'm going to ask for my favor from her. Tristan began whispering in Tonks's ear. After a few seconds, she jumped back and started repeating, No, 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 no. Tristan gave her a playful grin. Consider it my reward for catching Charlie and not waking up Moody on the island. It's either this or a dragon. Fine, she told him bitterly. Tonks cast a spell at the ground, and a large wall of earth erupted from the floor, then stepped behind it. What did you ask her to do to me? Charlie asked fearfully. Tristan ignored him and faced the curious crowd. Tonight, right now, you will all witness the deepest and darkest fear of Chuckles Weasley. This is not what a boggart might show him. This is something that is deeper. This might even be something that would terrify a Dementor. The crowd was looking curious, and Charlie looked confused and scared. Hey, asshole, I'm ready, Tonks spoke up from behind the wall. Then, without further ado, Tristan ran over to the bar where Harry and Lyra were sitting, a bit confused at what was happening. From behind the wall, a foot stuck out. It was almost human, except a bit orange with long black claws at the end of the toes. As the leg came out, it was covered in black hair above the ankle. The leg got shaken, and the toes wiggled around a little bit before Tonks stepped out all the way. She was shorter than usual and a bit plump, with short black hair covering her whole body. The exceptions were thin fingers with the same black claws as the feet and an elongated nose that looked a bit like a cross between a duck and an anteater. She also had grown a long, floppy tail covered in the same black fur. Ah, Niffler, Charlie screamed, and everyone else just laughed. Tonks proceeded to do an elaborate dance around and on Charlie as he screamed and rocked back and forth in the chair. Harry and Lyra found it hilarious and imagined it must have hurt a bit when she sat on his sunburnt body and continued the dance. It went on for about 5 minutes with a few people, including Tristan, taking pictures, before she ducked back behind the wall, presumably to change back. While the party continued, Tristan unfroze his friend and helped him to the infirmary to get the sunburn treated. When he finished taking pictures, Brant had corralled all the volunteers for Harry's potion and gathered them by the bar. He took notes on the dosages as Harry administered the topical part of the potion and gave them all small vials to drink before going to sleep. As an added precaution, Harry also warned each volunteer not to drink anything magical while the potion was working. Now all they had to do was wait. The potion was a resounding success. Brant made sure Harry was in the potions lab early in the morning to be available when the volunteers came in. Nearly all of them were already waiting for him when he arrived, all with massive amounts of hair growing from the spots that had been treated along with light fuzz over every other area of their skin that grew hair. Pictures were taken, notes were recorded, and so far there were no side effects that could be found. However, when everyone was finished, there were still 5 volunteers unaccounted for. Harry asked, Where are Rachel, Maudie, Miguel, Grendel, and Biano? No one was quite sure, so search parties were formed to track them down. Those to be found first were Rachel and Maudie, as they were engaged and shared a bunk. When the door to their room was opened, hair came tumbling out. The ones that found them had to use cutting jinxes to mow through the massive amounts of hair to eventually find the couple pinned under the massive weight of a room full of hair coming from their own heads and bodies. They had managed to separate themselves from the hair, but it was just too hard to move even after that. Miguel was in the infirmary, as his finger and toenails had also had extraordinary growth. When he had woken up, the hair on his leg had grown a foot long in the treated spot, but he also had 3-foot-long finger and toenails. Grendel and Biano had just gone to work after trimming their new heads of hair and didn't bother to check in. Miguel admitted right away that he had ignored the restriction on alcohol and drank a type of alcohol made from a magical cactus. That set off a round of panic from other volunteers that admitted they also ignored the restriction on alcohol. After finding out what everyone had to drink, only Miguel had something with a magical ingredient. The only thing that was different with Rachel and Maudie is that said they had sex before going to sleep. 2 of the other volunteers admitted to hooking up with someone as well, but not with someone who was also part of the study. They seemed a bit embarrassed to be admitting it to a teenager, but Harry just wrote it all down without batting an eye. Brant proposed a test to get as many other couples as possible to take part in the study for their last night at the Dragon Reserve. Half would both take the treatment, and the other half only one would. It took some convincing from Brant for them to have their sex lives to be used as an experiment, mostly because the initial request came from a kid, but also because of what happened to Rachel and Maudie. After a full day of working on his project, Harry found Lyra in the armor testing room, playing with her fire magic. Tristan, Alastair, and Tonks were camped in the bunker watching her play with the various fire spells she knew and having a drink. Harry shielded himself from the flames and dashed into the room to join them. Whispers jumped out of a corner to surprise him, but he just stepped out of the way and sat in an empty chair. "How goes the project?" Alastair asked. Harry smiled. "We're testing one more side effect. Apparently, mating couples who are both taking the potion makes it go out of control." They all looked strangely at his use of the term mating couples, but didn't ask him about it. "Does your sister ever get tired?" Tonks asked. "She's been going without a break for nearly an hour. She seems to be able to reuse fire when it's hers," Harry commented. "When she was dueling Draco, he collected some of the fire she used on him and returned it in a large blast, and it didn't faze her at all." They watched through the window as she cast the fire tongue spell she had just learned toward a small fire in the corner. The whip of fire absorbed the flames there and made it thicker before she waved it around more. "Do any of you want to fight her?" Harry asked. "I did earlier," Tonks replied. "She's strong but no match for me." "I'll fight both of you," Tristan suggested with a shrug. A few minutes later, after the room had cooled down and Harry and Lyra had discussed strategy, they faced off from opposite sides of the room. Moody set up a ventriloquist charm inside the room and commanded them to stand at the ready. Harry had just his wand drawn while Lyra had just her staff, her wand still holstered. There was no trace of a smile on Tristan's face and looked like he was taking this seriously. As soon as Moody called for the start, Lyra flooded the room in dark smoke. As it spread, they saw Tristan tap himself in numerous places with his wand and fire a purple spell toward Harry. Not knowing what it was and if his shield could absorb it or not, he chose to dodge. However, the moment he did, it changed trajectory and hit him in the side. He didn't feel any different, so he started casting floating pulses of magic in a widespread direction towards Tristan's position, even though they were in total darkness now. Lyra had started her own part of the plan and ignited the ceiling in flames, which began to creep towards the walls to slowly envelop the room in fire. Deciding he needed to move or be hit, he turned to move, only to find his knees didn't work the way they were supposed to. It was as if his kneecaps were on the wrong side of his legs, and he fell to the ground in a heap. Just because he was down didn't mean he was out, so he turned invisible and started to crawl across the room to the other side, casting small balls of magic that moved imperceptibly slowly the entire time, that would act as mines that would feel like a punch to the legs if someone ran into them. The other benefit of being so low was he could breathe better. Fire on the ceiling was consuming all the oxygen in the room. However, as time passed, he couldn't see anything else happening. The fire was still burning in the darkness, but he heard no more incantations from Lyra, not any spells from Tristan. As he began to get short of breath in the dwindling oxygen supply, he began to wheeze and moments later got hit by a spell and was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, He was sitting next to Lyra on the ground. The room returned to its original state. Tristan stood in front of them with Alastair, Tonks, and Whispers waiting for them to regain their wits. As Lyra shook off the effects of the stun, she tried whispering before yelling at Tristan, "You silence me." Tristan nodded as Harry added, "You did something to my knees." "Transfiguration hex," he replied. "I reversed your kneecaps. I took away your mobility and Lyra's communication. Then I just sat in the corner with a bubble head and flame-freezing charm to see what you would do about it." Lyra tried to burn down the room, and Harry turned invisible and stayed below the fire and darkness to try to find me. "How did you know what I was doing?" Harry asked with shock. "Human presence revealing spell. When it looked like you were both going to suffocate, I stunned both of you and got rid of the fire and smoke." "You know too much magic," Lyra complained. "It's not fair." Moody took over. "You're right. It's not fair, nothing ever is. You play to your strengths. Tristan is much stronger than both of you. Lyra only beat that dragon handler because he was just playing around. Neither of you has a chance at a fully trained wizard in a real fight. If you ever get in a fight, end it as quickly as possible without longer effects like you tried to do this time. Either that, or you escape." Tonks added her 2 bits. "You'll both learn how to undo transfiguration effects in school this year. Try to figure out other ways to fight against effects like silencing, deafening, and blinding. Depriving someone of their senses is always a great way to throw them off balance." Both Harry and Lyra nodded along with the lesson before helping each other to stand up and head toward their dinner. The morning had Harry's hypothesis proven correct. The mating couples that he had administered the growth potion to that had had sex under its effects had exponential growth that threatened to bury them in hair while they slept. All other results were as expected as well. As they prepared to leave, they said goodbye to everyone they had met and left the reserve with a large batch of the potion for future burn treatments. Most of the reserve showed up to send them off as Charlie escorted the group to the mirror that would take them out of the Leidenbrock pocket they were currently in. After a short jerk, they appeared in the same building as before, completely empty of all the others that had been there to see them off. Once Charlie led them through the door and back outside, Brant dug out a length of rope for their portkey as the building vanished behind them with Charlie still there. "Are you not going back, Chuckles?" Tonks asked him. "Nah, I'm heading to England as well. My family got to visit my older brother in Egypt the last few weeks, so I figured that I'd go see them now that they're home." 30 seconds, Brant alerted them as he strung their luggage together and held up the length of rope for everyone to grab. Charlie took a few steps back. With everyone holding on, Brant counted down. 3, 2, 1. There was a snapping noise that knocked them all over and their portkey and luggage vanished, though they were now lying on the ground in front of Charlie, who looked at them strangely. "I'm guessing that wasn't supposed to happen," he smirked. "Did you make that portkey too?" Harry asked angrily. Brant looked a bit ashamed. Looking at the redhead, Brant asked, "Any chance your portkey is going to the London terminal? I've got a special pass to skip customs. Direct jump home, sorry." "You're still welcome to hitch a ride, though. Can't be any worse than the last 2 portkeys he's made," Tristan grumbled. The group gathered around as Charlie pulled a bike tire from his pocket and removed the shrinking charm on it. "It's a floater, so featherfall charms for everyone," he said without explanation, then tapped himself on the head with his wand. Looking at his watch, 1 minute. Alastair grumbled as the other 3 adults started casting a spell on themselves. "The portkey will spit us out in midair." He cast the spell on himself as Tonks started the spell on Lyra, Brant on Harry, and Tristan on Whispers. He could feel his body lighten slightly. "You're going to float to the ground, but you should run in the air while you do so to keep from tripping when your feet hit the ground." They all grabbed the old bike tire, with Whispers using his other arm for a tight hold on Harry's leg, just in time for them to vanish when the portkey tugged them away. Chapter 13. The Estate Sale. Chapter text: Estate Sale. The portkey spat them out one at a time, nearly 50 feet above a lush green landscape with small hills as far as could be seen. Harry got ejected from the ride first and got to appreciate the beautiful landscape for about a second before focusing on the fall. Even though he fell slowly, running in place wasn't an option while his feet were above his head. It took him almost until he was on the ground to right himself, so he only skidded in the grass on his knees until stopping. Looking up, he saw Lyra soaring to the ground, abandoning any thoughts of putting her legs under her to keep her arms and legs outstretched and soar like a bird, eventually pulling her knees underneath her to land as Harry had. The other adults landed gracefully, staying on their feet, except for Tonks, who stumbled and twisted as she landed, raising her arms above her head as if she did it all on purpose, only for Whispers to fly straight into her and knock her over. 3.5 out of 8 standing, Charlie quipped. Not bad. Brant looked around and called out, Opal. When the elf of Elmswood Lodge in Diagon popped in, he instructed her. Our luggage got sent to the London Portkey terminal without us. Please retrieve them and bring them to Elmswood. Wait, Moody commanded just as the elf turned to leave. Leave my trunk. She nodded and vanished. The old Aura lifted his wand and placed it in the palm of his hand, covering the top and whispering an incantation. A white light bloomed, and he spoke into his hand. Go to Amy. Tell her my trunk is at the LPT. Send someone to get it before one of the customs people loses a hand. The code is tap tap knock tap tap tap. Charlie looked a little weirded out but shrugged since no one else seemed to care. As Brant gathered the kids, he jumped in. I hope you weren't planning on leaving before breakfast. My mum wouldn't forgive me if I let you leave on an empty stomach. Your mother doesn't like me, Lyra replied glumly. What? Why? Charlie asked with surprise. Because she's a black, Brant replied. Oh, well, that's a bunch of bollocks. Nimmy is as much of a black as she is, and my mum loves her. If there's a problem, I'll do the talking. He started walking but turned back when no one else had moved. Nimmy, tell them how good my mum's cooking is. She crossed her arms and looked sternly back. Tonks, he corrected himself, tell them they don't want to miss a meal from my mom. She sighed and replied, I highly recommend it, but I'm going where Lyra wants to go. Harry also took a step towards his sister to show support. Charlie looked at her with pleading eyes. Lyra looked around at the others and said with a small voice, If she's mean, I want to leave. Charlie led them over a few small hills before the terrain opened into a large glen. A large house sat in the middle that looked unbalanced, as if stories were added without a professional architect involved, and most of it was held up with magic. Outside was a large shed and an expansive garden with a fence along the far side, with a grove of apple trees further away. A strange-looking tower stood beside the house, with wires running from over the hill nearby the road. From the hill that they were standing on, a small lake could be seen past the orchard and a forest beyond that. Welcome to the burrow, Charlie exclaimed, and led the way down to the house. The group waited outside as he walked straight in the front door, which led to many exclamations of surprise and shouts of his name. There was a hushed conversation afterward. Then a group of gingers, led by Molly Weasley, pushed their way out the door to greet the group. The matriarch glared at Lyra and Brant, but was interrupted by Fred and George pushing their way past and breaking the silence. Harry, Lyra, they stormed out and wrapped each up in an embrace before quite literally tossing each one to the other twin and repeating their greeting. Upon seeing Tonks, they put down the 2 children and bowed deeply with respect. Madam Dragon. She sneered back at them and tapped her mouth with her wand, letting out a puff of blue fire. Whispers took his turn to jump on the twins and have his hellos. Charlie pushed out from behind his mother and ran introductions for everyone, pulling Ron and Ginny out from inside as well. Ginny because she was shy and Ron because he was half awake. They were slowly escorted back into the house, with Tonks pulling Molly Weasley to the side and letting Charlie guide everyone else. Fred and George brought in a series of odd-looking chairs until everyone had a spot around the table and sat down with slightly uncomfortable looks on their faces. There was a bit of silence before Molly asked, So good to see you, Alistair. And not that we don't enjoy guests, but why is everyone here? Portkey era. We were visiting the Dragon Reserve and stuff got sent ahead, so we hitched a ride with your boy. Why were you at Charlie's Reserve? Ron asked Harry, point blank. I needed to test a potion for recovering hair lost from magical fire. There was a bit more silence before Molly gestured toward Tonks and asked Charlie hopefully, So, are you 2 back together? Sorry, Molly, Tonks replied. I don't have enough scales for him. That got a chuckle from everyone. To keep more awkward silence from emerging, Molly got up and started arranging food for everyone while the twins began to pester everyone about their summers. Their family had just returned from a trip to Egypt to visit the eldest child, who was working as a curse breaker. Fred and George spoke animatedly about the various tricks and traps inside the tombs they were excavating, along with various skeletons and golems that had been animated to guard them. Harry and Lyra couldn't talk much about what they had done, but spoke about flying, dueling, and visiting the Dragon Reserve. Brant and Tristan mostly kept to themselves during the conversations, while Alistair spoke with the matron of the house and helped her to bring in more food when some ran out. Marley gave continuing glances towards Whispers, who ate slowly and quietly next to Lyra, though he was clearly enjoying the fare he was given. When they were all stuffed, volunteered to help clean up and approached the sink, drawing his wand. Scourgify. A large soapy blast came out and began to clean the dishes accumulated in the sink. Hey, Ron called out. You can't do magic outside of school. Harry looked around nervously and towards Brant for guidance. He shrugged and replied, It's not a problem. The trace can't pick up your spells inside a magical household. Too much interference to isolate a child's spells. Marley looked at the black steward with fury in her eyes as the twins said together in a high-pitched voice, What did you just say? Brant looked around and immediately understood what he said that was wrong. He's Harry Potter and can do anything he wants. However, it was too late, and the youngest Weasley pulled out her wand and pointed it at the table and said, Rubio, splattering red paint in front of her. There was complete silence for nearly 10 seconds before Molly Weasley whipped out her wand and yelled, Accio, 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 summoning her children's wands from their pockets or hands. Thank you, Mr. Black. You just destroyed the tiny bit of peace I had been able to have for myself each summer when these rugrats come home from school. Charlie, Tonks, Moody, and Tristan started to laugh as Brant grimaced. I'm sorry. I assumed that they knew. Can I make it up to you somehow? She growled and said, I think it might be best if you just leave. Brant shrugged and started to get up with Harry, Whispers, and Lyra starting to follow. Why can't Harry stay? Ginny asked suddenly, then blushed. Tonks looked to Brant. Tristan, Moody, and I can stay with them. I'll be heading out too, Moody said gruffly. I need to get my trunk and file some reports. Harry and Lyra looked back and forth between their escorts for Brant to make up his mind, eventually just saying, Miss Tonks, please bring them to Elmswood by nightfall. With everyone in agreement, Moody followed Brant out of the house that he had set on a path of chaos for the next few years. They both disapparated as soon as they reached the garden. Should I still do the dishes? Harry asked as Whispers started cleaning a plate with his tongue. Brant appeared back in Black Manor and had Darby escort him to Arcturus's study. Lord Black had the door open and was waiting for him as he worked through an endless stack of paperwork in front of him. The splintering black crack that ran down the side of his face from his left eye had grown longer and now went to his neck, and under his collar with it being thicker and more fractured along his face. The method he was using to prolong his life and avoid death was taking some kind of toll on him. Before any kind of greeting, he said directly, I hope you know you have a tracking charm on you. Brant nodded. Moody put it there. He hid it under 2 others that I already removed. The last one only activates every 5 minutes, so I bet he thinks that I missed it. He's becoming more suspicious about our activities, and he knows where the recording orbs are from. Really? He looked surprised and interested. How? Not a clue, but I think he clued in Miss Tonks and his other trainee, Mr. Nevitt, about it. As for the tracking charm, I think I'll use it to see if the new cloaks really work on him. I also got Mr. Potter and Lyra to allow me to take one of the ram from the island to finance the purchase of a live dragon from the Russians. Wait. Arcturus took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. What did you say? Brant smiled. On the Dragon Reserve, there's a baby there that they are trying to buy a surrogate mother for from the Russians. They are mining jeweled armor rats to pay for it, but the process is slow, and Harry wanted to loan them the money. I used a little push from their vengeance oath to have them let me take one of the ram and put it to auction to pay for the dragon. I'm not charging interest, but we will get heavily discounted dragon parts for years instead, not to mention fresh gems from the rodents. I'm going to get some of both for the yacht in particular. Arcturus smiled back. I knew it was a good decision to give you the black name. I'll need you to drop in on tonight's meeting as a statement of proof for revitalizing the families. Do you have anything else to report? Brant reached into his coat and pulled on the rune-engraved jar with the captured ghost inside. We will need to set up some time before I leave for the Balkans to interrogate this ghost. I had to silence the jar as he wouldn't stop screaming. He was part of the group that Harry and Lyra swore vengeance on. The face in the jar was still screaming in silence as Arcturus took the jar from Brant. This will be fun, another teachable moment for you. Now, tell me about the oath of vengeance that Lyra and Mr. Potter made. Back at the burrow, the four younger Weasleys were washing the dishes by hand, while Harry and Lyra uncomfortably chatted with their mother, who seemed to just be pressuring them to talk about their home lives. She seemed intent on finding out who took care of them, and if Brant was their primary guardian. As she pushed more and more for answers, they heard a bell ring from the fireplace, and the flames inside ignited with green fire. A moment later, a girl rolled out of the fire with bushy brown hair. Not understanding why she was there, but still happy to see her, Harry, Lyra, and Whispers jumped up to greet her. Hermione. They both cried out as their little brother made a happy screech and all wrapped her in a hug, startled by their appearance. She looked very confused and then asked through the hug, "Did I get the wrong house?" Seeing the other Weasleys, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "We just got back," Lyra explained quickly. "We had a bad portkey and hitched a ride with Charlie, then ended up here." "Miss Granger," Molly said sternly, "I must insist that you fire call before coming to see Fred and George." "I'm actually here to see Penny. Her parents said she was here," she replied. "She was here yesterday to see Percy. He was so brave rescuing her from those terrible men." "Strange," Molly pondered. "I don't remember her leaving last night." The twins grinned as Hermione's eyes widened, and Molly suddenly understood. "She's still here. Why didn't any of you tell me?" she yelled at her children as the visiting adults snickered. "We didn't see a problem," Wayne told her. "All they were doing was studying." "Studying all night long," Garth smirked. Molly barged through the house with everyone following behind her. They went up 2 flights of narrow stairs, and she pushed open a closed door to find Percy Weasley sitting with Penelope Clearwater at a desk, surrounded by books and parchment and a dozen empty cups of coffee around them. They both looked shocked before Percy yawned and said, "Okay, fine, we will go to bed." "It's 10 in the morning, little bro," Charlie laughed at the sight. "Charlie, when did you get here?" "Just like we said," recounted one of the twins. "Studying all night long." Molly had no idea what to say as Tonks and Tristan dissolved into a fit of giggles. Hermione pushed around Molly and approached her mentor. "I did it," she exclaimed. "And Harry and Lyra are here too. I figured out the Aurora wool." Penny tried to shake off the sleepiness and adjust to having so many people around. She reached for a half-empty cup of cold coffee and drank it in one gulp, then looked back at Hermione. "What did you do?" Penny asked. Harry and Lyra were just as interested. Hermione reached into a purse on her shoulder and pulled out a scarf made of Aurora wool and laid it on the desk she was at. There was a small metal tag hanging off the end with symbols carved into it. Penny leaned in to examine it. Hermione took that opportunity to explain. "So I wanted to understand what made the wool glow, so I studied about the Aurora itself. There's a lot of stuff that I tried to explain to the woman at the enchanting shop in Diagon, but she just looked at me like I was crazy. Basically, the aurora is created as a result of interactions between light, magnetism, and gases in the atmosphere. Examining the wool itself, I found that it has a high concentration of nitrogen in it, so I tried to simulate light and magnetism with a rune scheme." She pointed to the tag. The metal is made of nickel and connected to wires running through the scarf. The runes center on daggers, symbolizing a balance of polar opposites, which I took for magnetization, and then I placed Ures above for natural power and reinforced it with Sowillo below for solar power. She took a step back, pulled off a glove covering the hand of her prosthetic arm, and tapped the tag with it. It glowed white for a moment before the scarf lit up with ribbons of green and purple light, illuminating the room. The occupants stared at the light for a minute before it all died down. "That was beautiful," Molly Weasley commented. "Oi," Ron spoke up. "Does everyone get to do magic except me?" Hermione squinted at the freckled boy. "What are you doing here, Ronald?" "I live here." Penny smiled. "We will need to get you to the Knitter Critter with the others to sell your creation." Hermione looked shocked for a moment before Penny added, "This is all yours." Before she could add anything else, a loud snore came from the boy to her side, as Percy had fallen asleep sitting up in his chair. Penny let out a whoop and yelled, "Ha! I won!" Then she flopped down on Percy's bed and fell asleep. Charlie started to push everyone out of the room, conjuring a small mattress as they went and levitating Percy onto it. When they all got back to the kitchen, Harry and Lyra started to interrogate Hermione on the scarf, while the others got pushed to the side. Ginny seemed to be trying to edge herself into the conversation, while Ron just looked angry. Tonks began a quick explanation to them about the Aurora wool and what Hermione had just done based on Harry's magic. "And it is done with runes," Marley said loudly, looking towards Ron, who suddenly looked afraid. He was saved from further scrutiny as a large clock in the entrance made a ringing noise and Marley announced, "Arthur is on the way." Moments later, there was a bell from the fireplace and green flames spit out the Weasley father into the sitting room. He had a joyous look on his face, which brightened even more when he saw they had company. "Charlie, Nim, Tonks, are you two back together?" After a vigorous head shaking from both, "Harry, good to see you again. I have made great strides in my research into Muggle bath toys thanks to you. Mr. Nevitt, good to see you, and Miss Black, Miss Granger, might I pick your brain some more on Muggle plugs later?" Hermione sighed and shrugged in acceptance of the request. He gave an embrace and a kiss to his wife before asking, "Is there more tea left? I would like to bring Jack and Arlo through. We have a big day ahead of us. We can make it an outing for everyone." "What's going on, Dad?" Charlie asked. "Well, after you told me about that dragon egg found at a boot sale, I pushed for and got a budget to investigate magical items that may have fallen into Muggle hands and maybe other Muggle things to research. I just got a tip on a rich old couple that recently passed away with no heirs, so all of their belongings are being sold in an escape sale." "You mean an estate sale?" Hermione asked. "That's the word," Arthur corrected himself. "We get to hang out with Jack and Arlo," one of the twins asked. "They are so cool," the other added. "Two of the most hard-working guys I've ever had," Arthur explained to the others. "Fudge himself transferred them to my department, so he must be recognizing my work." Marley was already putting on a new part for tea and said, "I won't be going. Someone needs to stay here and make sure Percy doesn't get into trouble." After a very confused look from Arthur, she added, "Your son is up in his room with that girl he rescued, Miss Clearwater." Charlie laughed and explained, "They stayed up all night long, having a studying contest. They just fell asleep after the new girl got here." He pointed a thumb at Hermione. "Can I come back later to join you?" Hermione asked. "I'd like to get some money from home in case I find something neat." After a nod from Arthur and a request to return in an hour, Lyra asked her if they could join Hermione, which had Harry, Whispers, Tonks, and Tristan joining her. As they stepped up to the fireplace, Hermione told them, "The Fleur address is Granger Castle." She chuckled as the others repeated the location, and the fireplace whisked them away. The fireplace spat them out into a small room with a single light overhead. The walls had soft mattresses lining the walls, which they all ran into as they exited. "Sorry for the small room," Hermione told them. "This is the only place we could set up the Fleur." She moved aside one mattress and opened a door behind it to reveal a large open yard and a very nice house beyond it. The building they had been in was a small shed that must have been cleared out to have a fireplace installed inside. "How did you manage to get a Fleur dress in a Muggle home?" Tonks asked with interest. Hermione gave a small smirk. "Brant set me up with some kind of exemption for using magic over the summer." Tonks coughed, which sounded very similar to the word bribe. Hermione made an exaggerated shrug. "I never opened the envelope before sending it to the Trace office, so I'll never know for sure. However, I was doing so much magic that the person who worked at the Trace office asked for my Fleur address to put some enchantment on the building to keep her from getting notifications. And I used her request to speak to the Department of Transportation to get on the network." Harry and Lyra crossed the large lawn and Whispers ran in large circles in the open space to reach the red brick house beyond. It had 2 stories and what was possibly an attic. The building itself stretched around the backyard in an L shape. It wasn't actually a castle, but it was still very impressive. Hermione pushed open a door leading to the kitchen and called out, "Dad, Mum, I'm back. I brought company." After a few seconds, a man's voice called out, "We are in the lab. If they are from school, bring them up." He means if you're wizards. We have a whole room of the house designated for researching magic stuff. She led them through the house and up to the second floor to a room with double doors. She opened them to reveal a room lined with bookshelves and desks, diagrams and charts, plus 2 muggles waiting for them. "Ah," Lysander Granger exclaimed. "Harry," Lyra whispers, and Tonks, "good to see you again." He gestured to Tristan. "Tristan Nevitt, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. I was Alistair Moody's trainee before Tonks here." He crossed the room and shook their hands. Celia Granger smiled and asked, "Harry, Lyra, did you both have a good summer?" Some of it had been good, other parts not so much. So they just told them about spending time with family, the Volcatros, and the Dragon Reserve. Whispers began to explore the room as Celia told them. "We've been researching all the magical healing books that Steward Brant gave us. Tonks, can you tell us how a Skelegro potion knows which bones to regrow?" She looked at Tristan, who shrugged, then replied, "I have no idea. It's magic. None of the ingredients seem to give us an answer, and the books don't say it either," Celia replied. "It seems to be part of an individual's magic, or something, because it won't regrow bones on a severed limb." "Magic is weird like that," Lysander said. "Were you able to find Penny to show what you had done?" "She was at the Weasley house. That's where I bumped into them." Hermione gestured to the others. "Mr. Weasley is going to go hunting for lost magical objects and Muggle artifacts at an estate sale and invited us to go along with him." The adults chuckled when she used air quotes. "Let me get some money for you." Her father started to head out of the room. "Can we give you gold for Muggle money?" Harry asked quickly. He stopped and thought for a moment, then replied, "I'll give Hermione a little extra, and we can settle up later." He returned a minute later with a stack of bills which he passed to Hermione, then proceeded to ask Tristan and Tonks all manner of medical questions. Nearly all were way too technical for them. When their hour was nearly up, they started to leave, with Hermione's mother stopping her. "You know the stuff I want, if you find it right." Hermione seemed to go through a mental checklist. Bookends, old flags, maps, anything Shakespeare and playbills. As her father started to open his mouth, she added, "Swords, interesting statues, rock and roll records, and anything else Shakespeare." He smiled and waved as they left the room. When they arrived back at the burrow through the flue, Fred and George were talking to 2 men. One was large and strong, but younger than Tristan, with his head shaved almost down to the skin, and the other was maybe a few years older than Brant, with dusty blonde hair and wiry but fit build. The thinner one got up and approached them. "Well, I didn't think my day would include meeting Harry Potter." He leaned down and extended his hand. "The name's Jack, and the big guy is my associate, Arlo." Harry shook his hand, and then introduced the others to him, with the usual amount of shock being received for a talking demiguise shaking his hand. Harry and Lyra took the next several minutes explaining to both Whispers and Marley that he would need to be staying there and not come with them. Eventually, they just told him to wait with Penny and take a nap, to which he seemed to agree to. The sound of a car horn was heard from outside, and the Weasleys, along with their guests, exited the house to see Arthur pulling a blue car out of the shed and around the front of the house. He parked and walked around, opening the passenger side doors and gesturing to the group to get in. "You finally got this thing working?" Tonks asked. "I remember you working on it for years." Arthur puffed up with pride. "Working completely with magic, no gus or electricity at all." A couple of other modifications as well, too. "Like fitting 12 people inside?" Jack asked. "Yeah, like that." He smiled. Whispers seemed enamored with another human named Charlie and stayed behind as everyone started piling in the magically expanded interior. There were 5 rows of seats behind the driver, who had a captain's chair situated in the middle of the vehicle rather than to the left or right side. Arthur stuck his wand into a hole in the center of the steering wheel, and the car started making a soft, rumbling noise. "Is it supposed to sound like a cat?" Hermione asked. "Is it supposed to sound different? The Muggles down the road are always talking about how their new automobile purrs." Arthur responded curiously, with a few chuckles being heard around the car. Hermione decided not to reply as Arthur shifted into gear and started to drive. Despite the road being dirt and bumpy, they glided over the top as if it was flat ice. While they traveled, Harry looked over the console in front of Arthur and tried to figure out what all the buttons, switches, and levers were scattered around the steering wheel. Uncle Vernon's car certainly didn't have any of these. After they got on the main highway, it took nearly an hour to reach their destination, an enormous manor house on the top of a windy road behind a large metal gate. There were a dozen other cars already parked around the entrance, either much nicer or larger than Arthur's car, though they probably weren't magic. A man in a suit greeted them at the door and watched in surprise as the large party of people continued to exit the car, one after another. When they reached the door, he had recovered from the shock and addressed them. "Welcome to Dale Manor. Would you be interested in hearing the history of the family before entering?" "Not really," Ron said, and started to walk in, only to be stopped by his father. "A brief history would be nice," Arthur told him. He looked irritated at Ron before saying this was the home of Richard Dale and his wife Fiorella. He began to escort them into an entrance hall. After they married when they were both 26, Fiorella was found unable to have children. Rather than adopt, they spent their lives traveling and donating to charities for orphans around the world in the many places they explored. There was a large assortment of pictures across the entrance hall featuring a man and woman engaging in various adventures in settings all over the world. Additionally, many pictures had them standing with large groups of children in different locales. They seemed to stretch from the couple at a young age to when they were old and grey. As they got to the end of the entrance hall, he told them, 5 months ago, at age 95, they passed away. First was Fiorella, and then Richard 2 months later, with his last words being that he yearned for the next great adventure with his wife after death. He opened the door to reveal a desk with a cash register, a woman behind it, and a few people waiting with arms filled with trinkets. The Dales had decided to donate their wealth to the National Trust and several orphanages they visited on their travels, so anything you purchase will go to a good cause. He gestured for them to enter the house. Before they got far, Arthur stopped them and told them all to stick with an adult who could test items for traces of magic. The Weasley children snagged Jack and Arlo and disappeared immediately while Lyra ventured off with Tonks. Hermione looked conflicted between joining Arthur or Harry, but decided to go with him as he left with Tristan. The house was enormous and filled with junk from all over the world. Every room had bookshelves which Harry had to drag Hermione away from, insisting that they should walk through the whole house first before stopping to examine things closer. That lasted until the second floor in a room that seemed to be dedicated to their explorations in Africa and contained travel books on the area, along with numerous souvenirs and clothing. When Hermione refused to leave, Harry started examining masks on the walls. Once the muggles browsing the room had left, Tristan pulled out his wand and placed an aversion ward on the door so other muggles would just skip the room, and started to shoot small puffs of blue smoke with sparkles in it around the room at various objects. The smoke would dissipate in seconds, but halfway around the room, it lingered on a mask that had small slits for eyes and spots like a leopard on the face. "First hit," he declared. Conjuring a shopping basket, he levitated the piece inside, then continued checking for others. Hermione had picked out a book on pictograms used around Central Africa for herself, while Harry took a mask that looked like the face of a gorilla face. Neither of them was magical, just interesting. Tristan managed to also identify trace amounts of magic in a wooden pipe that had a sculpted head on the end with its cheeks puffed out. Removing the ward on the room, they continued on. Next room had various kitchen tools and no magical presence at all. Regardless, both he and Hermione took a few cookbooks and a few silver utensils that could be used in potion brewing from that room. They found quite a few things that looked magical but tested negative, like a polished walking staff with a red stone that ended up being glass, a sackcloth doll that was used as a pincushion, a weather vane with an octopus on it, and a jade sculpture of an elephant with an eagle perched on the tusks. Tristan did find 2 more items with traces of magic, a Ouija board with strange symbols instead of letters, and a set of Russian nesting dolls that had something inside the final doll they could hear when it was shaken, but had no obvious way of opening it. Both were levitated into the magical item basket. They ran into Fred and George in one room with Jack, and were told that Ginny and Ron were with Arlo. They seemed to be collecting various costume jewelry and small trinkets from around the world, and claimed that all of them had bits of magic in them, but Tristan's test came up negative. So they just moved on and let the boys have their fun. The attic had a treasure trove of interesting things, full suits of armor, weapons from various countries, paintings of magical creatures, and what appeared to be the skull of a small dragon. Arlo, Ginny, and Ron joined them, and the large man hoisted the skull off the wall to carry downstairs, leaving the two youngest Weasleys with Harry's group. Harry was examining a halberd standing with one of the suits of armor when he heard Ron yelling, "No fair! I saw it first." He started to walk over to see Hermione holding a decorative chessboard as she replied, "Possession is 9/10 of the law, Ronald." "What law? I'll just take it from you then." He reached out and grabbed the corner. Tristan stepped between them and snatched the board away. "What's going on?" "I saw it first," Ron said angrily. "I play chess all the time. I don't know if I've ever seen her near a board." "The number of things you don't know could fill the Hogwarts library, Ronald," Hermione retorted, "and it is endless." It looked like he was considering taking a swing at her, but Harry stepped in between. "Hermione, do you play chess?" She nodded. "Then I'll buy it, and you can play a game at school. The winner takes the board." "Fine," they both said simultaneously, then growled at each other. Tristan took the top off the board and revealed a velvet interior that contained beautiful silver and bronze pieces that looked like medieval soldiers of their positions. "This will be like taking candy from a baby," Hermione sneered at the ginger boy. "A big, dumb baby." Ron seemed to be trying to figure out an insult and settled with, "I hope you get bitten by a werewolf." Both Ginny and Tristan gasped, with the older one knocking on the wooden doorframe and saying, "That's a horrible thing to say. I'll hold onto the board until Harry goes to Hogwarts, and then you can have your match there." They continued to search the room, with Hermione taking a sword for her father and Tristan discovering a small dagger which he thought might be goblin forged. Harry took a couple of small knives that were similar in size to the ones he and Lyra were training with. Heading downstairs, they found Lyra and Tonks in a room filled with rugs and tapestries. The two of them were standing in front of one that took up the entire back wall of the room and talking about something. Seeing Harry, Lyra pulled him over and pointed to it. It was an obvious depiction of a battle between men and goblins. The far corner seemed to be the focus of the piece and showed one man on the ground with a severed arm and another enormous warrior standing in front of him wielding a large club in his hand and dead goblins at his feet. Harry recognized the scene immediately. "It's the battle that Mr. Goyle told us about where Vega Black met Gregorius Goyle." "See, I told you," Lyra told Tonks. "Ah, okay," she shrugged. "It's not magical, but it would be interesting to see where this came from. We can ask for the provenance, its history, from the folks downstairs." They took it off the wall and continued to the next room. Unfortunately, none of the carpets in this room were magical, just really nice. Another room was filled with things that were obviously weird and didn't fit in any of the other rooms. It was where they found the most magical items. They found a troll foot that had been turned into an umbrella stand. Tristan explained that these were used in many magical households because the magic of the thick troll skin transferred onto umbrellas to make them more resistant to water, self-repairing with small rips, and harder to break in strong winds. Was also a set of reading glasses with blue lenses, a signet ring, a sealed red bottle with an unknown potion inside, a leather sack filled with multicolored, many-sided dice, a necklace composed of 26 teeth ranging from a rat's incisor to a dragon's molar, a sharkskin cloak inset with iron discs that served as a clasp, and a music box that could be wound, but no sound came from it. Eventually, they reached the bottom floor, having collected a great deal of magical and non-magical stuff. The deceased couple had certainly been able to gather quite a bit over their lifetime around the world. After going through many of the bookcases, Harry collected books on various ancient civilizations and stories about myths from around the world. Lyra had gathered various clothing from different cultures, though most of it was too big for her at the moment. An entire section of the foyer had been dedicated to their group, leaving parts of their purchases while continuing the explorations of the house. Arthur was about to pay for everything when Harry jumped in and forced a haggle on the massive purchase. He wanted Brant to be proud of him for getting the best deal possible, and eventually closed it by telling the cashier that if they didn't take it, someone would need to carry everything back upstairs to where it had been before. As they carried everything out to the car, Lyra and Tonks made sure to ask about the tapestry. The cashier had to dig through some records before saying that it appeared to be a family heirloom, not something picked up in the couple's travels. The group that ran the estate sale found it in a chest and put it up near the room with the carpets because it fit the theme. Back at the burrow, they all looked through the haul of goods, though many of the items that Harry had seen Fred and George collect were missing from the show and tell. Hermione and Ron were staring daggers at each other as Harry collected the chess set, promising they would have their match. Penny had woken up in the time they had been gone, so they arranged a day for everyone to do their school shopping and meet at the Knitter Critter to do their business. In the time they had been away, Whispers had been helping Percy scare the gnomes out of the family garden and was tuckered out. Finally, Tonks and Tristan flew with Harry, Lyra, and Whispers back to Elmswood Lodge. Brant was waiting for them in the sitting room by the fireplace. "I was about to send out a search party," he quipped. "Is this where the party is going to be?" Tristan asked Tonks. After a look from Brant, she replied, "I'm cashing in my chit. The night after my commencement ceremony party at Elmswood." Brant shrugged, then was told about their day and all the things they discovered, from Hermione figuring out the wool to Arthur Weasley's car, the estate sale and all the things they found, the chessboard, and finally the tapestry of black and Goyle. That drew the largest reaction from the steward, who demanded to inspect it immediately. After performing numerous diagnostic spells on it, he called for an elf named Randolph, who wore an eye patch and popped in carrying an old leather backpack 3 times as large as he was. After a quick conversation with Brant, the elf put down the pack and dove inside of it, returning later with a large strip of leather and a black tube. He then cut the leather to the size of the tapestry and rolled it up, placing it in the tube for Brant before vanishing again. "I would like to present this to Greg Sr. tonight if you don't mind, and I am to bring you to observe a meeting that is about to start." Tonks started to step up to join but was stopped by Brant. "Not this time. Just the children, though they may tell you about it later." "Fine, I'm going to use that amazing bathtub. Whispers will join me." "On that note, I'm off," Tristan replied. "My vacation ends tomorrow, and I have a girlfriend to see. Though I probably smell of Vila, wish me luck." He vanished through the fireplace as Tonks added, "I wonder how Remy is going to take it when I tell him." "You don't have to, you know," Brant supplied. "You wouldn't tell your mystery girl if you were seduced by a Vila. Not exactly the conversation to have in front of children," Brant told her with clenched teeth. "Why does it matter that Tonks or Tristan was with Madeline?" Lyra asked, surprising both of the adults. "It's a discussion for another time," Brant told them. "We need to get going, or we will miss the start of the meeting." The 3 of them arrived inside Black Manor with an elf performing some kind of magic, so they didn't fall over as they arrived. Brant immediately turned around and tapped a skull on the mantel over the fireplace with his wand, causing the eyes to glow blue. Green flames lit up in the fireplace as flue powder was automatically sprinkled in from the mouth of the skull. He took Harry and Lyra by the shoulders and said, "Grand ballroom, visitors' gallery." The fireplace delivered them in half a second to a balcony overlooking an enormous room, larger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Around 100 people milled around the room below that had a table running the length of the room, wide enough to put 3 of the Weasleys' car side by side on it. Elves popped around the room delivering food and drinks to all the immaculately dressed visitors. As Harry and Lyra went to look over the edge, Brant cast a spell at the banister, causing the air to fracture like glass, then return to normal. "Now we can see down, but others can't see up," he explained. Directly below them was a large chair with a greater level of design than any of the others. A live raven sat on top with Arcturus Black sitting and watching the crowd from the seat. The children watched for a few minutes before an elf delivered a glass of wine to Lord Black, and he looked up towards the balcony and gave a nod. He picked up a staff that was leaning next to the table and tapped it on the ground. The tapping had an unnaturally loud echo through the hall, which garnered the room's attention. As everyone started to move to their seats, Harry recognized a few of the adults. Greg Goyle SR and Augustus Stevens sat to the sides of Arcturus Black, however. He also noticed Yaxley, Macnair, Theo Knott's father, Jonathan Davis, Gerald Abbott, Adrian and Estelle Greengrass, and a few others that he had been introduced to at Dumbledore's birthday or the abbot's winter party. The older members of the family sat directly in front of the table, with any adult children sitting in chairs nearly 10 feet behind. More than half of the assembled group had no one sitting behind them. Once everyone was sitting and quiet, Arcturus rose to his feet. I've called everyone here tonight to discuss the dwindling of our power. Our blood is vanishing and needs to be replenished. Look around. Where are your heirs? Sure, some of them are still in school, but most of you will never have one and will be forced to cede your chair to a cadet line or merge with a lower house. That statement created a lot of chaos and yelling. After a moment of letting them go, Arcturus stamped his staff, and the room quieted again. I didn't call you to hear you all bitch and complain. I came here with solutions. Whether or not you listen is up to you. I now yield the floor to Narcissa Black. As the woman strolled out from a room below them, Lyra took a few steps back, with Harry taking her by the shoulders and embracing her from behind. Mumbling spread throughout the room, though they stopped before Arcturus would silence them again. Years ago, I thought I lost my daughter, she began her speech. I thought I lost her because I was convinced she was a squib. I cannot blame the fool of my husband for that, as I could have stopped him had I wanted to. I was blessed to have her return, though I may never be with her again, due to my folly and lack of faith in her. She paused for a moment to pull out a handkerchief and wipe her eyes, then continued. I was told by another that I may yet have another chance with her, if I could only learn how horrible it must be to feel like an abandoned child. So last winter, I set out to do just that. I dressed as a muggle and went to visit the Squib orphanage in Australia. Narcissa's expression darkened and glared at everyone before continuing. Nearly all of you no longer pay your dues. That I discovered immediately. Formerly splendid building we purchased 143 years ago was in shambles, with only the Black, Abbott, Greengrass, Macmillan, and Prewitt families paying their dues. Everyone not of the sacred 28 who is here tonight certainly pays nothing, though it doesn't stop any of you from just dumping your squibs there and leaving us to pick up the slack. So what? A man stood up and called out. There is no reason to dump money for taking care of trash. The trash takes itself out this way. Says the man with no one sitting behind him, Narcissa replied harshly. Your squib brother has a son who attends the Dreamtime School of Magic in Australia. What? The man squeaked. His name is Liam. Your brother remembers you and your father and hates you with every memory he has. When you die, Liam may take your seat on the Wisengamot and do with it as he sees fit. He fell to his seat with a thud, head in his hands. I am lucky my daughter never arrived at that hellhole of an orphanage we all forgot about and left to rot. I am lucky she was found and given a better life, though I still will suffer for my part in her abandonment. You all will have it worse. I have seen the children we abandoned and spoken to every one of them. I have found your descendants and learned of their successes without you, and hope that my daughter can do just as well without me in her life. Hidden on the balcony above the ballroom, Lyra was crying, being held tightly by her brother. Brant passed her box of conjured tissues as the speech continued. I have taken the prerogative to burn down that decrepit building. That statement was met with shock from the room. All the children that have been brought back to England, where I am planning on giving them a better life. Squib or not, they are our blood. Not unless you beg for their forgiveness will any of you see them again. With that final statement, Narcissa Black stormed out of the room. Brant reached down to the two children on the floor and embraced them in a hug. I felt that you needed to witness that, though I had no idea what she was planning on saying. I think Harry should bring you back to Elmswood now. Lyra nodded as Harry walked the two of them back to the fireplace. A flash of green fire and the two of them vanished. Brant turned back to the ballroom. The meeting was not yet over. Twisting in place, he apparated to the floor below and approached Arcturus. His presence was barely noticed, as the room had descended into chaos after Narcissa's speech. Arcturus turned around to greet Brant and shared a minute of eye contact. Interesting, he mused. He let the rabble continue for another minute before silencing them. Look, I understand that most of you are heartless bastards. However, I will have pledges of support from all of you for Narcissa's initiative. Many of you won't care for your own blood, but may be interested in a financial benefit to all of this. That got some attention from those who didn't seem to care earlier. Some of you have business dealings in the Muggle world and knowledge of the vast wealth to be taken advantage of there. Others do not. While many of your abandoned descendants have no magic, they do have riches. Lord Nart, you are related to a Muggle who is a musician making approximately 80,000 galleons a year. Lady Rosier, you have a relative who is a leading political figure in South Korea. Lord Flint, you have a second cousin who plays for a national sports team in New Zealand and pulls in over 200,000 galleons a year. All three of them were shocked in silence as Arcturus continued. Many more of you have successful family members throughout the world, though none of it matters because they will never be related to you. If you all do not care about your squibs, give them to Narcissa, and she will turn them into successful men and women who will reap the wealth of the Muggle world. None of your magical descendants will want anything to do with you because of your abandonment. Your lines will die out, and you will become either an empty seat in the Wisengamot, like the Gaunts, or someone who knows only of your hatred will come from abroad to sit there once you are dead. There was silence throughout the room until one brave soul stood up. Muggle money, bad blood, good riddance. The empty seat of the Gaunts is a monument to the purity of their bloodline. I would prefer my line to go extinct than bring in a mudblood to take over my family as you have done. You parade around that foreign boy like he is a messiah, having him challenge respectable people, like Crab, in public places, only to hide behind your name when it suits him. What do you say to that? Arcturus shrugged and turned to Brant. I don't want you to hide behind my name. What do you have to say about Roll's challenge? Brant smiled and took the tube containing the tapestry off his shoulder. It looks like we will be having a duel tonight. I will only accept an apology when Roll is on his back and bloody. With a quick hop, Brant jumped onto the long table. Halfway down, Roll took off his outer robe and climbed up as well. Elves popped in from everywhere and took all the food and drink from the table, while a few people that knew what they were doing began to set up dueling wards. Your house, your rules, the elder Roll told Arcturus. None. I would prefer if you don't use unforgivables, but that's simply because I find them lazy and uninspired. If you want to try to kill my steward, try to at least try to decapitate him or use a blood eruption curse. When both fighters were at the end of each table, nearly 200 feet apart, Arcturus stamped his staff on the ground, signaling the start of the duel with a loud crack. Roll began furiously casting sickly colored spells, which did little at the distance they were apart. Even the slightest bit he was off in his aim would miss Brant by several feet if they didn't just hit the barrier around them. All of his spells would incapacitate or kill in horrifying ways, but his maliciousness and aim weren't a good match. As Brant had been training with Stevens and Goyle, teaching Harry and Lyra to duel, and having real-life experience of the Balbal attack, Brant was in the best fighting shape of his life. He started his attack by conjuring 4 metal animals, a tiger, a snake, a monkey, and a wolf. They raced down the table, taking the hits from a few spells, with the monkey continuing to dodge as it advanced. Brant dodged the last few spells easily and tore a page out of Tonks's handbook and lobbed 4 bright blue balls on a high arc toward Roll's position. Since he didn't know her spell, these were just rubber and would do nothing except bounce off the wards and floor to draw his attention. The older man continued to cast lethal curses, which were still easy to dodge and shield at the distance they were at. He dodged the bouncing rubber balls or blasted them out of the air when they got close, sacrificing precious seconds. Brant wasn't sure if his opponent was taking the fight seriously or not. As he sidestepped a castration curse, he performed a transfiguration and banishment of the pieces of the metal tiger, changing them into barbed needles and nails as they flew in a cloud at his opponent. He was rewarded with a cry of pain as several pierced the older man's shield and stuck into his torso and legs. The metal monkey was nearly on top of him and turned into molten liquid as it made its final lunge, encasing Roll's right foot in the hot metal. In desperation, a wide area curse finally hit Brant, which started to turn his left leg to stone starting from the marrow of his bones and working its way out. Bracing himself for the counter curse, Brant broke the spell, which also shattered the bones in his leg. Both men were now short a leg, but at least Brant was still mobile. With so much metal scattered on the dueling platform and embedded in Roll's body, Brant unleashed an unguided lightning spell, tinged with dark magic. The blue and black electricity lit up the table in front of him as his opponent screamed. When the spell ended, Brant's challenger had dropped his wand, and his body was smoking on the ground, his right leg still encased in solid metal. Limping over to his downed opponent, Brant cast several point-blank bludgeoning spells at his face and body until he was bruised and bleeding, then a revival spell to make sure the man was conscious to speak. "I am waiting for my apology," Brant growled. The man groaned but didn't reply. With his hand that didn't have a wand in it, Brant wandlessly conjured a stream of green mist, which slowly coalesced into a green skull that began to scream. With one motion, he pushed the screaming skull into Roll's chest, his body spasming as he did so. "My apology," Brant repeated, "or not, and you will get the wish of your line going extinct right now." He was a bit too slow with his response, and Brant conjured another screaming skull and pushed it into the man's body. "I'm sorry," he gasped when the convulsions ceased. "Please forgive me." Brant leaned down and picked up the man's wand, pointing it into his chest and pulling backward, painfully extracting the green mist that had been absorbed into his body. He screamed as blood trickled out of the pores where the most had come from until no more green magic came out. "This is mine now." Brant placed Roll's wand in his pocket as Arcturus disabled the wards. "I hope there are no more challenges to my steward." Arcturus looked around the room as Brant hopped towards the end of the table where Augustus began to vanish the shattered bones from Brant's leg. When there were no replies, he told the assembled guests, "Roll got off light. At the beginning of the summer, I granted my steward the black name. He no longer hides behind my name as it is now his too. I would guess he's at least half as strong as I am and has the potential to be just as dangerous. You may address this mudblood in the future as Steward Brant Black." He reached his hand into the air, and the tube containing the tapestry floated up for him to grab, and he opened it up. "In addition to all the descendants we have found abroad, Brant Black has just made me aware just today of a recently deceased and possible relation of my right hand, Gregorius Goyle, here in England near Devon." Goyle S.R. looked surprised at this, as he hadn't been told. Lord Black tossed the tapestry in the air, and it was unrolled and displayed for everyone to see. "Should this prove to be correct, we will acquire the manor to be used for Narcissa Black's initiative. Our squibs have the potential for greatness, but will only do so if they do not hate us the way most generations abroad would if they discovered their lineage. I expect all of you to be in touch with me regarding your donations to the project later." He sat back down, and Gaul SR summoned the tapestry to examine it in detail. Chapter 14. The End of an Era. Chapter text Brant didn't return until the following morning. Instead of the flu, he came through the front door in a muggle wheelchair with his left leg raised in a splint. The house was quiet, except for Opal, who was fussing over his injured state in silence, though she kept looking behind her for something. Suddenly, Harry and Whispers appeared from thin air and gasped, "What happened to you?" Brant spat out his coffee at their reveal. "They's be fighting in shadows," Opal scolded them. "It being very's distracting to my work. I was in a duel," Brant explained. "After you left, someone didn't like the proposal of Lyra's mother, and he insulted me personally. I couldn't let it stand." "Is he dead?" Harry asked, not even questioning the outcome of the duel. "I let him live, though he's in a lot worse shape than I am. I also claimed his wand." Brant pulled it out and placed it on the table. Harry stared at it for a while, then asked, "Can I have it?" When Brant looked for an explanation, he said, "My friend Hayden wants to be a wand maker and told me about how wands have tons of runes in them. Lyra and I don't have any in our staves. I want to ask him to take this one apart and show me." Brant thought about it. He had been considering putting it under glass in the trophy room of Black Manor as his first victory against a member of the Wisengamot. However, he also had always been curious as to how wands differed between makers, as his wand came from the Scandinavian master, Ragnar Eriksson. "Two conditions," he told Harry. "I want to be there when he takes it apart, and I want it back when you're done, whatever condition it is in." "I'll let you know when we can get it done," Harry told Brant with a smile. By the time they finished breakfast, Lyra and Tonks came out of their respective bedrooms and were shocked by Brant's condition. "You heard of a bone petrification curse?" he asked the aura, and she nodded curiously. "Try to avoid getting hit with it. The counter curse shatters every bone that is affected, though it is better than losing the limb completely." So what was going on there anyway? She gestured towards Lyra. She says her mom gave some crazy speech to half the Wisengamot in Black Manor. The half that matters, Brant told her. What remains of the sacred 28, plus the foundations of society and business? Basically, every family that can be considered a traditionalist, whether they are light, dark, or grey. We occasionally have meetings to discuss various things. Lord Black called this one because Narcissa found out that the orphanage that Lyra was supposed to go to was underfunded, and she might have been worse off if she had ended up there. She took all the children away and burned down the building. She is starting a new home and school here in the country for squibs to hopefully keep them with their families and try to create greater ties between the magical and muggle world. That sounds fishy, Tonks said slowly. What's the catch? Nothing gets by you, does it? We want to put squibs into influential and potentially powerful places of industry in the muggle world in order to expand our influence and wealth. We also don't want the children of squibs we've spurned to come seeking empty seats in the Wisengamot and put forth policies that contradict family traditions. Maybe you can even get someone to marry into the royal family, Tonks joked. Seeing his reaction, she gasped. Oh shit, you're considering it. Harry and Lyra had moved to the other end of the table to eat and discuss the previous night's events. Harry had tucked Lyra into bed immediately after returning, so they had not got a chance to discuss what had occurred or her mother's speech. It sounds like she really did listen to you, Lyra told Harry, though maybe with other motivations. I don't know, Harry replied, pondering the situation. It sounds to me like she was more about the plight of the children, and your uncle is motivated by his ambition. Maybe both, Lyra suggested. If she wants to meet me again, you'll be there. Harry nodded as he gripped his staff deep in his pouch. After a full day of rest, the group met Hermione and Penny to go to the Knitter Critter the following day. Everyone gasped in shock at Brant in a wheelchair. After prompting, he told Hermione, a man on the Wisengamot called me a mudblood. I beat him within an inch of his life and forced an apology. She was stunned at his explanation. I met a few of the Wisengamot over the summer at the... She trailed off, looking around. Penny might not know, Brant told them, but it's not a secret and everyone will know soon enough. Details started pouring out of the excitable girl. I hate secrets. I was invited by Mr. Bagman to a big event to talk about a magic Olympics at Hogwarts. It's going to be so amazing. There were wizards from all over the world. It was chaos. They kept trying to figure out events and games, but everyone had different versions, so they couldn't decide on anything. I lost Mr. Bagman and ended up following around Lord Black until he just vanished, and I couldn't find him either. At the end of the day, the only games they could decide on were basics like banishing and summoning, brute force showings of magic, and muggle weapon duels. We know about that, Lyra told her. We might compete in that. Your knives? Penny asked as they continued walking. Some people study things like that their entire lives. If you want to be competent enough in that to compete, you'll need to do a lot of practice. Brant watched with interest as, after Penny's statement, both Lyra and Harry stopped for a second, took a deep breath, then continued along. The two of them would be making amazing strides forward in their studies and strength over the next few years. Inside the Knitter Critter, Madison had one of her assistants start working on resizing Whispers' Yeti gloves, marveling at his growth, as the lawyers started to fix up the contract for the Aurora Wool project, and Hermione showed how the tag worked. I met so many other wizards at the committee meetings too, Hermione gushed. There's so much magical history from all over the world we don't study because Binns just goes on and on about goblins. I get to officially take runes this year, and I want to study all the foreign ones to help with projects like this one. I just hope we get a better history teacher this year too. Only the minister's undersecretary could even quote from the statute of secrecy when planning the events. Would the games end up being close to muggles, or something? Lyra asked. Hermione shrugged. Maybe I can bring my parents. It seemed like it was mostly another committee that was having issues with it. Madison gave another explanation. The ministries in Iqua are already going to be overloaded with the Quidditch World Cup a few months before. Even contained in Hogwarts, so many witches and wizards in one place have a way of creating chaos in other places. Some will arrive by muggle transportation or want to be tourists while they are here. If it were me as a student, Attending an event in a foreign country, I'd sneak out to do something fun with my friends. When the contracts were signed, Hermione kept the scarf she had made, and they ventured out into the alley for celebratory ice cream and to do some of their school shopping. With a few weeks before school was set to begin, the alley was full of people running about. Penny split off when she saw some friends, while the rest continued to the ice cream shop. Harry's face brightened when he saw Tracy already sitting by herself at the shop. He was about to say hello when Whispers vanished and started to sneak up on her. Harry stopped the others from alerting her and watched closely. When he was about to pounce, she seemed to shiver from head to toe, then looked around. Spying Harry and the group, her face brightened, but then ducked with her arms over her head seconds before Whispers appeared and knocked her out of her chair. Harry rushed to pick her up and received a big hug and several punches in the chest. I knew it was that furry menace. I hadn't even eaten any ice cream yet. I shouldn't be shivering. Harry smiled as she greeted the others. Daphne is inside getting our ice cream. She took that moment to re-emerge with a double scoop for Tracy and a full banana split for herself. She looked embarrassed at first for having so much, but Lyra broke the tension. All hail the ice cream queen. Long may she reign. They all dissolved into giggles. Brant and Tonks took ice cream orders and hung back as the children spoke about their summers. Daphne was eyeing Hermione's scarf and finally asked about it. Aurora wool, with a special enchantment based on Harry's magic. She touched the runic tag with her wand, and Daphne and Tracy watched in awe at the light show. I need one of those, Daphne drooled. Quite a few other patrons seemed to be listening as Hermione told her about the knitter critter. The conversation turned back to their summers, and eventually Lyra mentioned their task of beginning the process of becoming animagi. I'm doing that as soon as McGonagall allows it, Tracy sighed. I've no idea what I would become, though it would be spectacular to try. Hermione frowned and flexed her prosthetic hand. I'll never be able to do it with this thing. Daphne leaned in close and looked at it. How much is alchemical bronze? If the whole thing was made of it and mixed with your blood and magic, it should still work. I know prosthetics are made for animagi, but I don't know if it would work the other way around. I could look into the matter for you, she added slyly. You do that for me? Hermione asked with hopeful joy. I'd do it for one of those scarves. Hermione whipped the one from around her neck and wrapped it around Daphne. I meant as payment when I found something, she exclaimed, nuzzling the soft fabric as she spoke. No, now you have to find me the answer, Hermione replied with the same slyness, or I could take it back. She started to reach for it, but Daphne backed away. With their ice cream eaten, the larger group continued to the bookstore, meeting Colin and Melly along the way. He was busy taking pictures of the two of them, particularly shots of Melly. After the initial greetings and shock at Brant's condition in the wheelchair, Meliandra informed them that she had taken Brant's advice and gotten a license to perform divination in the Muggle world and spent the summer working with her mother in the community. When she asked if Harry's tarot reading was figured out, he told her, looking back, it seems very clear. A lot of it was about me and Lyra and our home. The elements of water had to do with Myrtle's bathroom or the lake, along with the 5 of Cups for bereavement. No idea what the cards for the future mean yet. Dogs under the moon and a lobster. No idea. My dad says that lobsters are like immortal sea cockroaches that taste good with butter sauce, Colin added, though it may not have been very helpful. Do you want me to give you another reading? She asked Harry. He shook his head, but Lyra seemed interested. Could you do mine? She brightened up. Sure, we can do it at school when I have my cards. Can you do one for me too? Colin asked hopefully. Before she could respond, they got to the bookstore and saw the large display in front which silenced all of them. Gilderoy Lockhart, Vampires of the Mind. Purchased today for insight into creatures you thought you knew, but have been feeding upon your essence this whole time. This Christmas, stay tuned for the final book in the Lockhart saga, his unedited autobiography, Malevolent Me. He is dead, right? Colin asked. Brant rolled up, totally dead. His severed feet were all that was left of him. His feet. Melly gulped. The basilisk ate the rest, Harry explained. She looked sick at the remark and began to be dizzy. Colin jumped forward to steady her, so she wouldn't fall. Flourish and Blatz had prepared for the influx of students in advance, and packages of all the books each year level lay tied up in a corner for easy retrieval. Regardless, Harry picked up a number of other books on runes and potions, while Lyra skipped on the runes books and purchased some on arithmancy and dragons. They also purchased one copy of Lockhart's new book to share between them. Later in the evening, after Hermione went home, Brant took them out to dinner. It would be Tonks's last night with them before she had to return to duty and have her commencement 3 days later. While they were eating, Whispers suddenly perked up and chirped, resulting in a deep sigh from behind them as Blaise approached the group from around the corner. "It's impossible to sneak up on you with Whispers there, you know." The demiguise in question tried to jump on the boy to be held, but had grown so big he knocked them to the floor. They exchanged greetings and shared stories of their summers. Blaise seemed tired and explained that pretty much his entire summer had been preparing for his mother's next wedding. "So have you gotten a present yet?" he asked them. "Does anyone buy her presents?" Tonks asked. "After the first 2 weddings, wouldn't people stop getting her things?" "Oh, you misunderstand me," Blaise smiled. "It is Gorman Strauss's first marriage." Tonks coughed in a way that sounded like "and the last," as Blaise rolled his eyes and continued. "And my mother suggested that no one should buy her anything, just gifts for him." "How altruistic of her," Brant said with practiced sincerity. "However, would you happen to have any clothing measurements for him if he were to lose a few pounds?" Blaise chuckled. "And grow a bit too. I'll send them to you by owl." Just then, a man came out with a stack of food. After checking the contents, it was shrunken and passed to Blaise, who said his goodbyes and left. "What just happened?" Harry asked. "You've been told about Alessandra Zabini's husbands?" Brant asked the children. "They all die, right?" Lyra asked in a way that didn't seem to spare them any sympathy. "Oh, Merlin," Tonks groaned. "They aren't even hiding it, are they?" It clicked for Harry. "So you're going to buy something for her husband, but it's really going to be for her?" Brant nodded. "Can we get her something made of Aurora wool?" Lyra asked. "I'm going to put surveillance on this guy," Tonks announced. "If she's killing them, I'm going to catch her." The 5 of them finished dinner in silence. Measurements for Alessandra Zabini arrived that evening. Harry's owl, Hermes, also showed up to express his displeasure at being forgotten for the whole summer. The owl chased Harry around the house for hours until he escaped into the alley and returned with several dead rats as a peace offering. The following day, they returned to the Knitter Critter as large spools of nickel wire and sheet metal were being delivered. Madison had been receiving all sorts of orders for garments made of the Aurora wool the last day after word had spread from the people who had witnessed the effect in the ice cream shop. She was even more overjoyed when she found out she would be designing a bespoke dress for one of the largest fashion icons in the country. Towards the evening, Brant needed to do some of his own business, so he had Harry and Lyra agree to stay at Elmswood while he went out. Both of them had a lot of reading to catch up on, so they happily agreed, and Opal lit a fire for them in a hearth that wasn't for the flue. Before stepping out the door, he got out of his wheelchair and picked up a walking cane, then used his limited metamorph magus abilities to grow a bushy beard, then used his wand to change all his hair to a light brown. Once his disguise was set, he made his way to the seediest pawn shop in Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's. There were plenty of better places to shop in the alley, though this was the best place to go if he wanted the wrong kind of attention. B&B was the spot for amateur criminals without a reliable fence, and if you were looking for a last-minute present to give someone you hated. Upon entering, Brant approached the counter and put 5 sickles down. "I'm browsing. Leave me alone. I'll leave when I'm ready." The man, who wasn't Borgin or Burke, growled and swept the silver coins over the edge. Brant returned to walking aimlessly up and down the aisles. He did that for nearly 20 minutes before deciding it was time to go. After leaving, he continued further down the alley until he arrived at the Monarch. He had been there before to employ a blind whore at this brothel as a discreet photo developer, and now he had other business for them. After arriving inside, he approached the bartender and ordered a drink, telling her, "I have a meeting later with Serenity, though I think I would fancy a chat with Lucille first." Brant found a seat in the lounge and took a sip of his drink. After hearing about it at the Dragon Reserve, he had ordered a pulque drink made from a cactus that was normally used in magical poisons for small animals. He squished his face at what must be an acquired taste. After a few minutes, a girl dressed like an American cowgirl sat down across from him, crossed her legs, and smiled invitingly at him. "Do I know you?" she drawled in a practiced accent of the American South. Sorry, I had a different face last time I was here, Brant replied. I ordered the moonshine. Her face brightened in remembrance back again, this time for some business. Not that kind. I have a business meeting with Serenity, but I was hoping to purchase your services on behalf of another. The full rate in advance, though I'm pretty sure he will decline anyways. I'm listening, she said slowly. Brant made a small gesture with his wand and set up a privacy ward, then placed a small pouch of gold on the table between them. First, is there a back exit to this place? She nodded. This should be more than enough for 2 hours of your services. I would like you to show me the back exit, escort me to see Serenity, and then return to the lounge. Do not take any other customers until you feel 3 taps on your shoulder. Exactly 3 minutes after that, one of the other patrons in the room will look around and appear like they have lost something. Approach that person, man or woman, and tell them that they have an all-expenses-paid trip around the world, courtesy of the man with big floating balls. What? Lucille interrupted him. Inside joke. I am nearly positive this person will just act annoyed and storm out, though they really could use a roll in the hay, and I'm sure they would not be unkind to you. In any case, I'd like to know what their disguise was the next time I come back. Does all that sound doable? She appeared to think for a bit before picking up the money and leading him to the back rooms. Returning to the lounge, Lucille watched after all the other patrons, wondering who Serenity's associate's mark was. There were a few more women than usual there. Maybe it was one of them. Maybe one of the usual ministry employees. 40 minutes later, she felt a tapping on her shoulder. Trying not to look around, she began counting 3 minutes. On the dot, a young man who she had thought to be a virgin working up the courage to order his first woman perked up and looked around, fiddling with his wand. Lucille approached him quickly and sat down across his lap, startling him. Hey, sweetie, she drawled with a bit extra of her faked Texan accent. You have an all-expense-paid trip around the world, courtesy of a friend with great floaty balls. The boy jumped up quickly, nearly knocking her over. Where did that man go? He demanded. Okay, now your trip is revoked, she said angrily. Leave or be thrown out. The boy grumbled but slowly walked out, limping slightly as he went. Further down the alley, Brant slipped into the dapper bazaar and took off his invisibility cloak. The proprietor raised an eyebrow at him as he started laughing out loud. When he was done with his chuckle, he approached the old man and laid the cloak on the counter. Remember this, when I woke the 2 of you up in the middle of the night. After the man nodded, this cloak cannot be seen through by every visual penetration enchantment I've tried, and I just had a successful test against Mad-Eye Moody. The man's expression alternated between shock and greed over and over. He tried to reach for the cloak, but Brant snatched it away. I will give you 3,000 galleons for it, right now. He pulled out a pouch of gold coins and poured it over the counter, most of them spilling over the edge. No, Brant told him simply, though I have something better. One of the rare I told you about is on its way here, and I need the ritual circle to be prepared. This needs to be the bidding war to end all bidding wars. I need to walk away with 1.6 metric tons of gold and 2 mid-range muscle and bone strengthening potions for personal use. That sounds doable, the man smiled as he started to rake up the spilled gold. I also need it by the end of next week, Brant added. That will be difficult. Brant pulled out a small envelope that seemed to be made of velvet and laid it on the counter. Same as my cloak, good for hiding smaller objects. Unfortunately, they can't have extension charms put on them. 3 of them are yours if you pull this off in time. He snatched it, saying, difficult, but doable. Now get out, I'll send my raven with the time of the auction. Putting his cloak back on, Brant slipped off into the night. Midweek rolled, and Harry and Lyra got prepared for Tonks's commencement ceremony. It would be a bit different than the previous year with Tristan, but now they would know a few more people who would be there. Brant was also a bit nervous, and when asked about it, he told Harry he played a prank on Moody and was expecting some amount of retribution. When 4 other elves popped in after breakfast, Opal kicked them all out of Elmswood early in the day to prepare for Tonks's party after the ceremony. They spent the day exploring the more unique shops of the magical shopping district and bought an Akabra hat for Whispers, with a band of teeth around the middle. The proprietor of the Pointless Hattery told them they were fake crocodile teeth. Harry told his little brother they would replace them with real teeth later. When they arrived at the event, the room was a sea of red robes with just a few others. They found Tristan sitting near the front with an empty seat next to him looking a bit glum. Brant apprised the situation and asked, "I'm guessing you told her about Madeline. You didn't have to, you know." "I kinda did," Tristan sighed. "It feels better this way, like a load off my shoulders. Do you mind watching the kids for a bit?" After a nod, Lyra sat next to him, and someone jumped up to give Harry Potter a seat next to her. "Why did your girlfriend care that you were with Madeline?" Lyra asked a bit loudly. Tristan shushed her, then replied quietly, "Some people like to be the only one, you know." "But she was, wasn't she?" Harry asked. "You didn't stay there, you came back." "I don't think it's that easy to explain." Tristan shifted his mouth around to try and explain monogamy to children raised by demiguises. "Well, you know about oaths, right? Well, a lot of relationships have a non-binding oath that you will be only with that one other person. And you broke the oath." Tristan nodded. "And my punishment is I don't get to be with the one I swore the oath to again." "That's dumb," Lyra muttered. "Just don't make an oath you don't think you can fulfill." That seemed to make Tristan even more unhappy as he agreed with her statement. Harry looked around the room and spotted Tonks, standing with Remington Argent, who had received the Golden Wand award the previous year along with Tristan. Standing next to him was an older woman, wearing a ministry uniform, who looked familiar but couldn't place. She shook hands with Tonks and then walked away with Remington. On the other side of the room, Brant was sitting with a large group of trainees that were also finished with their training today. Harry watched as he passed out small gifts to all of them. When they opened them, Harry saw that they were all wand holsters, similar to the ones that he and Lyra had. Once he had been thanked by the group, Brant crossed the room and shook hands with an older group of Aurors before starting a conversation there. It took another half-hour before the ceremony got underway with a few various speeches given to honor different graduates, though no Golden Wand awards were given this year. Harry and Lyra cheered loudly when Tonks was given her new insignia. At the end of the ceremony, a stern-faced woman congratulated the group and added, "We have one more speech, and for that, I welcome Alistair Moody to the podium." There was silence as the senior Auror rose from his seat with the other higher ranks and across the stage to where the podium was. He glared out at the audience, his magical eye twitching toward different people in a clear sign of intimidation. "I know some of you expected Auror Tonks there to get the Golden Wand, as nearly half of my trainees do. Though I would like to tell you all why she didn't. This fine example of an Auror may have unique talents in her magic, but her skill is all her own." All the focus was on the woman quite literally blushing scarlet as he continued. "While I knew of her before taking her on as a trainee, she impressed me greatly by exemplifying constant vigilance before she knew me. During a prisoner check, she discovered dangerous contraband that I would have missed. Later, she earned my challenge coin by not just completing an unbeatable task I gave her, but beating me at my own game on her day off. After a night, I celebrated a little too much. She took command of a group of mercenaries and paper pushers to successfully defend us when we fell under attack by a horde of dark creatures and led the search efforts afterward. Finally, she went through extensive preparations to transfigure hundreds of fireworks into grains of sand and camouflage transfigured attack animals in order to defeat me in a duel. That drew gasps from the whole room. It doesn't end there. She took care of all but one of my countermeasures in case I am incapacitated and fled the area. I have since developed all new countermeasures in case such a situation happens again. She evaded me for nearly 4 hours after I revived myself and finally found where I lay in wait for her. She is my 50th trainee and the only one who has not been scarred or lost a limb while under my care. I told her that I would give her something better than a golden wand. I give her my complete trust. The Aura Core is in good hands, and I am announcing my retirement." That set off chaos, as many denied that he could retire or cheered for Tonks. When the noise finally died down, he told them, "I am serious. 41 of my 50 trainees are still alive, and 36 of them are still serving somewhere in law enforcement. Best record in the Corps, and I'm confident all of you will make sure to live up to their example. You don't want me to come out of retirement." There was silence before a bit of laughter, and Moody stepped down. Tonks was the center of attention during the reception. More than once, she tried to escape to get back to Elmswood to start the party, only to be stopped by Brant, Moody, or one of her other superior officers, and directed back to be introduced to someone else. Finally, after nearly an hour, she just got up on the stage and called out, "Party at Elmswood Lodge in 30 minutes. See you all there." She then jumped off into a throng of her fellow graduates, shifting into the guise of one of them as she landed, then pushed out the door before anyone could figure out who she was and stop her. Brant gathered up the children and Whispers and made their way to the flue. The fireplace spat them out in a small room that wasn't the sitting room. Harry and Lyra were a bit confused at the different destination, though Brant didn't seem concerned. There was a large, open closet filled with hangers to the side of the room and a wide stairwell leading downward at the opposite end of the room. Brant took off his coat and threw it toward the hangers. An invisible force caught it and hung it up as he continued to walk. Harry and Lyra smiled and did the same with their coats. Whispers looked like he was considering it with his hat, but elected to keep it before scurrying after them. The bottom of the stairs opened up into a large room, bigger than the entire ground floor of the house above them. There were 2 bars at either end of the room with house elves wearing black togas stationed at each one. Food was floating around the room randomly on platters, and a small stage had a 4-piece jazz band playing to the side of the room, though the band was made up of skeletons. Tonks was standing in the middle of the room staring at everything and turned around to see the others enter. "Skeletons?" she asked incredulously. "Skeletons playing jazz? How is that one playing the saxophone? It doesn't have any lips or lungs." Harry and Lyra ran over to watch the show as Brant told Tonks there were some leftover skeletons in the cells while the elves were converting the lower level into the ballroom. "Instead of throwing them away, we put them to use. What's the big deal? There are auras coming here, probably my bosses. I'll make you a deal." Brant smiled. "If anyone can figure out who they were, how they died, and if I or Lord Black is culpable for it in any way, I'll let you and Mad Eye slap the cuffs on me personally." Further argument was put on hold as a trickle of people started coming in. They were amazed by the skeletons and went to get drinks. 20 minutes later, the room was flooded with people. One corner of the room got turned into a shooting gallery, and people were stepping up to compete in various contests. The other side had a lounge set up with comfortable chairs and sofas for people to sit in and talk. Oddly enough, despite being a square room to the casual observer, there seemed to be way more than 4 sides. Harry noticed it as he walked around occasionally shaking hands with someone, though feeling isolated, as he was one of the 2 children in attendance. If he focused on one side of the room, he was able to walk to it through the center, but if he walked aimlessly, he would end up somewhere different than before and not be able to see where he started. There was always a bar in sight, and he could always hear the music playing. Eventually, he found his way over to where Tonks was telling war stories with other auras. He stood there for nearly 5 minutes listening to one man telling Tonks about fighting a dark wizard who would conjure fearsome chimeras that could spit poison gas or cover their bodies with electrified ooze. During a break in the story, someone noticed Harry and exclaimed, "That sounds amazing and all, but Mr. Potter has killed a basilisk. What was that like?" "Absolutely terrifying beyond words," he replied. "I had tons of help from Lyra, Whispers, the usurper, and even Lockhart was useful before he got eaten." "What about the Malfoy kid?" someone asked. Harry grumbled to himself as he needed to repeat the lie that he was part of the solution instead of the cause. He was the one to strike the killing blow on the guy claiming to be the heir of Slytherin. The auras seemed to think that was a worthwhile achievement, so Harry dug deep and remembered an insult he had heard a Gryffindor use once. However, with the basilisk, he was about as useful as an asshole on my elbow. More than one of the adults spat out their drinks as everyone laughed. Remington Argent came over and gave Tonks a hug from behind. "I want to hear about you taking command and fighting off dark creatures." "What were they?" "Shape-shifting, corpse-eating, flying crocodiles with 3-foot-long acidic tongues known as balbal." She smiled at their horrified expressions. "How many were there?" someone asked. Tonks looked around until she spied Brant talking to a group of auras and cast a spell at him which gave him a light punch in the back. When he turned around, she yelled, "How many balbal were there?" Looking annoyed, he reached into his pocket and looked through a small ledger, then yelled back, 91. He turned around, then back again. Sorry, 93. There were also more than 500 saltwater crocodiles with them, Harry added. Remington counted off. Harry Potter, his sister, Mad-Eye Moody, Tonks, that Vila you told me about, and a couple of foreign ministry flunkies against 400 lizards, either magical or enthralled, impressive. There was also the Giver, a troop of dwarves, Whispers, Jard, and Pants, 2 mermen, and 2 werewolves. Harry focused hard. Oh, and that other guy. Tonks perked up. I forgot about that other guy. Remington grew deadly serious. Werewolves. You fought with werewolves. It wasn't a full moon, Tonks chided him. I sparred with the big one later and beat him 2 out of 3. Did you bring back any teeth? He asked maliciously. What? No, it was a friendly fight, as I do with you. You allied with wolves and had one on its back twice and didn't kill it. He shook his head and walked away. As Tonks ran after him, someone else asked Harry, she really beat a werewolf in hand-to-hand combat? Harry nodded. Waxing or waning moon? Waning, a few days after the full moon, Harry replied, remembering when it was and his astronomy terminology. Still impressive, the aura replied. It would be stupid to do that with a waxing moon. Harry didn't see Tonks for the rest of the night, but he made sure to spread her legend in her place. Chapter 15. Love is a Battleground. Chapter text. The party went well into the night. When Harry and Lyra were tired, an elf directed them to a secret staircase that led them up into the main house. Whispers was already in their bedroom, completely zonked out, so they both cuddled into bed with him and went to sleep. The 3 of them were woken up together in the morning by the sound of rain on the window. A bit of sun was coming through the clouds, but the water was still heavy enough to be loud on the glass. As it was still early, Harry pulled out their copy of the new Lockhart book and opened it to start reading together. Gilderoy Lockhart, Vampires of the Mind Introduction. This book is intended to be one of my last published works, and if you are reading it, that means I am dead. I assume I went out in a blaze of glory, spanking a nundu or dancing with a hydra. I will never know. I wanted to leave all my readers with a book that wasn't a story, as most of my collective work has been, and instead make it a warning to look closely at the things right in front of you and watch where you step. This book is not about vampires, despite the title. It is about a range of beings that most of us know and sees in our lives, and how they feed on our thoughts and emotions. To make sure everyone reads the book and doesn't just skip to the last chapters, I have asked my publisher to enchant the pages so that you may not see any new pages until you have read the ones before. Nothing was written below that, so Harry and Lyra stopped for a moment to skim through the next few pages, only to find all that remained completely blank. They turned back to where they had been before to watch more writing fill in at the bottom of the page. Pretty neat, right? It's based on a burn after reading enchantment, but it just fills in more pages as you go. I make no claims to being a sociologist, demihumanologist, or magizoologist, not even an honorary member of the Newt Scamander Junior Adventure Club. I have, however, traveled the world and encountered many strange things and people. Everything in this book is conjecture that is only backed up by my own theories and some experiences, though I am very sure they are correct. Now, I'm going to break the promise I made just a minute ago for you and talk about vampires. There are many types of bloodsuckers around the world, some that can transform into fireflies and hunt children, another that has no teeth but drinks blood by impaling victims with its fingernails, or even one that preys on the unborn through the belly button of the mother. However, I will be focusing on the most common, organized, and sociable kind, originating from Eastern Europe. Most people know the basic details of them, as their legends have bled through the statue of secrecy over into Muggle fairy tales and pop culture. These vampires feed on human blood through retractable fangs for sustenance. The blood gives them inhuman strength, and drinking magical blood allows them to perform magic while the blood is fresh in their system. Feeding on a single person multiple times over long stretches turns them, Muggle or magical, into a completely submissive thrall. They will have free will in matters that don't pertain to their master, but will be undyingly loyal to them as well. During my time when I wrote Voyages with Vampires, I spoke with many of these thralls and began to understand them on a personal level. Before meeting their masters, all of them had been very independent and self-reliant. Both men and women who would be self-starters and successful individuals in society are now reduced to playthings and food sources. Not only that, they were completely content with their current situation. None of these thralls started as submissive individuals. They were turned into this by their vampire masters. This made me wonder how vampires pick their prey. I am relatively sure that they get more than just sustenance from feeding on blood. Real treat for a vampire comes from systematically stripping away the independent nature of the men and women they feed on, then devouring their loneliness after they are totally reliant on their master for everything in their new lives. However, there are some who are too strong in their independence for the vampire to take it away from them. I believe this is how new vampires are selected, and when they encounter a wizard with such potential, they will seek to turn them into another vampire or kill them. None of the ones I met were willing to disclose how such a conversion took place, but all of the vampires I met confirmed that when they were human, they were very independent and valued their solitude while achieving high levels of success in life. Muggles have created many incredible and terrible things in this world, though one of the most evil of them is something called a pyramid scheme. It seeks to trap someone in a business that funnels money to their supervisors by forcing those beneath them to work for them and trick those beneath them into becoming just as evil as them by recruiting more. Vampires maintain a connection to all those they turn and to those who turned them. I feel that if a vampire is unable to break through the independence of their victims, they will seek to turn them so that they feed on them through their victims instead. Maybe the pyramid scheme isn't a Muggle creation and was just a Muggle-savvy vampire instead. Again, this is just my conjecture, and I have no proof that it is the truth. It is also the least relevant of vampiric creatures, as they already feed on their victims' blood, so any emotional drainage is secondary. There are plenty of other creatures that feed on your mind, and you may keep reading to hear all my theories. Well, that was an interesting start, though they couldn't read any more for now. After getting dressed, they made their way downstairs to find themselves on the main floor instead of the ballroom that had been there before. Brant was eating breakfast when they arrived. Their day was going to be full. With Alessandra Zabini's wedding the next day, they had to pick up her gift, get fitted for their own clothes, and pay a visit to Ricky's day spa to see how his new business was doing. They ate a full breakfast and ventured out into the alley. With the rain coming down hard, Brant passed out umbrellas, but told them to practice their levitation charms by holding them in the air as they walked. As a result, their progress slowed, and they arrived at the Knitter Critter wet, though Whispers had been playing in the rain, so that had been his choice. A tap of Lyra's staff and they were warm again, with steam coming off their clothes and hair. Madison was not in the shop, but her assistant delivered to them a triangular box as tall as Whispers. It was made of black leather with gold markings and a sturdy handle on the top. They were warned sternly not to shrink the box or cast any magic to alter it in any way. Opal was called to take the box, and the warnings were repeated to her before she left. Brant made sure to have Harry and Lyra pay for the dress so they could see how much something like this would cost them. They both needed to empty the gold they had with them to make sure that one of them didn't completely run out. Even with their discount, the dress they were purchasing for the present was obscenely expensive. Not Yeti fur expensive, but more expensive than all their school material combined, and one of the largest purchases they had made. Their next stop was another clothing store called Twilfit and Tattings. While the Knitter Critter primarily made clothing from an extensive range of animals, this boutique worked with just a few of the most luxurious fabrics and made custom garments for the upper class of magical society. Brant instructed the two children to look for styles they liked as well as a new hat for Whispers. If they didn't have something in an hour, he'd pick something for them. While the three of them ran off, he chatted with the clerk. Harry brought back a one-piece robe of black with the chest area covered in golden embroidery to make it look like a piece of armor that had a golden sash around the waist. Whispers came back next with a stovepipe hat with an asymmetrical top. Lyra was last with a maroon dress that had a slight ruffle near the fringes and a velvet sheen to it. Brant had been speaking to the saleswoman the whole time as they came back, whispering about how the outfits needed to be modified. Then she called out assistants to help. Whispers was the easiest to do as they simply changed the color to a royal blue and made his hat slightly taller. When they tried changing Harry's robe from black to blue, he tried to stop them. Your invitation said to wear blue, Brant told him. But Blaise told us not to, Harry countered. Is this for the Strauss wedding? One of the assistants asked. Everyone there is going to be wearing blue. I feel like I've done so many color-changing charms in the last month that my magic is going to run out of that color. I've done every possible shade of blue you can imagine. Can you keep it as close as possible to black? Harry asked hopefully. She waved her wand and turned the robe bright blue. From there, it got darker and darker until it appeared black, but had a hint of a lighter color when the fabric moved in the right way. They made alterations in the size so it fit properly, though Harry made them make it looser because he wanted to fit other clothes underneath and make sure it would not tear if he needed to run or fight. When it was Lyra's turn, she stood in front of the dress and firmly said, "Mine stays red." It would be rude not to do as the invitation asked, Brant told her with disapproval. "I'm wearing the red," she said again firmly. Brant just shrugged, "If that's what you want." Let's try to make it a bit nicer, though. The final result took away some of the velvet shine and added a splatter of red sequins on top of the maroon fabric that sparkled gold when the light hit them. She also got black boots and agreed to a charm that would have them leave deep purple footprints that would vanish after 2 seconds. Since Brant initially proposed blue footprints, he figured that purple was the closest he would get to her agreeing. Whispers was told to hide as they continued to their next destination outside of Diagon Alley. It wasn't too far away, but it was in a muggle area, so a large silver monkey would be a bit out of place, and he had to stick close to keep underneath the umbrellas and avoid bumping into muggles. As the light of the day started to fade from the grey clouds, they arrived at a small alley with coloured lights strung up above the boutique shops that lined the street. Most of them were related to Muggle fashion, but there were also a few art galleries and gift stores. Along the way, Brant tried to explain to Harry and Lyra how much money they had spent that day. It was about 5 months of work for Tonks or 20 years of sales for Lyra's tea potion. In the middle of the alley was a brightly coloured salon. The front of the store had moulding around the entrance and windows to make it look like a fancy French castle with the chateau written over the entrance. There were a large number of women inside, either being given treatments or waiting in a large seating area, many drinking bubbly liquids from tall glasses. Brant stopped both of them before they approached the entrance. "That's for the muggles. Tell me if you can find the entrance for wizards." They both scanned the area of the store until Lyra spotted a sparkling arrow near a small gap between the shop and the next building. Harry grabbed the hand of an invisible Whispers and led the group towards the narrow street. Harry felt a tingle as they walked single file between the buildings until they reached a door that appeared out of a solid brick wall and opened on its own to give them access. The room they entered looked the same as the one in front, except it was obviously magical. While patrons were waiting their turn, they sat next to 2 coloured fountains where they saw one person refill a tall glass with the contents. The woman working the front desk was slightly taller than Lyra and had butterflies flying around next to her head. There was a tall, dark man with an impossibly shiny, bald head, adding curls to the hair of an elderly woman with brown hair. Blue sparks were emitted every time he finished a strand. Many other magical occurrences were going on with the other patrons while they watched. Brant approached the woman at the desk and informed her they had an appointment with Ricky. She seemed to recognize Brant and led them down a long hallway to an office where Ricky sat, consumed by a mountain of paperwork. He perked up as they entered and rounded the desk towards Brant with an urgent look on his face as the woman who brought them closed the door behind them. "Did you do something to my father?" Ricky demanded. Brant looked confused. What?" Ricky walked over to a filing cabinet and pulled out a stack of parchment. Pulling one out, he explained, "Ever since I opened, he's been sending me threats. Congratulations on your new experiment. I will enjoy watching it fail." He threw one parchment behind him. "I wouldn't be surprised if the building burnt to the ground with all the flamers you have working for you." He read off 5 others with increasing amounts of bigotry before tossing them on the floor. "Then I get this one. You are dead to me. Consider this my last letter. You and Mr. Black may do as you see fit." He started at Brant and then asked, "What did you do? Memory charm, imperious curse. When did you get the last one?" Brant asked with a thoughtful look. "Tuesday, why?" Brant nodded and smiled. "I think I know why. We were both at a meeting over the weekend. You know the Roll family. I was friends with one of them before I came out. Lord Roll insulted me in front of nearly 100 others, so I dueled him for my honor. When I was done with him, I had cooked him inside and out with dark magic so much that there was smoke coming off his skin, and I forced an apology from him while threatening his life. I figure your father doesn't want to have something similar happen to him." "I could kiss you right now," Ricky said with a look of awe on his face. "I know you're taken, but as soon as I find out who it is, I'll ask her for permission." Turning to the kids, "Good to see both of you again. Where's Whispers?" "Reading the papers on your desk," Lyra replied. She whistled, and he reappeared and hopped over to say hello. "I'll be able to get started on Lyra immediately, but I need Brant to get Tonks out of my mudroom," Ricky told them. "She's been in there all mopey for the last 3 hours because her boyfriend dumped her." "Because she was with Madeline the Vila?" Harry asked, remembering Tristan's breakup. "She shagged a Vila." Ricky looked surprised. "I'll need to bug her about that later." "No, something else. Just please get her to go home. If it was my home, she could spend the night. But this is a business, and I can't let anyone else in the room with a grumpy aura." Ricky took Lyra and Whispers and headed back to the main room and directed Harry and Brant to another room down the hall from the office. When they arrived, Brant knocked quickly and opened the door to reveal a dark room with small tubs built into the floor and a few candles burning around the one where Tonks was submerged in mud up to her neck. She had stringy and curly black hair that fell down her face. She was crying quietly. "Go away, Ricky," she called out. Then after a moment of silence added, "Unless you're bringing more ice cream." "No such luck, Miss Tonks," Brant replied. "It's Harry and me. Ricky sent us to collect you." "Go away, this is partially your fault," she yelled back. "As one of the owners of this establishment, you need to clear the room for other patrons," Brant said with authority. That was the wrong thing to say, as he didn't even get his wand out before a pink spell hit him in the face. Harry watched in horror as Brant's lips started to swell, followed by his eyes, cheeks, and forehead. He fumbled for his wand only to find his fingers had grown too thick to grab anything with. He tried to speak, but his tongue was too big for words. Not having any recourse, he fled the room, leaving Harry alone in the dark room with an angry woman. "Asshole," she muttered as the door closed. "I'm still here," Harry spoke up. "You got something smart to say, too. I can guarantee you that you would rather go fight another basilisk." Harry turned invisible and crept along the side of the room before jumping into the empty tub, sunken into the floor next to Tonks. "Do you want to talk? Ricky didn't even know about Madeline, so I have no idea what's wrong." Tonks groaned. "You told him about the Vila. I am never going to live that down. Remy dumped me because of those wolves on the island. His whole family used to hunt werewolves until it became illegal. Now they just work in the ministry and try to get them all out of this country. However, I occasionally hear rumors that the older members of the family take contracts around the world to kill them. I didn't think Remy was into that kind of thing." "So he is mad that you didn't kill Ivan and Lennox?" Harry asked. "Just I was social with them at all. He would probably have been okay if I had fought him to just submit to me or to tell him to sit and stay like a good dog. He told me that it was because I had a friendly duel with him that was the problem." Harry peeked up over the edge of the tub he was in to look at Tonks. "I had thought he liked you because Brant told me you beat him up." She let out a strained chuckle at his comment. "Though Tristan told me that people in relationships like to be the only ones for each other. Like an oath between both people. But he didn't care that I shagged that Vila. I told him about it, and he shrugged it off. I think he wanted to be the only person you had friendly fights with," Harry said, with the sage wisdom of a child who had no idea what he was talking about. "Not only that, you had a friendly fight with someone his whole family hates." Tonks sniffled a little and turned her head to look at Harry peeking over the edge of his tub. "I think that's close enough to what happened." "What sage advice would you give me for the future?" Harry thought about it and said, "Don't make an oath to anyone when you aren't completely sure of what their terms are." After a moment's thought added, "Make sure they know what your terms are too." "That sounds lonely," she replied. "Why, not swearing an oath doesn't mean you can't be around others without one." "Oh, you mean no strings?" Tonks asked. "Maybe." Harry wasn't sure what that meant. "I guess." That sounds like the best thing to do right now. Tonks sounded less sad. Now duck down into your tub so I can get out and shower off. Harry obeyed as he heard wet footsteps on the floor and a shower run for half a minute. When it went off, she told him he could come out. In the candlelight, he could see Tonks in a white robe with her hair still dangling in curls around her face. I like your hair like that, Harry commented. Like a flinch, the hair immediately retracted to a pixie cut and turned green. You're the only one in the country who thinks so. I look like an evil bitch. Without elaborating, she headed out the door, leaving Harry to run after. Tonks ducked into a locker room and came out minutes later in her aura uniform. From there, they walked back to the main salon, where the man with the shiny head was attempting to get rid of the curse she had hit Brant with while he lay on a padded bed. His arms and legs were swollen so much they wouldn't bend, and only the left side of his face had the curse removed. He looked up at Tonks and groaned in pain. She just stood there and stared at him with slight satisfaction. When she was done letting him suffer, she asked, "Are you done telling me what to do?" He groaned and nodded. "Consider this a lesson. Just because I don't want your stupid name, that doesn't mean I can't dish it out like a black." With that said, she gave an elaborate-sounding whistle and hit him with a dark green spell, which caused the swelling to start to go down. Ricky turned away from where he was working on Lyra, but before he could say anything, she was already out the door. "What did you end up telling her, Mr. Potter?" he ended up asking Harry. "I'm not sure. I told her what Tristan had told me about his breakup. Relationships are complicated." There were chuckles from around the room from the others listening in. Harry went back to sit with Brant while he recovered from the curse and to wait for his sister to be finished. Whispers joined him after leaving a group of women who had been scratching his back after giving him one of the bubbly drinks from the fountain. Nearly 30 minutes later, Ricky finished up and brought Lyra over. Her hair had been done in a double dragon tail braid going down both sides of her shoulders. Her eyes looked like they had red and yellow feathers blossoming around them and leading back to her temples. They looked a lot like the plumage of the hoo-hoos back home, except for a small streak of teal under her lower eyelid on both sides. Harry gave her a glowing review, then asked Ricky, "What can you do for me?" He gave a glance towards Brant for approval before asking what Harry was wearing. Just adding a bit of color, Ricky gave him some gold eyeliner and tried to style his hair. After changing his hair failed, he placed an enchantment on it that made it sparkle with gold when he moved. After looking in a mirror, Harry thought it looked amazing, even if nothing could ever change how his hair behaved. Before leaving, Ricky retrieved his Polaroid and a magical camera and took a few shots of the makeup on the two children in various poses before handing the Polaroids to them. Since the wedding was the next day, extra spells were layered on top of the work on both children so it would last through the following evening. They were also given small muggle shampoo bottles containing a potion that would wash everything away when they were done. Since Harry's hair had an active magical effect, Brant conjured a hat for him to wear on their way back through Muggle London, towing Whispers while he was invisible. They arrived at Gorman Strauss's estate in the early afternoon the following day. Brant ended up wearing what looked like a military uniform. The overall color was a solid blue with gold accents and insignia that didn't seem to signify anything specific. One shoulder was covered by the reflective dragon scale that they had found in the poacher's chest on the island. When Lyra asked about it, Brant informed her he still had no idea what kind it was, and no one on the Dragon Reserve had been able to tell him. He was planning on wearing it as a fashion accessory to this event in hopes that one of the random people at the event would see it and tell him. If it was as rare as he thought, anyone who recognized it would certainly have something to say about it. The estate was massive. There was a large manor situated in the middle, and many gardens filled the rest of it, all immaculately cared for. As they walked through the grounds, which smelled fresh from the previous day's rain, Harry spotted a large paddock where a number of horses ran around. Several of them were the ones he had seen before, with manets and hooves of blue fire that were pulling the carriage on Valentine's Day. The ceremony was taking place in a large open field with seats packed inside a large circle, divided into quarters and facing a stage in the middle. Two long aisles came from either side of the stage, with white carpet lining the path. Guests scattered around, finding their seats. The kids recognized many people from school and waved, but couldn't go socialize yet. Brant quickly taught both of them a modified version of the compass spell, which worked with a focus, and told them to use it with their wands on top of the invitations. Placing their wands on the invitations on an open palm, they cast the spell, which caused their foci to spin in place before pointing to the same location in the mass of chairs. When they arrived at the spots, they sat down in what were plain white chairs, only for them to shift into having soft seats and high backs, which would probably block the people behind them. As others sat down, there was a similar effect on their seats. They waved to more and more people they knew as the whole area filled up. Most were other students from Hogwarts, but there were quite a few they had met in other places through a few random occurrences. A few of the auras who had been in their detail when they had first arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, owners of some of the fancier stores in Diagon Alley, people they had met at the Abbot's winter party and the Harpies' Quidditch match. Both of their expressions soured a bit as they spotted Yaxley, Macnair, and a few other surly-looking attendees heading to their seats on the other side of the field. Harry felt slightly better as Walden Macnair scratched at his arm that had been burned by his magic, now covered by a thick black glove. When it seemed like everyone was seated, a small pillar rose from the center stage, and water started to come out of it, trickling upwards into the sky. As it leaked upwards, it formed a giant ball of water. When it was nearly 20 feet in diameter, singing could be heard, and as people looked around, 2 Pegasi flew in from different sides of the area, each with 2 women riding on them. The ones holding the reins had silver hair and were certainly Vila, singing beautiful harmonized vocals. The women riding behind them both leaped from the flying horses simultaneously straight into the ball of water. As soon as they entered, their legs transformed into the tails of merfolk, and they began to sing as well, adding a new and amazing level of music to the singing of the Vila, still circling the liquid orb on the Pegasi. As they reached the peak of the song, the women all gestured to one side of the entrance, opposite where Harry was sitting, to where the white carpet came from. From an explosion of blue fire, Gorman Strauss emerged. He wore a suit of bright blue, 2 long tails coming down from his coat as he walked purposefully towards the stage. The singing grew more dramatic as he walked. Each row of seating he passed rose slightly from the ground, creating an amphitheater on the side he had entered from. When he arrived at the stage, the music became softer as the singers gestured to the side where Harry was sitting. Looking back to the end of the aisle, blue flower petals swarmed in the air like a hurricane, falling to reveal Alessandra Zabini. Her dress was more conservative than the last times they had seen her, covering up to her neck and all the way down her arms. It appeared to be made up of blue leaves, arranged in a gradient of color from dark at the top to white at the hems. The seats on her side also rose in a dramatic fashion as she passed by. As they were near the front, the 4 of them were only slightly higher than the main stage. When she arrived, the singing stopped, and the mermaids leaped out of the bubble, their tails turning into the same sparkly dresses they had been wearing before with their feet sticking out from underneath. They were caught by the Vila and put back on the rear saddles of the Pegasi. As they flew off in opposite directions, the large sphere of water exploded into a million tiny bubbles that floated down onto the crowd. With everyone looking up at the singers, Harry missed how a wizard in black robes appeared next to the couple on the stage. With the singing stopped, there was already quiet, but he raised his arms to ask for it anyway. "We are gathered here today." The ceremony wrapped up quickly and ended with the couple embracing in a deep kiss and thousands of bluebirds being released into the air around them. The raised seating slowly lowered back to the ground level, and ushers began to guide all the guests back to the manor house. Like at the abbot's party, the inside had been magically expanded to allow for a huge influx of guests. Harry noticed a few doors to the side that had been hidden, as they were much smaller than they should be to take the place of the expansion. Again, their invitations guided them to their seats, where they found mostly empty spots, but also an elderly woman sitting with Neville Longbottom. "Hey there, guys," he said sheepishly. "You're okay," Harry exclaimed as Lyra ran around the table to greet him. Whispers didn't bother going around and bounded over the table to greet him, knocking him over, and the sticking charm kept his blue hat barely on his head. Harry and Lyra helped him back to his feet while whispers poked him and chirped repeatedly. "When did you get out of the hospital?" Harry asked. "Last week," his grandmother spoke for him. Your tutor here provided the healers with a number of very old texts on mind magic that helped discover what has happened to him as well as how to treat it. It was with Lord Black's approval, Brant corrected. I had read about a similar situation and thought to share it as Mr. Longbottom had aided Harry in the rescue of his sister. No debts among comrades in arms. They found something else, though, Neville spoke up. I was obliviated as a baby. It was probably when my parents were attacked, he trailed off. Probably some caste-happy obliviator from the ministry, his grandmother added. Probably thought that he shouldn't remember the attack, but ignored that you aren't supposed to use memory charms on children under 6. Is that why you were always so spacey? Lyra asked. He nodded. I'm still adjusting. Sometimes I realize I've been talking for 10 minutes, and my brain hasn't stopped like it used to. Looking back, most of my memories seem a bit sluggish. I remember everything, it just feels like moving through mud. Did you get a new wand? Harry asked. He smiled but gave a fearful look in his grandmother's direction, who was talking with Brant and looking over some large papers at the other end of the table. Then he pulled out a wand from his pocket that twisted and bent before the straight tip. It had small leaves carved into the wood. We went all the way up to the Orkney Islands for it. 7 inches, made from the root of a willow tree, core of a kelpie mane. The wand maker said it was one of Nessie's. He then went on to explain everything he knew about the Loch Ness kelpie. Harry and Lyra let him go, smiling as he spoke with passion about the subject. Harry also thought he sounded a bit like Hermione. When he got done with the recital, he took a deep breath and plopped down in his seat. They were joined by Greg and his father, who immediately split up for the adults to talk, and Greg was updated on Neville's recovery. There were 4 more seats at the table that didn't seem like they were going to be filled, though as the room started to settle down, they saw Tonks approaching with a man shorter than her in a blue robe. She was wearing a black and white dress with floral patterns that flared out at her knees with a high slit. The dress had an open and high collar as well as a cape on the back that started at the waist and could be described as fluffy. "Are these seats taken?" she asked as the eyes of the man she was with widened towards Harry. Brant approached cautiously and said with an equal amount of caution, "I wasn't aware that you had an invitation to the event, Miss Tonks." The man she was with stepped forward and extended his hand to Brant. "Stephen McCullough. I'm a friend of the groom." Brant Black, Lyra Black, Harry Potter. He gestured to the kids. "Friends of the bride. How do you know Miss Tonks?" "Complete coincidence," Tonks jumped in. "After I removed that curse on you, I went out for a drink. Stephen was there and had just gone through a breakup of his own and mentioned he'd be coming to the wedding solo. After a night on the town, he asked me to accompany him." "Quite a coincidence," Brant mused and looked Tonks over. "That's a very nice dress." "It looks to be made of lace of the endless step, am I right?" Stephen stared at Tonks with wide eyes. "Is it really? That is quite exquisite and rare." Tonks looked slightly uncomfortable, then said, "I recently came into some money and needed a nice outfit for the wedding." "You mean from your potion sales?" Harry asked, unaware that she was trying to avoid the topic subtly. Stephen got an explanation from Harry on the time adjustment potion and complimented Tonks on her invention, then asked if they could sit with them at the table. Tonks looked like she wanted to get away, but after a request from Lyra, they all started to sit down. They were almost seated when someone called out, "Mr. Black." Heads turned to see a woman walking towards them. She had long, shiny black hair done up in a stylish bun on her head. She was wearing a long, forest green dress that clung to her figure, yet still seemed to have strategically placed wrinkles. When she moved, it seemed to shine gold. She wiggled her fingers to show off a sparkling ring as she approached. Brant looked stunned for a moment but started to smile as, without hesitating, she reached up to him and pulled him into a deep and long kiss. Stephen whistled a bit before they broke apart. Before anyone could say anything, Tonks blurted out, "I know you. You're Brant's betrothed." "You work at Anne Summers," then added in a whisper, "I thought you were a muggle." The woman gave a fake frown. "Or you just ruined Brant's surprise. This is just her face." She pulled out a silver flask and jiggled it before putting it away. Brant perked up a bit, then said, "That is a nice surprise. Everyone, this is my betrothed, though she doesn't look like herself now. What name are you going by tonight?" She gave a hesitant smile and said, "How about Brooke Devine?" Brant looked a bit annoyed for half a second before he smiled and nodded. Brooke was introduced to everyone at the table. Harry tried to rack his brain for any time he had met someone similar to her, but came up with a big fat nothing. Stephen seemed to be getting isolated as Tonks went into full interrogation mode to find out more about her. "How do you even deal with this idiot?" was probably not the best first question, but she said it anyway. She threw back her head and laughed. What's not to love? Handsome, smart, powerful, dedicated to family, frightening when he needs to defend himself or others. He looks out for everyone around him with more than just violence, and is also forgiving when someone curses him in the face. Tonks looked a bit embarrassed at the last quip, but pushed on. "So what do you do? You must be well known if you have to use polyjuice in public." "Not all of us can just become whoever we want, though maybe some of that black blood will give my children a little bit in that department. Most of the family does have a bit, even if it isn't as amazing as your gift." She pulled a strand of the long, silky black hair from the bun on her head and played with it for a second before letting it fall. "Though I like being who I am in public. I enjoy the attention that I get from the people who know me, though I can't have people know I'm betrothed, or it loses the appeal for my admirers. I like my private life to stay private. So, some kind of model or celebrity that men desire. And women," Brooke said with a shrug. "Maybe a Playwizard centerfold, the one last month riding on the unicorn, possibly." Tonks seemed to think for a moment before blushing as Brooke smirked. "I see you know the one I mean. Hey, I'm supposed to be interrogating you." Brant playfully pulled Brooke closer to him and said, "You won't get anywhere if you have nowhere to start, Miss Tonks." Further conversation was halted as the bride and groom were announced. They had a long first dance, and then others were invited to join them as small bits of food appeared on the tables. Brant and Brooke got up to dance and told the children to explore and have fun, and that there should be other kids they knew around the area. There were probably close to 1,000 people at the wedding, so Harry and Lyra just stared at all of them for a while before deciding to go in opposite directions. They quickly played rock, paper, scissors for who would take whispers, which Harry lost, and watched the two of them disappear into the crowd. While Neville wasn't as spacey as he used to be, he was in a long, one-sided conversation with Greg, so Harry set off on his own. He was stopped numerous times as he walked around for people to shake his hand. He tried to file the names and faces away, then get away so he could find someone he knew. After some wandering, he saw a bunch of slightly older boys gathered around a table and decided to investigate. Some of them were shoving each other back and forth, which gave Harry the opportunity to squeeze through. Sitting on the other side of them was Blaze's cousin, Gisela Daza. She was wearing a strapless crystal blue dress and looked bored, lounging in her chair and humming to herself as the group of boys tried to get her attention. She had been part of a large bounce duel to blow off some steam at the abbot's winter party. As he had slipped to the front of the group, one boy tried to push him to the side to gain his spot at the front of the group, vying for her attention, though he deftly sidestepped the shove, and the boy fell onto an empty chair. Giselle perked up at the fallen boy as he turned around and started to draw his wand, though he froze as he found a knife on his neck, held by Harry. "Hello again, Mr. Potter." Gisela smiled in a predatory way. The other boy reassessed his situation and sheathed his wand, and Harry lowered his knife, sticking it back in his pouch. "Come and sit with me." She patted the seat next to her. He shivered a little bit, feeling a bit odd being a little too quick to violence. The knife was in his hand before he realized it as soon as the other boy reached for his wand. Wanting the situation to be over, he sat next to Gisela as the crowd of older boys dispersed. "How's France?" Harry asked, remembering she went to school there. "Warmer than here," she replied sadly. "It looks like you've been somewhere warm, too, with that nice tan. Where do you spend your summers?" "My home is Anne," Harry began absent-mindedly, then stopped. No, his home was a secret. "Don't be afraid, you can tell me," she pressed. What was the harm in telling people? People in the ministry knew the usurper was from the Philippines. He could just tell her the country and that would be fine. He was just about to respond when an older woman approached and slapped Gisela on the back of her head. "Stop it," she ordered the girl. "Alessandra says he's off limits." "But Mom," the girl pouted as Harry wondered what was going on. The woman was as gorgeous as Alessandra, though with a slightly lighter skin tone. She looked down at Harry, and he got a shiver as she stared at him. He thought he saw her lick her lips slightly before she extended a hand to him. "It's good to meet you, Mr. Potter. I am Nickel to Daza, Gisella's mother." That name rang an alarm bell for Harry. Quickly connecting the dots in his brain, he remembered that she was one of the names, along with Gisela, that Blaze's mother had mentioned when interrogating Lockhart shortly before his death. Somehow this woman, and her daughter by extension, were dangerous. He shook her hand and made a hasty retreat. He snaked his way through the dance floor and found Brant dancing with Brooke on the far side. They looked like they were having fun, whispering and laughing here and there. He didn't see Brant laughing very often. After watching them for nearly a minute, he made his approach. Brooke noticed him first and stopped their dance. "I need to tell you something." Harry addressed his tutor with a glance behind him to see if anyone was listening. The happy look on both adults' faces vanished immediately. Harry stared at them for a moment and then followed as Brant led him away. They found a small corner, and Brant protected it with a number of privacy wards, the last of which seemed to hum. "Were you actually having fun?" Harry asked. Your happy faces vanished like it was an occlumency exercise. Brant gave him an appraising look and nodded. "We were having a serious conversation, though we certainly were having fun, just needed others not to investigate us for not looking like we were just dancing." "Good eye to see that. I'll have to practice a more gradual fade for my emotional shields. Now, what do you need to tell me?" Harry looked around the large room, then said, "Mrs. Zabini's family is here. They are all dangerous." Brant showed genuine caution on his face. "Dangerous how?" "At the winter party, Blaze introduced me to his cousin Gisela. I met her here. A lot of boys were around her, and they almost got into a fight. One of them tried to push me, and I had a knife to his throat without realizing it. Then she started asking me about where I live, and I would have told her everything if her mother hadn't come over and slapped her, and then told her that Blaze's mom said I was off limits." Brant seemed to be calculating something and said, "Did she feel like a Vila, like being around Madeline?" "What? Madeline is nice. What's wrong with Vila?" "You didn't feel a floaty sensation, like a desire to appease her?" Harry shook his head. "No, it felt more like I didn't have to worry about what I was doing, like there weren't consequences for my actions." He paused for a moment. "There's another thing. I knew her mother's name before she introduced herself. Lyra and I heard it when Mrs. Zabini was talking to Lockhart one night." Brant's eyes made the connection. "That's what you said to him before the incident with Neville in the chamber. We can't spend too much time talking about this here. We will go over it in more detail later. Stay away from those women. Go find Lyra and keep her out of trouble. She can have a more explosive personality than you." Harry nodded and went off to find Lyra. If being around these women caused violence, then an unrestrained Lyra would be a disaster. He made a large loop of the room and eventually found a small lounge to the side where a number of teenagers were congregating. Whispers was standing on a chair to the side where a line of boys was trying to heat him in rock, paper, scissors. Behind them were Lyra, Daphne, Tracy, the Patel twins, and a few other girls he didn't recognize lounging and watching the line of boys. As Harry ran over to them, one of the boys in the line reached out and grabbed Harry by the arm. "Oi, can't you see there's a line?" Harry felt the urge to punch the boy in the face. Quickly, he focused on his occlumency and found that the emotion seemed to start in his temples and work its way to his fists. Shutting it down immediately with thoughts of the hot springs, he turned to face the boy. "That's my sister over there, and the Demiguise's family." He wrenched his arm away and went over to see them. After a quick hello to the others, he concentrated on the magic in the owl feather around his neck, and when the silencing field was up, asked, "What's going on here?" "It's kind of fun," Lyra said with a smirk. "I was chatting with the other girls when a few of the boys came in asking us to dance. None of us wanted to, but they were annoyingly persistent, and then Tracy thought up the idea that anyone that could beat Whispers could get their pick of us to dance with. Of course, no one can beat Whispers. More boys keep coming in and the line gets longer. Something isn't right here," he told her gravely. "It feels like there are no consequences for my actions. Do you feel it?" She shook her head. He looked at all the boys standing in line to challenge Whispers in an impossible game. "Does that seem right to you? Some of them are too old to be this gullible. Try telling them to do something else." Lyra thought about it for a moment and then called out to a boy in the line. "You know, you with the white shoes. If you can do a handstand for 10 minutes, I'll dance with you." Without skipping a beat, he jumped out of line and tried to do a handstand. He lasted 3 seconds but jumped up and tried again and again and again. "Stop," Lyra told him, then paused. "Go to the back of the line." The boy sulked away as a few others started to do handstands without being told. Padma Patil approached them and stared at the odd display. "Okay, this is weird." "At first it was funny, now it seems like they are bewitched," she said humorously. Harry looked around the room a bit before spotting a woman on the couch sitting with 3 girls all between 7 to 10 years old. The woman was swaying back and forth like she was humming a song. "Wait here," Harry told his friends and started to walk over to her. As he got closer, the feeling in his temples got stronger, and he pushed all his thoughts of the calm hot springs forward to block the powerful emotions of being completely carefree and unafraid of himself or his actions. Remembering the one other name that Alessandra had said when confronting Lockhart, he asked, "Are you Fabian?" Her eyes showed a bit of shock. "I am. I didn't think that the famous Harry Potter would know someone like me." "I know you're doing something here. Stop it," he commanded. "I don't know what you're referring to," she said sweetly, but even as she spoke, the strange feeling on his occlumency shield started to fade. The boys behind him started to walk away as well. Harry watched them look around and giggle nervously before walking away. Harry refocused on Fabian. "Sure you don't," he told her, and then flared his magic. He funneled into the magic the hate he felt for the poachers who killed the demiguises on the boat and anyone who would hurt his family. A few of the boys behind him tripped and fell while Fabian looked totally unaffected. However, when the youngest of the little girls started to cry, he stopped immediately. She scooped up the crying girl in her arms and left the room with the other 2 following quickly. Harry turned back to Whispers and the group of girls. "What just happened?" Daphne asked. Lyra told her that the woman was somehow bewitching the boys to act like idiots. Parvati and a couple of the girls that Harry didn't know objected to him stopping the show. That had Tracy yell at those girls and explain to them what might have happened if the situation was reversed, and ask them what boys would have done if they could have been in control. "Wait," Padma spoke up. "Why wasn't Harry affected? Blaze's cousin did it to me earlier. I almost killed someone." That silenced the girls who had thought it was fun. It's hard, but occlumency helps ignore the feelings. One of the other girls stood up and walked over to Harry. "Well, now that all the boys are gone, I want to dance. I've got dibs on Harry Potter." Harry was a bit shocked but stared back, saying, "I don't know you." Most of the other girls laughed, and the one who asked him fled the room in embarrassment. "That was harsh," Daphne told him seriously. "What? I didn't know her," Harry explained. "She didn't introduce herself." That caused another round of laughter, and Tracy took Harry by the hand. "I'll take Harry. Someone should explain to Shannon that it wasn't personal. She should have just introduced herself first." Harry followed Tracy out. Harry whispered to her along the way, "I don't know how to dance." "I don't like dancing either," she told him with a smirk. "It just seemed like the others would have pounced on you with introductions if I didn't. Let's just get some food." On the way back to the table, Harry saw Brant from across the room. Feeling a light puff of air on his face, he knew that the steward wanted an update, so he pushed a thought of Fabian to the front of his mind and gave a small nod, which Brant returned. At the table, they both filled their plates with salads and dug in. In the middle of eating, Blaze showed up. He was wearing a nearly identical copy of the suit Gorman Strauss was in, made for a child. He did not look happy wearing it. He tilted his head back and forth, then said, "Looks like you got stuck with a little blue after all. Lyra looks great in the red." "I tried to get out of it," Harry told him. "Brant wouldn't let me." "You look just like the son Gorman never had," Tracy teased him. "And never will," Blaze said darkly. "So I heard Harry met some of my family. They're like gremlins causing chaos everywhere. They wanted to apologize for their actions." "I almost killed someone," Harry said sternly. "I hadn't heard that part." He looked concerned. "Probably Gisela, right?" "Yeah, I thought so." "Well, it won't happen again. Though if you're looking to do some more flexing, your sister is dancing with a boy from Durmstrang." Tracy and Harry looked at the dancer floor to see Lyra dancing energetically with a boy wearing what looked like a blue dragonhide vest and black pants. Harry just shrugged. She wouldn't be with someone unless she knew she could beat him in a fight. He smiled. "I bet she even threatened him before they went dancing." "He does look a little nervous," Tracy commented with a smile. "Well, if she's fine, come with me," Blaze told them. Have you been to the memory donation yet? After replying no, he took them to a room with a short line running out the door. He pushed past them and brought them into a room where there was a man in black robes standing next to one of the guests, sitting in a chair, with his wand to the man's temple. After a moment, he pulled a long silvery strand from the guest's head and placed it in a vial. With another wand flourish, inscribed what was probably the man's name on the side, then placed it in a large chest where 100 or more were already resting. Blaze took them to the side as the next person in line took a seat. Gorman is creating a memory vault for the wedding. Everyone is encouraged to donate a memory of one or both of them so they may see happy memories of their friends and family in the years to come, Blaze explained. Isn't that dangerous? Tracy asked suspiciously. When it's your turn, ask to see his contract, he replied. There is an active magical contract that compels the guy taking the memories to only pull out the ones that the guest supplies, on pain of death. I have just a few memories of your mom, Harry replied. Only one of the two of them together. Valentine's Day, Blaze asked and got a nod. Sure, give that. Your mom taught me and Daphne that frostbite curse, Daphne chuckled. I'm giving that, along with her commentary on when and where to use it on handsy boys. Harry wasn't sure what she meant, but Blaze flinched a bit at her comment. When the next guest got up, they cut in front of the other guests and took their turn. Harry did ask to see the contract, and the man produced a document with silver runes around the outside that shined in the low light of the room. When he tapped it with his wand, a dozen daggers made of ice appeared in the air around his head for a moment before fading away. The next stop on their journey blazed them down a small set of stairs to a room with a dueling arena. A small group of teenagers and young adults were standing around the circular platform as two wizards around Tristan's age exchanged spells. Does every party have fights? Tracy asked. When you can heal in an instant, fighting for fun is more common, Blaze said with a shrug. Lyra will want to be here, Harry announced, and pulled a vial out of his pocket containing a crimson liquid. Is that blood? Blaze asked suspiciously as Harry scratched it with a nail and produced a squeaky noise. After getting a squeaky response from the vial, he went back to watching the fight. Over the summer, Lyra had experimented with the blood bowls they created for long-distance communication that used the ritual sacrifice of a two-headed snake. She found that, when using the tracking vials that Brant always gave them for emergencies, they could send squeaky messages to each other and then follow the pulsing vials to each other. When the vials were capped, they couldn't speak to each other, but right now, they didn't need to. By the time the current fight ended, Lyra had shown up, bringing the Durmstrang boy she had been dancing with and Whispers tagging along while invisible. She brought him over to where the three of them were watching the fight. This is Sven, she introduced. Sven, this is Blaze, Tracy, and my brother Harry. The boy had the usual reaction to Harry, asking if the kids' books were authentic, then about the basilisk, and a hushed question about Voldemort. When the current duel was over, Lyra jumped up and said she would be fighting against Sven. He looked towards Harry and asked, "Any advice?" He smiled and replied, "Fight seriously, or it will hurt more when you lose." He looked nervously at the blonde girl dancing while she waited for her opponent. Steeling himself, he stepped up to face her. Harry looked around the room as they squared off and noticed a few old men exchanging money with each other and whispering and pointing subtly toward Harry. When the match began, Sven immediately shot two stunners at Lyra which she dodged while casting a tickling jinx back. He continued casting spells that Harry didn't recognize as they were based in a different language as his sister dodged and returned fire with tickling and stinging jinxes. Why is she not using fire? Tracy asked. That's like a whole thing. Blaze replied with a questioning tone. I think she's testing him. After a nod from Harry, she's trying to see if she even needs to use fire to win. After she landed a few stinging jinxes on Sven, he started to get angry and shot a purple spell that seemed to be made of liquid and changed shape as it flew. It was also dodged, but when it hit the ground, it started to eat away at the floor. Lyra looked a little disturbed at the sight and cast the flame tongue spell she had learned from Took on the dragon reserve. The flame twisted and snaked across the arena, turning back and forth in accordance with Lyra's will. Sven tried to anticipate when it would strike and put up a shield as made a final line toward him. Unfortunately, the shield was too weak, and the fire tongue-punched right through it and knocked him off the platform while singing his coat. The room cheered, though Sven looked angry. "I demand a rematch," he declared as he repaired the burn damage on his clothes. Lyra shrugged while Harry cheered and yelled, "Don't go easy on him this time." As Sven got back on the platform, Lyra smiled and put away her wand, reaching her hand out to Harry. Her dress didn't have a convenient spot for her pouch, so Harry was carrying her staff in his. He fished it out and tossed it up to her. Sven looked like he was doubting his desire for another fight, but couldn't back down now. Before the fight started, black smoke began pouring out of Lyra's dress, where she must have had some Sigbin leather stashed. Above the arena, a small blue orb hovered near the ceiling. Harry looked around and saw Brant standing with Brooke as he conducted the recording orb with his wand. As soon as the fight began, Lyra muttered, "Dubsha," and her form blurred. Sven began to furiously cast spells at the girl he could barely see with black smoke pooling at her feet. The effect was terrifying as she started to advance toward the boy. As no one could track her movements, it looked like small puffs of black smoke were appearing across the arena with a blurry blonde girl inside them. None of Sven's spells were landing, and it looked like he might run away as he backed up toward the edge. Finally, Lyra stepped right in front of him and just shoved him off the side. Harry got to Lyra just as she got to Sven, telling him, "Can we go dance more now?" He looked at her like she was crazy, nearly shouting, "You humiliated me. Why would I want to dance with you?" "Because you lost," Harry said firmly. "Winner dictates the terms." Now Sven looked even more conflicted, though Brant stepped up trying to diffuse the tension. "Great duel, Lyra. Are you going to introduce me to your friend?" Lyra mumbled, not sure he's a friend, then introduced Sven to Brant. The boy's eyes widened dramatically. "You're Brant, the Ulvedreperin." Brant finished his sentence with a sinister smile. "I am." Sven fled the room. Facing the rest of them, he shrugged. "Nickname and reputation I picked up in school. I guess your generation of students at Durmstrang still know it." No one had started another duel yet, so Harry took the opportunity to ask, "Can I have a duel with Brooke?" She gave a questioning glare towards Brant and held eye contact with him for several moments before facing Harry. "3 fights," she told Harry. "Quick draw, conjured animals, and a standard duel." After being explained that a quick draw duel was first hit, wins, and started with holstered wands, Harry nodded in agreement. Brooke pulled out her wand and a silver flask. After taking a long drink, she passed it to Brant and then transfigured her green dress into long green pants that flared slightly at the ankles. Harry simply took off his large robe, revealing his snakeskin vest and slacks. Tracy and Blaze, who had been silently watching the exchange with Sven, ran over to where the old men were watching and started to speak with them. Whispers also took that opportunity to turn visible and try to ask for some food from Lyra. When they were both on the platform, the announcer yelled, "Draw." Harry didn't even get his wand in his hand before Brooke had drawn hers from a wrist holster and tagged him with a paint spell. Glittering gold paint splattered across his upper chest as he caught his own wand in his left hand and stood there in awe of her speed. There were gasps from the crowd at the swift conclusion of the first duel. When Harry had regained his wits, he reappraised the woman in front of him. He hadn't thought she was weak, by any means, but she hadn't felt like she would be this formidable. Though Brant did want to marry her, and he didn't think his tutor would want to be with someone who wasn't powerful. The second duel started, and Brooke conjured 6 abnormally large mongooses, each the size of a German shepherd. She had to know he only knew how to conjure snakes and beetles, so she had chosen the natural enemy of the stronger one, though it wouldn't matter as he had been practicing his snake, conjuring all summer to fight with Flair's children. Brandishing his wand, he switched to Parseltongue and incanted 4 times, section Serpensortia section, producing 4 magically perfect constructs that would obey his will. There was a collective gasp from the audience, hearing magical snake language, but even more so at what he created. The first snake was a 10-foot-long cobra, gold and brown in color. The second was a miniature version of the usurper, only 4 feet long, but with the same large fangs and red crest. Third was just a touch shorter with the white color of the albino child of Flair and the hidden horn in its tail. The final one was a viper, nearly 8 feet long, and had 2 heads. This fight was also very quick, as Harry's snakes made quick work of the weasels he was fighting. Brooke needed to conduct her conjurations with her wand, while Harry's mind was tied to his, and they performed to perfection with a small whisper or a gesture with his hand. With one mongoose left, he paused to let her summon more. She just raised her wand in surrender. He finished it with the white cobra stabbing her tail through the neck of the weasel with her sharp tail, shocking everyone. Well, that was interesting, Blaze spoke up, jumping onto the platform. I'll officiate the last duel. The regular announcer stepped down, and Harry dismissed his snakes. Whispers ran up to him on the platform and passed him some jerky, which he greedily bit into. However, when he looked across the platform, Brooke was eating some as well. I really like the cherry flavor, she smirked at him. When they were ready to go again, Harry took a quick look around the room. Brant was exchanging some gold with the old men in the corner, and there was nearly triple the number of spectators as there had been before. The other girls Lyra had been with before were seated on a large conjured couch along with Hannah Abbott and Daphne's little sister, Astoria, who was cuddled up to Whispers. Further looks found many of their parents and other classmates. He needed to make a good showing, even though he would almost certainly lose to the woman Brant had chosen to be his mate and partner in life. As Blaze raised his hand, Harry slipped his hand into his pouch and scratched the Lamashu fang on his staff, drawing out the strength in its magic. As Blaze dropped his hand, Harry both dodged and brought up a shield immediately, strengthening the regular white magic with the incantation, Pratigo. His decision to start on the defensive was proven correct, as the spot he had been standing a moment before and half of his shield was peppered with small spells, instantly dissolving or reflecting into the wards. He had no time to respond, as she continued the barrage while he ran and dodged the onslaught. In a half-second pause in her attack, Harry cast the smoke spell, obscuring his position, and turned invisible. A gust of wind from Brooke blew the smoke away, revealing nothing. In her moment of confusion, Harry began casting his own volleys of magical pulses at her position, being rewarded with 2 hits before she brought up a shield. Someone in the audience yelled out, "That's impossible," as he continued his attack. Unlike regular disillusionment, the invisibility that he and Lyra used would not be broken by casting other magic. As Brooke stumbled, he paused for a moment to build up a larger magical pulse. Unfortunately, that must have been a bluff, as she pointed her wand straight up and bellowed, "Revalio," sending a pulse outwards around the arena, washing over Harry and turning him visible. While lowering her wand, she drew a large golden circle in the air with it, and 24 golden orbs appeared in the air along the path of her wand tip. As soon as the circle was complete, all the golden orbs rushed toward Harry. Focusing all his magic in front of him, he pulled up a shield only for the swarm to stop right in front of it, split in 2 directions, and pelt him from both sides of his shield. It felt like a barrage of tiny punches with small electric shocks to each one. He dropped to one knee, and by the time he looked back up, another swarm was being drawn in the golden circle by Brooke. Knowing that he wasn't going to be able to play much defense against her attacks, he reached into his pouch and pulled out his staff to aid him. As some people started yelling about a rule violation, Blaze yelled out to Brooke, "Do you care?" She responded by conjuring another 12 orbs. His staff gave him a full bubble to protect himself on all sides, though he kept it small to save his energy as the orbs swarmed down and around it. He tried valiantly to shoot small punches of magic at her with his wand, but she either dodged them or intercepted them with her own spells. After nearly a minute of continuous attacks, Harry's shield broke, and he was hit by countless attacks until he dropped his wand and staff and called out a surrender. Immediately the attacks stopped, and the remaining golden spheres danced lazily around the arena before winking out of existence. Harry groaned as someone he didn't recognize came to his side along with Blaze and began casting healing spells on his body where the spells had hit him. Brooke, Brant, and the rest of his friends came to him as well to make sure he was all right. "That looked like it hurt," Brooke commented, though she was smiling as well. "Are you okay?" Harry groaned a bit but replied, "That was awesome. What was that spell?" "My own invention. Most wizards will have something special they keep to themselves." She turned to Brant. "I saw you betting on the fight. Who did you put your money on?" "It was split," he replied with confidence. You for the first fight, Harry for the second, and you for the third, though I did place a side bet that Harry would land the first hit in the last fight. All winners. As the pain faded, Blaise told Harry, those were some incredible snakes you conjured. You'll certainly be able to beat everyone under the fourth year in the snake pit this year. Not the older ones, Lyra asked. The older students get very creative with their conjurations. Last year's winner had a 10-headed hydra that could spit corrosive venom. Brant looked pensive, then asked, and all the students in your house participate? Most of them. Why? Nothing. Just keep them training, he replied suspiciously. Let's get back to the main floor. Nearly half the guests were watching your duel, and it's not polite to take attention away from the bride and groom. Back at the table, Harry and Lyra met up with Greg and Neville, who told them in hushed conversation about sneaking into a betting circle where a group of men and women were wagering on how Groman Strauss was going to die, assuming he would be as short-lived as the rest of Alessandra Zabini's husbands. Unfortunately, Greg's father heard the conversation. Though after giving them all an intimidating stare, he passed 5 gold coins to his son with a folded piece of paper and sent him and Neville back to the group betting on Gorman's demise. Whispers looked interested in what the 2 boys he liked to catch spiders with were doing and tagged along with them. When the plates for the main course of dinner were cleared, the orchestra playing for the wedding started to pack up their gear. As they left the small stage, a piano appeared in their place. As everyone watched, Alessandra walked up to the stage and faced the crowd. She put her wand to her throat and spoke with an amplified voice. Thank you, everyone, who has come to celebrate my wedding to Gorman. Tonight has been absolutely wonderful and like something every little girl would dream of. I will not be playing for you tonight, though I might sing a little later. Right now, I would like to welcome to the stage Count Balak Alistane, who will be performing for the remainder of the evening. That produced a wide range of reactions. Some people applauded and were genuinely excited, but there were also some who were frighteningly whispering to each other, and Harry heard quite a few people mutter, "Vampire." Just to further terrify people, it seemed, a mass of writhing shadows appeared on the stage which coalesced into a human form and then produced 2 huge wings, like a thistral, before they vanished to leave a man standing before them. He was wearing all black and was impossibly pale. He had fingers nearly twice as long as an ordinary adult, though the nails had a very clean manicure. The vampire was bald, and his eyes glowed softly red. Alessandra spoke firmly. Balak is a guest in our home. He has recently fed, and is no threat to any of you. I do not wish to do harm to any of you tonight for bringing violence against him. That seemed to settle down the muttering, though Harry could see in the eyes of many that their feelings hadn't vanished. After reading the introduction to Lockhart's new book, he couldn't blame them either. Most of the guests tensed as he approached the front of the stage and pulled out a knotted white wand, holding it to his throat. Thank you, madam. No one needs to fear anything from me. I am not hungry now. From what had been written in Lockhart's book, he was performing magic now because he had recently fed on a wizard. It was both settling to know that he would not be seeking another meal and disturbing for the same reason. The vampire continued. I will be playing a variety of pieces tonight, many from when I was a young child and a few more recent. I hope to see many of you come out and dance. He settled down on the bench and raised his hands dramatically before beginning to play. His long fingers certainly helped, though they also moved with supernatural speed and sounded like at least 2 other people were playing with him. Blaise's mother and her husband joined hands and began to dance to the music. Others followed, either to also enjoy the wondrous pianist or out of courtesy to the newlyweds. Tonks had been getting introductions to many of her date's friends and family all evening, most of them related in some way to Gorman Strauss. She was making no secret of her aura status, and friends of the potentially condemned groom seemed to appreciate her presence. He saw her now being led to the dance floor by Stephen McCullough, who seemed very confident and proud to be walking with her. They finally found an open spot on the dance floor and joined in with the other couples. As the vampire played, Harry couldn't help feeling like he was being watched, though when he would look towards the dark creature at the piano, he would have just turned his head away. It got so unnerving that he just excused himself and went to find Whispers, Greg, and Neville. He had seen the general direction they went in, which led to a long hallway. From there, he saw a few sticky demiguise handprints next to a discarded piece of cake. Each of the rooms he passed by was empty or locked, though he came upon one that felt strange. Each room he passed by had sounds of the party echoing through it. This one, however, had none, which meant a silencing charm. Hesitantly, he opened the door and saw a large group of adults standing around a large writing board. Whispers were standing on a stool next to it, reading one of the notes aloud. Though the whole room hushed and turned to him as he entered. "It's okay," Neville called out. "It's just Harry." "I don't think anyone has ever said, 'It's just Harry Potter' before," a random man said. "What's Whispers doing?" Harry asked the room. No one seemed to respond until Greg spoke up. "They're seeing if he can pick how Gorman Strauss is going to kick the bucket." Harry looked over the list. Among many gruesome options were eaten by a dragon muggle, skydiving accident, flesh-eating slugs, losing a fight against the color red, trampled to death by his own horses, snoo dementors, kiss, fall down an elevator shaft, onto a dozen knives, food, poisoning, suicide by aura. These were the options that Whispers seemed to be standing near. So those casting bets seemed to be putting them as the most probable outcomes, since having a monkey that can see moments into the future was their best option of predicting something that may or may not ever happen. "There is a vampire out there playing the piano," Harry supplied. "Maybe that's how he will go." An older woman spoke up. "I doubt it. Balak is part of the story of how the two of them met." Regardless, vampire attack was added to the list, and Harry sat down on the corner and watched for a moment as Whispers continued to enjoy the attention he was getting before he pulled a random book out of his pouch to read. The book he pulled was one of the two he had taken after the trek into the depths of the library that was leather-bound with an engraving of a sitting man with deer antlers. Sir Nunnos, from the Celtic language, meaning the horned one, was once worshipped as the lord of wild things. Harry read the first page. The man reminded him a bit of the curse that Tonks had given the man at the Harpies Quidditch match with a set of antlers on his head. Another thing that interested him was the serpent that seemed to accompany him in many of the sketches. It looked normal, except for two horns like a ram or goat that grew out of its head. There wasn't a lot of information about this mythological figure, mostly just sketches of him and things associated with him. Regardless, Harry looked through each sketch and every description the book contained for what was at least an hour before he was broken out of his deep thoughts by a loud exclamation. "What the hell are all of you doing?" Standing in the doorway was Blaze, looking furious. "You are making bets on how my new father is going to die. I am trying to find all our guests to make sure you are back in the main hall for the final dance, and I find you doing this." He looked around the room at many embarrassed faces, looking down at their shoes. He approached the board and looked at everything, then fished a scrap of paper from his pocket and scribbled onto it, then pressed a galleon to it, dropping it in the wooden box by the table. "The Muggle skydiving thing is interesting. Now get back to the main hall," he said simply, then left. Harry whistled to Whispers, who followed him out with Greg and Neville as the other adults started betting more based on what had just transpired. Harry was back for nearly a minute before the last piece by the vampire stopped, and he stood up to face the audience. "In just a moment, I will perform the last piece of the evening. Spend the next few moments finding someone you trust to share the last dance with while my assistant sets up to play while I sing for you." Alessandra Zabini and Gorman Strauss waited patiently together on the floor as blue lighting and fog lit up the floor. Harry looked around as he felt a shiver through his body. He felt like someone or something was hunting him. Harry looked over towards Brant, who was just about to take Brooke to the dance floor. "Something is wrong," he told them nervously. Brant immediately went on alert, covertly drawing his wand, though after a moment, Brooke whispered in his ear and he relaxed with a smile. After another whisper in his ear, he sat back down. Brooke smiled at Harry in a way that made him shiver even more. "You are being hunted by the most ruthless and conniving creature in both Muggle and magical worlds. I am, of course, referring to the teenage girl." Now, knowing what to look for, Harry looked around him to see various girls around his age coming towards their table. Each gave fierce glances toward the others in an attempt to scare the others off. Harry could tell that none of them wanted to charge, as that would cause the rest of them to do the same. "I don't want to dance," he told Brooke nervously. "You don't have a choice," she told him sadly while shaking her head. Though I will save you, Harry Potter. I will dance with you. Harry was a bit relieved but still concerned. I don't know how to dance. Do you remember your occlumency? Harry nodded. Just look into my eyes. You'll feel a small compulsion to move your feet in different directions. Don't fight it, pay attention to it and move with it, like a river current. Harry swallowed and stood up, taking Brooke's offered hand. As he did, he felt the focus of the predators around him ease up, but not vanish completely. She led him out to the dance floor, where she spotted Lyra with another boy who looked just as afraid of her as the last one. Only the boy partnered with Daphne looked fully assured of himself. If all girls are as dangerous as his sister, he would need to be on guard. Whispers had found Astoria Greengrass again and was going to try dancing with her. A slender woman with auburn hair in a blue dress took to the stage and sat at the piano. She looked a bit pale and had a blue ribbon tied around her neck. Balak held his wand to his throat again as the wings of shadows appeared on his shoulders like a mantle, then wrapped around him like a cloak. Brooke instructed Harry where to put his hand on her hip and took his other in hers. She was nearly as tall as Brant, so he had to look up quite a bit. As he looked into her eyes, he felt a cold wind blow in his face. Taking a deep breath, he let her enter his mind. The feeling of cold moved down his chest, stretching out into his arms and legs, and he felt the desire to wiggle his toes. Hesitantly, he let himself do it. He felt small other compulsions to move his shoulders and clench Brooke's hand, so he let himself perform those actions. The blue light and fog started to move more rapidly as the woman at the piano began to play. The piece was much slower than what the vampire had been doing, but just as beautiful. Harry let himself be pulled into the dance by Brooke's instructions in his mind. Then the vampire began to sing. Am I blue? Am I blue? Ain't these tears in these eyes telling you? Am I blue? You'll be too if your schemes like your dreams done fell through. Was a time I was her only one, now I am the sad and lonely one. Oh yes, I am, was I gay. Till today, now she's gone, and we're through. Am I blue? Was a time I was her only one, now I am the sad and lonely one. I'm such a lonely one, was I gay. Till today, now she's gone, and we're through. Am I blue? While the vampire was singing, Harry looked around at the other dancers. Only a few of the other children dancing seemed to be as graceful as Brooke was making him be. Lyra certainly wasn't, though she was having fun. Whispers certainly wasn't either, though he was probably the finest dancer of any hidden, anywhere in the world. Seconds after he broke eye contact, he stumbled a bit and quickly looked back at Brooke. As the song ended, there was applause from everyone in the room. As Harry broke eye contact, he felt the tingle in his limbs vanish, and he clapped along with the rest of the room. Horrible song for a wedding, Brooke commented. Beautifully done, though no idea why they would choose it as a last dance. Probably just because it contains the word blue, Harry shrugged. I feel like my eyes will be tinted that color for weeks. She started leading them back to the table and gave a kiss to Brant. As she broke away, she pulled out her flask and drained the last swig, then let the last few drops fall into her mouth. Looks like it's time for me to go. I'm about to turn back into a pumpkin, she told them. I'd like to think you're more of a summer squash, Brant smiled. They both laughed at what must be a private joke before telling Harry and Lyra to say goodbye to everyone and make the bride and groom your last ones. They split up and made their way around the room. Finally, they arrived back at the table where Blaise, his mother, and Gorman Strauss were sitting. Before they could say anything, Alessandra spoke. I hope both of you had fun, though I would like to apologize again on behalf of my cousins. Giselle was sitting at the table, and when Harry looked at her, she did look a bit ashamed. Her mother and Fabian with her daughters were nowhere to be seen. Her apology sounded sincere, though it could be just a clemency to make her appear that way. Harry shared a look with Lyra, who still looked a bit confused at what had happened before. No apology needed, Harry replied, knowing it would be rude not to accept her apology at her wedding. Please also pass my apology to Fabian, as I think I made her daughter cry. As she nodded, Gorman stood up. Well, I know from experience how passionate my wife and her family can be. This is the best day of my life, and I wish for no one to be unhappy tonight. If there's ever anything I can do for Harry Potter and his sister, please do not hesitate to ask. They thanked him as well, and found that Brant and Brooke were standing a few people back in the queue to say farewell to the couple. They waited to the side as they also said goodbye. Gorman was even more exuberant with his farewell to Brant. It's a shame we couldn't see Arcturus tonight, though it was good that the blacks were represented. Maybe next time your lovely lady will come without the disguise. She smiled. I think by the summer solstice we might be making things public. That comment drew quite a few whispers and mutterings from the people around listening in. That is excellent to hear, Alessandra smiled. I don't need to be a seer to see that Arcturus is making sure the blacks make a resurgence in the next generation. Brant and Brooke just nodded at his statement and then took Harry and Lyra toward the entrance. Whispers was there with the Greengrass family and trying to separate the hidden from their youngest daughter who didn't want to let him go. You'll get to see him in a couple of weeks at Hogwarts, Daphne tried to remind her. But I'll be in Slytherin, she said sadly. I won't get to see him. Do you want to be in my house or Whispers? The younger girl looked conflicted but hugged Whispers tighter. The silver sibling of Harry and Lyra was starting to look uncomfortable at the clingy girl. Lyra tried to get her to let go. Whispers needs to leave too. Just let them know in the sorting how much you want to be with him. She reluctantly let him go, and he scampered away. Daphne took hold of her sister and looked toward Harry. You really were about to be mobbed at the end there before she took you to dance, nodding at Brooke, though she probably made things worse for you in the future. Now people know you can dance too. That wasn't me, Harry declared, then whispered, she put compulsions on me. Brant and Brooke laughed. Leaning down to Harry, his tutor told him and Lyra, let this be a lesson for both of you. Sometimes it is easy to avoid your problems, though they will often come back to you even worse. It's often better to face them and fail rather than put them off or cheat to win. They took his sage wisdom to heart and left the manor to take their portkey back to Elmswood, where Brooke disappeared almost immediately. Harry could see her kick off her shoes. As she ran off down a hallway, he could see her getting shorter and her hair getting lighter before ducking into another room. Chapter 16. Schemes. Chapter text Schemes Gilderoy Lockhart's Vampires of the Mind, Chapter 1. Gratitude I would start out this delve into the creatures that leech off our emotions, starting with the most harmless. Most of us commonly interact with house elves without a second thought or knowledge of their history. Many other similar creatures around the world appear to have a desire for service, aiding in the care and daily lives of magical people, or even providing services invisibly for muggles away from large population centers. I haven't been able to find a reason for the bonding of house elves to whole family lines, though in England there are many such relationships and less bonded ones with brownies and eurisks. With the latter too, a brownie will often serve freely without instruction, and a eurisk will engage in actual conversation. Both serve with the expectation of being paid with processed dairy products. House elves have a history of being mistreated, and much of it stems from their binding to family lines. In the Americas, this has been linked to the idea of slavery, and recently, 1922, was made illegal. The elves there are subject to welfare checks and rented out to families on long-term leases rather than binding them. From what I've witnessed, this is also a bad idea. One of the first recorded instances of house elf abuse I've researched was in an old Welsh royal family some 500 years ago. They used their elf as a whipping boy. For those unaware of the custom, a whipping boy was a scapegoated substitute that would be beaten in place of a royal child. It was hoped that seeing someone abused in their place would teach a child empathy and keep them from being detrimentally harmed from being beaten themselves. Amazingly enough, in this one case, they were successful. The elf also showed no signs of hostility toward the family either. The reason for this was the gratitude of the family. Elves and many similar species seem to feed on the gratitude of those they serve. Those that do not receive this payment will often become bitter and resentful, and in the cases of brownies, eurisks, and other unbound servants, they will simply leave. A resentful house elf will begin to reply to a lack of gratitude by doing more work and trying harder to earn praise and thanks. This only leads to more resentment. A resentful elf will eventually start to perform less or seek the gratitude of others. They will attempt to work for other wizards in an attempt to gain new masters. Elves caught doing this are often given clothes or killed. No laws exist in England that punish the killing of one's personal elves. Elves subsist on the gratitude of their masters. They will eat food from time to time, though they can survive long periods without it, living only off the magic and positive emotional feedback of their masters. Everyone knows about, but doesn't talk about that one family that abuses their elves. First, their food begins to spoil. Then the elf is designated to only perform cleaning, and others will be forbidden from even doing the laundry as they are looking for a way to free themselves. The reason why I said the American method was a bad idea was that without the binding, an elf could not establish a strong connection over a long period. They will still get gratitude from those they serve, and will experience less chance of a bad or abusive master. As a wizard, you could compare it to having 2 large, delicious meals each day or 8 very small, bland meals. The American elves might be better fed, but I think they aren't as happy or fulfilled. An elf will not steal your emotions and feelings like a vampire would, though they will still feed on it. Gratitude is something that you can give freely to those who deserve it, and can do it over and over while suffering no repercussions. A happy elf will enrich and strengthen your home, while an unhappy one will lead you to ruin. Harry and Lyra made sure to verbally thank Opal the following day at all their meals, and for her job cleaning Elmswood. It was all genuine gratitude, and she deserved it. They could see that she relished the praise, and they got small garnishes on their food, and the pillowcases on their beds were just a little straighter by lunchtime. The evening after the wedding brought Harry, Lyra, Whispers, and Brant to Black Manor. Brooke had not been there when they had woken up, and Brant told them that she wouldn't even be known as Brooke the next time they saw her. Either they would see her as her real self, and would have no idea, or in another disguise with a new name. Though just as she told Gorman Strauss, they would make their relationship public at the summer solstice. They had gathered at Black Manor to see the Pattle family for the meeting that had been in the making since Dumbledore's birthday party related to Arcturus's mysterious carpet. Harry wasn't sure why they wanted him and Lyra there, but she would get to see one of her friends again before the beginning of the year, and he thought Padma was nice too. Arcturus greeted them and spoke to them about their summers. He wanted to know all the details about the Balbal attack and the Sigbins from their perspectives. He praised them for the kills of the creatures and told them they would both be getting more specialized training for fighting magical creatures in the coming year. When the Pattles arrived, Brant went to greet a man his age immediately before introducing him as Siddharth Pattle, the older brother of the twin girls and the one who runs the flying carpet production while the parents were traveling. As the other greetings were exchanged, Siddharth asked Brant, "So, you're not selling my carpet back to me?" "Not a chance," Brant smiled. "I'll sell you the villa as I'm separating it from the carpet. I'm keeping the rug for a personal project." "Lucky for me, that's my favorite part," he told Brant. "I can stick it on another rug later." Harry and Lyra had already seen the twins at the wedding, so they all just stood there and waited for directions on what to do from the adults holding the meeting. They watched as they had meaningless chit-chat and seemed to dance around the purpose of the meeting until Arcturus started leading them out of the sitting room. "The next room is kind of a trophy room," Arcturus explained. "It's a great collection of things the Blacks have acquired over the last millennia, including my favorite carpet." The room was expansive, and small podiums dotted the room. On top of them were display cases, many of which were filled with grey smoke. The ones that they could see were filled with various treasures, crowns, jewelry, and other artifacts, though the one closest to the entrance drew their attention immediately as it contained a severed human arm, including the shoulder and part of a collarbone. Blood was dripping into a puddle endlessly below the severed area. A wand hung limply in the fingers made of black wood, and the handle resembled a silver snake with emeralds for eyes. Lyra's eyes were glued to the case, which caused the others to give it a closer look as well. "That's your father's," Arcturus told her. "I don't think he will be able to hurt you ever again, though I highly doubt he still lives." As she stared at it, he added, "You can't have it, and you can't destroy it. It's mine." Harry knew he was showing off the arm to both put Lyra at ease and to frighten the Pattles. Padma and Parvati looked thoroughly intimidated, with the Gryffindor girl also looking slightly disgusted. Arcturus continued to lead them through trophies of extreme wealth and splendor to one side of the room, where the entire wall was covered in grey smoke. Motioning to the wall, he snapped his fingers, and the smoke faded away to reveal a luxurious rug covering the whole wall, like a tapestry. The twins looked interested while their parents and older brother stared at it in shock. Slowly, Siddharth approached it, and after getting a nod from Arcturus, he reached out and touched it. He looked in close, caressed the fabric, and even smelled it. After nearly 5 minutes, he stepped back. This is an amazing reproduction. Shame the magic has worn off. Arcturus grinned as Kumar spoke with astonishment. That's not a reproduction. That's the Scheherazade. His wife nodded in silence. Impossible. Their son declared. It was lost at sea in a pirate attack and never recovered. Harry and Lyra already knew the blacks used to be pirates, and that's how they must have acquired this carpet that the Patels were marveling over. Although her sister was still in the dark, Padma seemed to realize the importance of what they were looking at. Arcturus started walking towards the large bank of windows in the room where 4 pedestals stood apart from the others. "Young Mr. Patel," Arcturus said as he walked, "you seem very well versed in the history of this carpet. Do you know the pirate's name who took the ship containing this treasure?" He replied quickly. The Suleiman family always said it was a man named Alsaif Alaswad. Arcturus was standing next to one of the podiums when he asked, "And for those who don't speak Arabic?" "The Black Scimitar," he replied. Even before Arcturus snapped his fingers, Siddharth seemed to make the connection, and the smoke on the podium next to him cleared to show the gleaming black sword resting there. The matriarch of the family spoke prominently for the first time. "That treasure is priceless. What's more, the Suleimans have sworn a blood debt against whoever stole it so many generations ago. Why are you showing it to us? Because it is not priceless. Everything has value." The entire flying carpet industry is controlled by so few families, with the secret to how they sustain flight being one of the most guarded secrets in the magical world. I want my family to be part of it. The 3 adult Patels gathered together, and a sheet of purple magic surrounded them, completely isolating them from the rest of the room. Parvati looked around and asked her sister, "What's so special about that carpet? Other than being bigger than Sid's rug, that is." Her sister gaped in astonishment and, uncharacteristically for her, reached out and knocked on her sibling's head like a door. "Really? 1001 Arabian Nights, the flying carpet from the tales of Scheherazade. Are you that dense?" "Oh," Parvati exclaimed. Then a moment later her eyes widened even more and said louder, "Ooh." Turning to Lyra, "Why didn't you tell me your uncle had this?" Lyra shrugged. "Because I didn't know and have no idea what it is." Parvati looked at Harry, who also looked confused. "I have no idea either. I have a copy of the book. I'll put it on my shelf in Ravenclaw Tower," Padma told them. "I have one, too," Parvati said fiercely. "She can read it in Gryffindor. After you clean up all the crayon scribbles and make up stains from it, I'd bet," her sister argued back. They looked like they were about to delve into further arguments, but were saved by their parents and brother, dissolving the exclusion area they had established to continue the discussion. Harry wasn't entirely sure, but Siddharth looked a bit fearful of something. "You obviously have a plan of what you want from this partnership. We would have you tell us," the father told Arcturus fiercely. "Brant is taking over the control of all black family businesses once I die in 2 years. I want him to be the head of an expansion in your family business for England and the European continent after that." Siddharth started to look even more worried at that statement, but kept silent. "And what of the ban on sales in those regions?" the mother replied curiously. "My steward recently helped push through legislation in our Wiesengamot to allow for the special permitting of flying carpets to be automatic for all foreign dignitaries and diplomats." Brant raised an eyebrow in remembrance of Lord Black's insistence on getting that bill passed and the whining and dining of the lords to get it done. The bill really didn't do anything, as all the diplomats who would want such a permit would easily have it done. The Patels seemed to share his thoughts on how useless such a bill would be, but stopped short of saying so due to the knowing grin on Arcturus's face. "I'm sure you've heard of the tournament happening in the following year at Hogwarts. There will be thousands of visiting students, teachers, their families, and supporting businesses. They are all being given a very low diplomatic status. Additionally, to give them equal standing, the same will be given to all Hogwarts students and their families." The mother laughed, "And all foreigners will be able to purchase licensed carpets while in England. Carpets that they will be able to take back home, even to countries with a ban on sales, as they will have purchased them legally at the tournament through diplomatic means." Brant latched onto the idea and continued from her line of thought. I had been told to get the legislation passed, but even I didn't make the connection between it and the visiting wizards of the tournament. Chances are no one else will either. Have the opportunity to be the family that becomes the influence for the full legalization of England, the continent, and Macusa. Even more so, with no one clued into the connection, you have the time to ramp up production over the next year to be able to supply enough for the demand that will skyrocket at the event. Mr. Patel nodded sternly. This is an incredible gift you are giving us, along with the Scheherazade. We will be able to demand a king's ransom from the Suleymans for its return. However, you know that we are a family business. Your steward is already betrothed, and Mr. Potter is not a black. So how do you suggest the union of our lines? The Patel twins had completely different reactions. Parvati began eyeing Harry and Lyra with mixed curiosity. Padma started glaring daggers at her parents and digging her fingers into her hands. Harry began to ask, "What do I have to do with this?" He was halfway through as Arcturus let out a hearty chuckle. "I actually had not thought of that. I mainly prefer contracts with death curses on them, though is this something you must have?" Mr. Patel nodded. Brant questioned them. "Does it have to be immediate?" Mr. Patel shook his head. "My contract was a 10-generation, open-ended option between the Blacks and 11 other houses that stated that if any of the children of squibs were born with magic, they or their children would need to marry. I was lucky enough to be born into a generation with 4 possible matches and ended up finding a woman I love. We could do the same and hope that sometime in the next 10 generations, 2 descendants from both families would fall in love and unite the family lines." A quick word between the elder Patels before he replied. "That would be acceptable, though it would need to be 5 generations and public knowledge as soon as Brant is announced as the head of the European office." Siddhartha let out a huge sigh as the stress on his face fell away. "I was a bit afraid. I thought you were going to force me to surrender my name and yield primacy to your niece in marriage." "What?" Lyra peeped. Arcturus smirked. "That does sound like something I would do. You did look prepared for that possibility, so we could still do that. Lyra, do you want a pet?" He laughed and turned back to the Patels, who looked slightly outraged at his comment. "Just kidding, of course. Over the next year, I expect Brant to be informed and taught about everything in the business. Over next summer, I want Lyra and Harry to visit your factory and learn the secret to making flying carpets after swearing the appropriate oaths. I know that the secret to the flight lies in the silk that is used. I just have no idea what animal it comes from. Both Harry and Lyra have an astounding connection to magical animals, and I'm sure their magic will benefit any industry with them as the source." Both of them blushed and said their thanks to Lord Black. "I have a question," Padma spoke up. "How are you going to explain where you got the Scheherazade? I'm sure the Suleymans will demand to know how we got it." That pulled the whole room into silence. Everyone glanced around to see if anyone had an idea, though even Arcturus seemed to be drawing a blank. "The ship," Harry broke the silence. Looking at Brant, "Take the ship we found and say you found it at the bottom of the ocean with this carpet on board. I don't want that thing anywhere near my home." "Excellent suggestion, Mr. Potter," Arcturus praised him. To the Patels, "Due to the nature of Harry Potter being Harry Potter, he and my niece sank a boat belonging to a wizard criminal syndicate a few years ago. It can be raised and relocated closer to India, where we can stage the recovery of the carpet." He drew his wand and made a vague motion towards a few of the darkened podiums in the room, revealing more treasures. "These are a few other items that were liberated from the Suleymans at the same time as the Scheherazade. It will help sell the authenticity of the discovery, though I expect them to be returned later or be heavily compensated." The twins were pestering Harry and Lyra for details on sinking a ship of criminals before even attending Hogwarts, while the adults discussed the finer details of the arrangement. "It was men poaching the hidden," Lyra explained to the 2 girls, gesturing to Whispers, who had been playing with a knife in the corner the whole time to cut mango slices into different shapes before eating them. "But you didn't know any spells, right?" Parvati pushed. "We knew some, plus we had help," Harry told them. 3 great protectors, a Huhu, a Lampang, and the usurper that helped us kill the basilisk and is still under the school. "That is so neat to speak to snakes," Padma told him. "We had to visit a Parselmouth when we were younger after Sid was bitten by a magical snake. Our dad caught the snake and brought it to the man who spoke to it, and eventually gave him its venom to brew a serum. I still haven't met another wizard Parselmouth, Harry lamented. He didn't include the giver as he got his speech from Harry or Tom Riddle, who had been less than a ghost. It sounds like the one you met was negotiating with the snake. Magical snakes think highly of themselves. Non-magical ones are much easier to make them submit. So there's an even bigger one under the school now, and you fought together to kill the basilisk that was petrifying people. Parvati asked, interested in hearing the heroic tale. We can just show you, Lyra told her. She ran over to where the adults were talking. They all looked interested in what she was saying, and a moment later, an elf popped in holding a pensieve. Arcturus prodded the liquid inside with his wand, then plunged his face into the pool. Minutes later, he came back out. I just had to snip some of the more sensitive information, he explained. The whole group gathered together and dropped in. This time, Whispers joined them, though he was very disoriented and seemed to just float around the memory, swimming through the air the whole time. Arcturus trimmed quite a bit as the memory started when Draco tried to throw the diary to Harry. The twins cheered as Whispers stabbed the basilisk in the eye. Lockhart's appearance was cut short as he simply walked into the room, distracting the basilisk and then getting eaten. As soon as Hermione broke through the door and the usurper crowed to kill the basilisk, the memory ended. The Paddles were shocked into silence. Finally, the father said, I am glad we are now allies. We will have our solicitors complete all the details and take our leave now. Come on, girls. Parvati gave Lyra a hug and ran after her parents. Padma asked quickly to see the usurper at school if it was safe. Harry told her he'd ask it when it was awake. When they were gone, Brant smiled. Once again, the both of you were instrumental in our negotiations. For your thoughts to use the poacher's ship to a show of strength using the memories of the basilisk fight, it all went perfectly. Did they really think I would get married to their son? Lyra asked. It's something that is done commonly in older families, Brant explained. Like my betrothal, though at least I had some choice in the matter. I like Brooke too, Harry commented. Don't get attached to that name. She won't be using it again, Brant warned him with a smile. You really won't tell us who she is? Lyra asked. No, and if you guess, I won't even admit it if you guess correctly. Arcturus has been walking around the room and darkening all the podiums in the room, though the ones he had mentioned had belonged to the Suleiman family were now filled with red smoke instead of black. Good job to all of you, he smiled when he got finished. Let me know if there is anything you'd like as a thank you for your help with this. Harry just shrugged, but his sister seemed to think for a moment before replying. You asked me if I wanted a pet. I would like one. Arcturus chuckled as he had asked if she wanted Siddharth as her pet before. Brant, take her to get something before Harry meets with the minister tomorrow. Oh yeah, Harry had forgotten that was tomorrow. Harry insisted on dressing like he was going to battle the next day. He wore a similar outfit to what he had for Dumbledore's party with the usurper shed vest and an off-the-shoulder cape. However, the one he wore today had a shoulder pad from some kind of magical crab shell with a row of short spikes down the middle. Brant also took the invisibility charm off his wand holster on his right hand, so it could be seen he was carrying, and strapped his knife on the same hip. Brant gave him a permanent version of the staghead belt buckle he had transfigured before, and a pair of silver buckled boots that went up to his knees. His staff finished the battle gear, though he could keep it in his pouch. Lyra ended up wearing just a nice set of blue robes, and Brant almost stopped himself from complaining that she could have worn something that color for the wedding, almost. Whispers wore a pair of black sunglasses. Their first stop was the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. With school in 3 days, the last-minute stragglers were rushing around to finish their shopping. They saw Daria, Cedric, the Weasleys, and a few others, though no one had a minute to stop and talk. When they got to the menagerie, the owner took them on a tour of the available animals. Whispers was growled and barked at by the Krupps, so they passed on them. The lizards just lay around, and Harry couldn't talk to them, so they asked to see what else he had. The snakes were interesting, but none of them were magical, and Lyra didn't want something that just demanded food and insulted her in a language she couldn't understand most of the time. They lost Whispers at that point and spent 10 minutes trying to find him, discovering him in a corner, cuddling a small kitten with silver hair slightly darker than his. Purebred Kneasel he's got there, the shop owner explained. will live for nearly 40 years if looked after and will be sharp as a tack, as Neasels are some of the smartest lower magical animals. Lower magical? Harry asked. Mostly a term used by those in the trade, he explained. There's no quantitative way to measure intelligence in magical creatures, though there are sometimes limits to what some creatures can and cannot do. He gestured to Whispers. A demiguise might be able to paint a picture, even copy the face of someone they see. A Neasel will not. However, it will learn endless behaviors, remember hundreds of people, instinctively know who is trustworthy and who is suspicious, plus much more. Lower magical creatures live more on instinct, even if they are more intelligent than non-magical creatures. Higher magical creatures might sometimes be creative and learn things that don't stem from their base instincts. The kitten was now asleep and purring in Whispers' arms. Lyra stated in no uncertain terms that they would be getting that one. When Brant asked her what she wanted to name him, Whispers replied while petting the sleeping animal, Sylvie. He probably meant to say the color, silver, but the cat was named Sylvie. With the flu at the tea house working, they arrived shortly after buying the kitten for Lyra. She hadn't had much of an opportunity to hold the silver Neasel, as Whispers had taken it upon himself to carry the animal around, even while it was in its new carrier. They were greeted outside of the flu by a woman in a grey dress. "My name is Eugenia Fiddlewood," she introduced herself. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter, as well as your sister, Miss Black." She paused for a moment, looking at Whispers, "and your little brother, Sir Whispers of the Hidden Village. I am Minister Fudge's personal assistant." Lyra looked back and forth between her and Brant as Harry shook her hand. When she extended her hand to Lyra, she took it and asked quietly, "Are you Brooke?" As she looked confused, Brant choked and gave a small laugh. "What?" the woman asked. "My name is Eugenia." Lyra eyed her suspiciously all the same. "She doesn't smile like her," Harry said quietly. Brant explained, "The kids are trying to figure out who my betrothed is after meeting her under Polyjuice and a fake name. Is the minister here?" "He is. We have instructed the press to wait outside until Mr. Potter approves a picture, and they have discussed what they need to discuss." "Is there anything you need me to pass on before I bring you in?" "I still don't like him," Lyra mumbled. "That's fine," she told Lyra. "Follow me." As they walked, Harry took out his staff with Lyra copying him. The main room of the tea house was cleared out, with one table in the center filled with small foods, desserts, and tea kettles. Minister Fudge jumped up when they entered. He was wearing a tailored green suit to match his hat. The tailoring didn't help much to suppress his round physique. He had a pleasant and expectant look on his face and a glint of gold in his eyes. "Harry, very good to see you again. I imagine we have quite a bit to discuss." He crossed the room and shook Harry's hand, clasping it with both hands. "It's very good to meet your sister as well," he added and reached out to shake her hand. After clasping her hand for a moment, he released it quickly. "Your hands are quite warm, Miss Black. Are you feeling all right?" "I don't like you," she growled. He looked shocked but rallied himself quickly. "Well, that's why we are here today, trying to fix relationships right." He paused until Harry nodded. He looked to Whispers holding the cat carrier, the talking demiguise. Whispers, "You're gaining your own legend too." Hearing his name, Whispers looked at Fudge and after a moment pointed at his head and said, "Hat. You like it?" He pulled it off his head, showing a small, bald spot. Drawing a very short wand, he tapped the top of it, and a second hat popped into existence which he handed to the smiling demiguise, who immediately put it on. Lyra seemed to relax for a bit as he had made Whispers happy. "Good to see you as well, Steward Brant." He addressed their guardian next. "It's actually Steward Black now," he said as he shook the minister's hand. "Always good to have more blacks, congratulations." He gestured to the children. "Come, sit." Brant steered Whispers to sit with him and the minister's assistant at another table. Harry had expected it, but Lyra looked uneasy without Brant backing them up. It seemed like Fudge was aware of her discomfort and didn't immediately dive into why they were there. He asked them about their summers, favorite classes, and plans for the future. They each gave vague answers and tried to sound more like the children he imagined they must be. Even being on guard in such a way, Lyra was able to relax a bit and eat a few of the snacks in front of her. When she was relaxed, Fudge decided to change subjects. "We'd better get down to the reason why we are here, or we will be talking about Hogwarts and magical creatures all day." Harry sat up straight to listen as Lyra mimicked him. "There are many unsavory people in our society, and I do my best to ensure they are held accountable for their actions. Your father, Miss Black, was a philanthropist. He gave considerably to noble causes, though from what your uncle tells me, it didn't stop him from wishing death on you and others simply because he couldn't admit he was wrong. Had I known he was so spiteful, he would have stayed in Azkaban much longer. The country is better without him. Neither of them was expecting an admission of such magnitude. Despite the speech sounding very rehearsed, they couldn't tell if he was sincere or was simply using mind magic to appear so. Regardless, they both seemed to make a new appraisal of the minister and nodded to him to continue. Another unsavory element in our society also has ties to the two of you. He paused for a moment, then gestured to Lyra, your cousin, then to Harry, and your godfather, Sirius Black. I was there when he was arrested for killing a wizard and 13 muggles after betraying your parents, Mr. Potter. However, I was not made aware of what came next until you asked me to find out why he betrayed them. In the wake of the fall of he, who must not be named, the chaos in our courts, law enforcement, and the previous administration of the ministry, Sirius Black fell through the cracks of the system and never received a trial. His even more insane cousin, Bellatrix Black, relished her trial, telling everyone her crimes and motivations and that she would wait in prison until her master returned. Obviously, that will never happen. Sirius Black was not given that opportunity until now. Both children were shocked, though Harry managed to ask, "What are you going to do?" "I have arranged for him to have his trial. Later this week, he will be transferred from the prison to the ministry. This won't be in the papers until then, so you will need to keep quiet about it. He has been informed of it and told the guards that he cannot wait to tell everyone about his story, and he will enjoy seeing the ministry burned to the ground after his testimony. We will retrieve you from Hogwarts to attend the trial next weekend." Harry's expression darkened. He would get to confront the man that had set him on the path to living with the Dursleys, the man who had betrayed his parents. Man who had poisoned people's minds to make them think his sister was also evil. As he stewed in his dark thoughts, Lyra reached over and flicked his ear. "You're shaking the cups," she whispered, though loud enough so he could hear too. Harry looked at the table as the ripples in his teacup subsided. The minister was also a little shocked. "Looks like you are very anxious to see justice done," he said with a squeak. "Yes, sir." Fudge adjusted his jacket and sat up straighter. "Well, I look forward to you getting it. Now, what do you say we let the photographers in and talk about some happier things?" Harry didn't want to, but the minister had lived up to his end of the deal. He could see that the man was waiting for his agreement and fidgeting a bit as he did. Wanting him to stew for another few seconds, he shared a look with Lyra before turning back and giving the man a nod. Two photographers and a reporter were let in as Fudge asked them again questions about their summers and favorite subjects at school, this time with witnesses. It felt very staged, though both of them worked hard on correctly blocking and channeling replacement emotions to ensure they did not look annoyed or bored. Whispers joined them for a few pictures, posing with the minister in their matching hats. Finally, after the tea had been drunk and the food had been eaten, the minister shook hands all around and departed with his entourage. Once they were gone, Cynthia and Hannah came out of the kitchen. "Hannah!" Harry ran over to hug her as she blushed scarlet. As he released her to say hello to her mother, Whispers greeted her similarly, calling out, "Hannah!" For the demiguise, she screamed a bit but returned the hug after a moment. "He's so big. He grew this much in less than 3 months. Magic." Lyra shrugged as she said her hellos, and they all went to sit down around the table the minister had just left. As the tea started to get refilled, Brant caught Lyra staring intensely at Cynthia. "You get a free one," he told Lyra. "Cynthia is not Brooke, nor is she any of the mothers of your friends." After a questioning look from the two abbots, Harry explained the situation with Brooke and Lyra's new quest of finding out her identity. It got a few giggles, but Lyra was not the least bit deterred from continuing her quest. As they continued to chat about their summers and the coming school year, they heard a tapping on the glass of the window where a raven wearing a silver bow tie was perched. "That would be for me," Brant told them. With a swish of his wand, the window opened, and the bird flew over to him to pass a very small scroll. The bird flew away immediately as he unrolled the paper. After 10 seconds of reading, the paper caught fire and burned into nothingness, leaving Brant sitting there with an annoyed look on his face. Seeing the questioning faces of those around him, he informed them, "I have a meeting that cannot be rescheduled for the night before the train to Hogwarts. It is likely to go through the next day as well." He looked at Lyra. "I will need to see if Miss Tonks can take time out of her job to chaperone the two of you." "No, you don't," Cynthia jumped in. "They can stay with us, and we can take them to the train in the morning." Hannah looked nervous and excited as Brant seemed to be making up his mind. Harry and Lyra seemed enthused with the idea of spending the night at a friend's place. In the end, he agreed. "Okay, though, I want to send one of our elves to look out for them, not Opal," he told them. "Is that all right?" he asked Cynthia. She nodded back. Brant brought Harry and Lyra to the Abbott family's residence 2 nights later. They exited the flue, pulling their school trunks behind them. Whispers came through on his own, holding Sylvie's carrier, and started looking around as they greeted the family. Harry pulled out the stuffed unicorn he had gotten as a present and asked to see Raffle, the one that Hannah owned, and all the children ran off. "So, it must be a very important meeting to drag you away from the children like this," Gerald Abbott asked Brant. "You may not believe it, but I'm raising money to help Harry provide a loan to a dragon reserve to buy a Mongolian ironbeak," Brant informed them. Both Abbotts were dumbfounded by this, with Gerald replying, "That's more expensive than I honestly have no idea how much that is. Harry has the assets to do that. We are having to liquidate one." Brant nodded, hiding the smile from the pun in his head behind an occlumency shield. He expressed an interest in helping because the dragon in question is going to foster a newly hatched orphan of the same species. "That does sound like something Harry would do," Cynthia smiled. "You had mentioned you would be leaving an elf with us." Brant nodded and called Dexter. An elf popped in with dark grey skin, nearly black. He wore a tattered black pillowcase with a black rope for a belt. He gazed at Brant for a moment without speaking. "Dexter will watch after them and should stay completely unnoticed by anyone else. He might clean some cobwebs if he finds any, but other than that, he will not do anything to disrupt the work of your elves." They eyed the peculiar elf before giving him a nod. He returned the gesture in silence, then snapped his fingers and vanished. Brant said his farewells and departed through the flue. He took 2 detours through other properties the Blacks owned before apparating to 3 random locations and finally to a spot on an empty hillside in Leeds. An elf popped in, handed him an old brass key, then vanished. 2 seconds later, a portkey activated and pulled him away. It was a short journey, so he was still somewhere in the UK, though there was a mystery. He was in a small room with a wooden door. Hanging on the back of the door was a hooded black cloak and a black mask that would cover his eyes. Putting them both on, he left the room to find 3 people in the same disguise waiting for him. 2 of them he knew were the proprietors of the Dapper Bazaar from an insignia on their cloaks. The third one he would recognize anywhere, in any disguise, even without feeling the resonance in the rings they both wore, and quickly crossed the room, embracing her with a deep and long kiss. "Good to see you too," she told him after breaking the kiss to take a big breath. "If the 2 of you are done," the disguised old man spoke up, "we are ready to begin and have a fully packed house." The young woman snaked an arm around Brant's waist and replied, "We've got a booth on the top floor," then pulled him away. They arrived at a large hall with hundreds of other people milling around the room, all similarly disguised in black robes and masks, having food and drinks while socializing with those they must know out of their disguises. There were a few others bearing the mark from the Dapper Bazaar, serving the refreshments, though their faces were still covered. Brant smiled. It was going to be a very full house. The far side had many staircases leading upwards into the wall. They slipped between the other guests, and the woman pulled Brant to one of the staircases with the number 812 over the top. One short flight of stairs later, they arrived at a sturdy iron door that opened with a touch. Inside was a small booth, richly upholstered, with 2 chairs near a railing with wine and cheese set up between them. Brant walked over and looked out. They were inside a large tower, 8 floors up. All around them on each tower floor were other booths, roughly 40 to each floor. On the very bottom was a platform with an elaborate ritual circle made up of dozens of shapes, symbols, and runes in many languages. A small trench ran around the outside of it with glass jars and containers waiting to be filled with something. Brant looked back at his companion, who started reaching for her hood to remove it. "Not here," he said sharply. "Not even in the booth. There are certainly people watching who showed up, even through the privacy wards." "Fine, but you owe me," she replied. "More than a potion?" Brant asked. "More," she smiled with half her face. A jingling bell was heard, and Brant started to see movement in the booths around the tower. They were cloaked in darkness, so you couldn't see who was in them, only that people were there. When he could see movement in nearly all the booths, the lights dimmed and a spotlight hit the center of the ritual circle. From somewhere on the side, a beautiful woman with a dark tan and a black silk dress emerged. She wore no mask, cloak, or shoes and stood in the light. "As you are all informed, you are here for the ram. However, there are two things you were not informed of. The first is that this beast is completely untraceable. It is not stolen from a reserve or hunted down in the wild. It comes from a private owner who keeps them for themselves. No one will be looking for it or the parts from this sale." There were many excited murmurs from the audience as she waited for them to absorb the good news. The second piece of information is the size of the beast. I'm sure some of you were wondering about using such a small ritual circle. The ram comes from a newly discovered subspecies, the size of a water buffalo. Do not be dismayed, as it still retains the same monstrous strength as others of average size. As she was speaking, another man with a shaved head and a white robe joined her on the platform. The black-clad woman continued, "This man was a witness to the feats of strength it was tested for after capture. Feel free to examine his memories as he faces you." The man in white stood rigid as he faced the side of the tower in front of him. His head seemed to shake for a minute slightly before he turned slightly to his left. This continued for a few minutes until he was facing in Brant's direction. The team that Brant had sent to recover the ram had done so during the daytime, so they would not encounter the lampong and be wiped of their memories upon return after being paid. He hadn't known what happened to the ram after it was passed off to the dapper Baza. So when the man was facing his side of the tower, he drew his wand and cast Legilimens. The first thing he noticed was the ease at which he entered the man's mind. There were no shields and not even a trace of magic present. The dapper couple was using a muggle as a memory recorder for the purpose of showing the feats of the ram and probably other things as well. His memory was somewhere in the English countryside, where 100-foot-tall stone tower had been constructed, surrounded by 3 walls made of different colored stones and reinforced with different metal bracers. This muggle was standing on a hill above as he watched the ram charge across the meadow and plow through all 3 walls before going straight through the tower and the walls on the other side as well. The large tower collapsed behind it. As he exited the muggle's mind, Brant could imagine the people watching, salivating at the idea of the power of a full-sized creature concentrated into such a small package. He wasn't as nearly motivated as they were to acquire the parts of the beast, and he was metaphorically drooling himself. As the muggle left the platform, the woman waved her wand, and the beast was brought in. It was suspended in the air a few feet above the ground by a harness attached to what looked like 3 dozen carnival balloons. Brant smiled. He had seen this trick before. A single balloon could lift a person if it had an extension and unbreakable charm on it, filled with enough helium, and even if the physical size of the balloon was small, it would lift as if it were hundreds of regular balloons. The great size and strength of a ram were useless if it couldn't reach the ground with its legs or touch anything with its horns. As it hovered in place over the center of the ritual circle, the woman in black had retrieved a large, ceremonial sword that had a strange handle as long as the blade. Despite the imbalance, she handled it with ease. The animal seemed to struggle more, as if it knew what the blade was for. She stood outside the circle and reached in with the blade. The whole room was silent as she drew the sword lightly across the neck of the beast, letting a few drops of blood fall. The moment the blood touched the ground, all of the markings on the ground emitted a bright glow, and the harness with the balloons vanished. It had no time to run, as the woman had already whipped the sword around and cleanly cut the head off in a single stroke. Blood gushed out from the severed neck as the head thumped to the ground. The crimson liquid splashed against an invisible wall around the stone platform, the glow of the ritual growing greater as the blood coated all of the lines and began to pool into the trenches around it. After several minutes, As the blood flow slowed, a small hook was lowered from the ceiling which attached to the tail of the ram and hoisted it into the air to drain anything left out of the carcass. When nothing else remained, the light in the circle died down, and a large team of people in grey robes and masks flooded the ritual area and started rendering the beast into its parts. A few of them siphoned the blood into the many containers around the circle and then filled small vials with the blood, which was still glowing, from the larger containers. Then came the bidding. The woman in black started with the vials of blood, casting a spell on them and announcing how much was in the container by weight and volume, as well as the number of seconds after the kill the blood was expelled. The highest prices came from the first few seconds after the beheading, followed by a grouping hallway through the ritual. It was at the beginning of the halfway point that she removed 2 of the vials and set them aside. Then came every other part of the animal. A large amount of the skin had already been cured into leather, and other parts were auctioned off raw. The eyes, brain, tongue, intestines, bladder, and everything else was sold for extravagant prices. Brant and his betrothed would occasionally light up their wands to bid on something, just to drive up a price, and so they weren't the only booth not bidding. When it came for the horns, they were also set aside, as many of the observers called out in protest. Their interruptions were ignored. When all that remained was the tail, skeleton, and hooves, an elf appeared next to Brant and informed him, "The target has been reached." Brant smiled as the bidding continued, with the bone marrow being extracted and another 2 tiny vials being put to the side as well. Nearly an hour later, the last tail hair of the ram had been sold, and the guests started to head out to collect their purchases. Brant just smiled as he ordered more wine for the 2 of them and waited for everyone to leave. The woman next to him was a bit antsy, and when that happened, she started getting a little handsy as well, so Brant just locked the door and enjoyed the moment. Nearly 2 hours later, there was a knock on their door, and the 2 of them scrambled to get dressed below their masks. When the door was opened, the woman in black was standing there with the proprietors of the Dapper Bazaar, though they were still wearing their masks. The woman smiled and handed them a parchment. "These are all the sales for the evening. At the bottom you will find the fees for the use of the tower and the staffing for the ritual. I heard you had a target you were aiming for tonight which we exceeded. Congratulations." Brant examined the sheet and smiled. He pulled a few pieces of paper from his pocket and passed the first to her. "I need the targeted amount transferred to the Romanian Dragon Reserve in care of Charles Weasley. Tell him it is coming from Harry Potter." The woman looked shocked. "What?" The cloaked man behind him whispered in her ear, "Just do it." She regained her composure, and the remainder— Brant handed her 2 more pieces of paper, 80% converted into Muggle currency and deposited into this account. "The rest I want as 999 pure gold bars with no goblin magic into this vault with the gnomes in Switzerland." The woman continued to look confused at the requests, but nodded all the same. She snapped her fingers and an elf appeared with an ornate chest. "The items you asked to be set aside. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Brant shook his head, but his betrothed spoke up. "How much for 5 of your hairs, purely for entertainment purposes?" She smiled when she finished speaking and added, "And the name of your tailor." The dark-haired woman looked shocked, then embarrassed, then stood up straight as if she had just been complimented. 100 gallons each, plus an oath that it is purely for entertainment, and they will all be used within the next 1 year or destroyed. Brant rolled his eyes as he smiled at her, swearing the oath. After he paid the woman and she left, the woman who ran the Dapper Bazaar took off her mask, with her husband following suit. "Well, that was a good night. You'll let us know when you're doing another." "Certainly, though hopefully the next one will be more sustainable," Brant replied. "What will you do with the horns?" the old man asked. "I'm building something," Brant replied with a dark undertone, getting a confused look from even his betrothed. "Hopefully none of you will ever need to see me use it." On that note, Brant took the package with the horns, blood, and marrow, then disapparated away with the young woman next to him. Chapter 17. A Cold Reception. Chapter text. Gerald Abbott snuck quietly through his house. Minutes before, an elf had informed him that the children were still awake despite being sent to bed over an hour ago. It had been a lovely evening with Harry Potter, Lyra Black, and the abnormally large demiguise Whispers. The creature was just as well behaved as the children, saying please and thank you at meals, and not making a mess even while eating with his hands. Carried around a small Kneasel kitten wherever he went, and the adorable animal seemed to be soaking up information and behaviors from the larger creature. Hannah hadn't told him, but it was obvious that she had a crush on the Potter boy. It was also obvious to him that she had told her mother, as his sneaky wife was trying to push them together in subtle ways all through the evening. Gerald suffered no illusions of playing matchmaker, as his family had done away with arranged marriages 3 generations before. He hadn't married Cynthia until his late 40s, so he wasn't about to pressure his daughter to marry young, either. Kids should have crushes and fun when they are kids. Regardless of that, hearing that the children were all together after their bedtime in the lounge in Hannah's wing of the house set off alarm bells reminding him of when he was a teenager at Hogwarts. He arrived at the door to the room and was about to open it when he heard a small SHTTHHH from right next to him. Almost drawing his wand, he turned to see the elf, Dexter, whom Steward Black had left to watch after the children, standing beside him. The creepy elf's grey-black skin blended into the hallway, making him nearly invisible in the near darkness. None of them had seen the elf since he had been dropped off to watch after Harry and Lyra. The shushing was even more creepy as the elf did it with his mouth half open, revealing that he was missing many teeth and part of his tongue was severed. Stunned for a moment at the sight, Gerald watched as the elf wiggled spidery fingers toward the door, and it became transparent. Sitting inside the room were the 3 children and 1 demiguise sitting together on a couch, cuddled with a book open in front of them. Harry and Hannah were holding their stuffed unicorns, while the black heiress clutched Whispers, who in turn was holding his kitten. An orange feather floated in the air above them, emitting orange light around the room to allow them to read. Each of them had a lollipop in their mouth as they huddled together. After watching them for a minute, a soft snapping of fingers turned him back towards Dexter, who had a look on his face as if to say, "Are you satisfied?" Gerald took a deep breath and walked back to his wife and bedroom. On the way, he called for Hannah's personal elf to add an extra set of eyes on the children in addition to the creepy black family elf. When the children came down to breakfast, they all had rings under their eyes from lack of sleep and started into their pancakes like hungry zombies. Even the demiguise looked a little out of sorts as he shoveled strawberries into his mouth without the decorum he displayed at dinner the previous night. The elf, Dexter, appeared for a moment to deliver a bowl of food for the silver kitten before vanishing again. Cynthia had been briefed by her husband about their late-night reading and asked them playfully, "You all look like you didn't sleep a wink. What were you doing last night?" They all looked back and forth between them before Hannah replied, "Just reading, Mum." She pressed for more with a smile. "It must have been a good book if you chose it over sleep." "We didn't choose to stay awake," Lyra grumbled. Now Gerald spoke up. "What were you reading?" "Lockhart's new book," Harry admitted. "More sensationalist stories about vampires?" Cynthia asked them with a raised eyebrow. Hannah lowered her voice and said quietly, "This chapter was about Dementors." After a bit of silence, Gerald asked them with a serious tone, "That's why you couldn't sleep?" Getting nods from the children, he told Harry, "Please bring me your book when you are done with breakfast and before you get ready for the train." After a silent meal, the children left to pack, and Whispers scampered back to the kitchen to deliver the book to Cynthia and Gerald. To Cynthia, the cover looked like Lockhart's usual adventure stories. They opened the book to flip through to the chapter on Dementors and noticed the strange situation that everything after that chapter was completely blank. In order to estimate the damage that had been done to the kids, they began to read the chapter. Chapter 2, Tootsie Pops. As I spoke of in my introduction, Eastern European vampires seem to enjoy the slow and methodical destruction of their victims' independence to get to the sweet center beyond that. However, sometimes it's challenging to keep oneself from getting to that sweet center. To illustrate that, I give you a delightful Muggle confection, the Tootsie Pop. Below the paragraph was an illustration of a wand tapping a circle on the page. Hesitantly, Gerald drew his wand and tapped the spot on the page. In a puff of smoke, a small popsicle lay on the page. Cynthia picked it up as Gerald tapped the page to conjure another, then continued to read. "Go ahead, open it up. Inside this sweet candy popsicle is a delicious toffee. Try to count how many licks it takes to get to the center. When you finish counting, say that number aloud, and the story will continue. As the children had already been through this section, the book had more writing below this paragraph. Well, that didn't take very long for you just to bite down and break the shell. I'm sure it was worth it, as the toffee is delicious. Should you have an appetite later, you still have another 6 uses of this spell remaining. It is a real lollipop, hidden with magic inside this book, as most of you know that conjuring real food is impossible. There exists in this world the foulest and darkest creature that lives only off the shores of magical Britain. A creature that can't be killed with magic and can only be starved to death in very rare circumstances. Instead of permanently dealing with them, my government uses them as a war deterrent and as guards for our prison of Azkaban. I am, of course, speaking of the Dementors. Long ago, there lived a dark lord by the name of Ecrisdes. He did not seek to conquer like Grindelwald or subjugate like you-know-who. It is not known exactly what his goals were, just that he was the one to build the fortress of Azkaban, and he was the one to create Dementors. These monsters drain the magic from the air around them, degrading enchantments and rapidly depleting the heat from their environments, turning water to ice and killing plant life. They are ideal prison guards because wandless criminals cannot use magic around them. Not wandless, accidental, runic, nor most forms of blood magic. Without a wand, a wizard is as defenseless as a squib before them. If all of that wasn't terrible enough, a Dementor doesn't feed on magic and heat. It feeds on happiness and despair. It seems strange that a creature could want such diametrically opposed emotions, but the reason becomes clear when you look at a Tootsie Pop. Happiness is the candy shell, while despair is the sweet toffee within. They may feed on happiness for as long as possible, but hunger for the despair encased within when the joy is gone. Like you who bit through the candy shell minutes before, they also desire to crush the happiness of their victims and feed on the despair within. Both Gerald and Cynthia took the candy out of their mouths and shared a look of disgust before throwing away the candy. Now, while this is all totally horrible, it gets worse. Most of us know that the true horror of a Dementor is their kiss. For those who don't know, it's when they suck your soul out through your mouth. Children should not be reading this, Cynthia told her husband gravely. He nodded, and they continued. That is the explanation that I and everyone else has been told on what the Dementor's kiss is. I don't believe that this is the truth. It just doesn't make sense to me. The body cannot live without the soul, and the soul cannot stay in this world without a body. The killing curse immediately kills the body, and the soul vanishes from this plane of existence. So if the soul is sucked out completely by the Dementor, the body should die. It does not. Instead, the body lives on without any personality. Oftentimes, it will stop having any desire to eat or drink and waste away. Other times it will seek sustenance, but nothing else. Nothing of the person who used to inhabit it will remain. This is important because Azkaban prisoners aren't released when they've been kissed. They must serve the remainder of their sentence or waste away before the bodies are released. Their cells are opened, and they are allowed to meander around the prison aimlessly as they no longer want to escape or to do anything else. There is one defense to these horrid creatures, known as the Patronus Charm. It is fueled by pure happiness and is one of the most difficult spells to cast and even harder to master. The origins of the spell are unknown, except that it is a branch of light elemental magic, and it predates the existence of Dementors, as it is used to fight against numerous dark creatures that existed naturally before the Dark Lord Ecrisdes created Dementors. I have heard someone say once that it sounds ridiculous for a spell powered by happiness to be used to fight a creature that feeds on it. Their exact words were, "It would be like trying to fight off an undu with a fat kid." If you have any Tootsie Pop left, try hitting someone with it. The candy shell is still a shell, and without a tongue, it could hurt when hitting someone. If the shell is big and hard enough, a candy shell could do real damage. Happiness can be very powerful when used correctly. Just as pure independence is a deterrent for vampires, pure happiness can defend against a Dementor and other dark creatures. While many creatures feed on your emotions, they may also be used as weapons and ways to protect yourself from them. Damn, Gerald stated simply. At least it ended on a positive note, Cynthia added. After another moment of silence, they started getting ready to take the kids to King's Cross. The children were more or less silent until they popped through the flue directly onto platform 9 and 3-4. However, as soon as they arrived, the Dementor-induced attitude from their reading vanished, and they ran off together to greet all their friends. Before they got too far away, Gerald handed back Lockhart's book to Lyra and consoled her that she wouldn't need to deal with Dementors at any time in the future and should focus on studying and having fun. Boarding the train, they rushed to the very back to claim the last car as their own. After helping Hannah to levitate her trunk onto the racks, Lyra popped open her trunk to the cavern level where she had a mango tree growing and let Whispers and Sylvie to jump in while picking one of the fruits from the top of the tree and started carving it up. The seats felt warm and relaxing, like the train had been waiting all summer for them to return. After lounging for a minute, Harry jumped back up. "I'm going to find people and explore," he declared. Lyra and Hannah didn't seem to have got enough time lounging in their seats and stayed sitting. Leaving his shrunken trunk on his seat, Harry left the compartment and started to walk down the corridor. There weren't many people on the train, mostly older students in their close-knit circles of friends and keeping to themselves. Near the front of the train, one compartment was occupied by a familiar-looking adult with short brown hair, sleeping and surrounded by luggage. One of the other seats was occupied by a large barrel, and all of the racks above contained large trunks, with one of them locked securely with iron chains wrapped around it. The seat next to him contained a ratty old briefcase, which contrasted heavily with the high quality of all the other luggage. He could only see half the man's face as he slept, so Harry couldn't figure out why he looked familiar, though he was more interested in the man's robes. They were made of jet-black, luxurious silk, with a high collar, and bore a single rune on the chest that Harry recognized from the garments of a druid he had met last year, Glen Albanur, whose robes were white. As all but one of the seats were covered with his belongings, it did not look like he wanted company. So Harry exited the train to the platform. Just off the train, Harry bumped into his oldest student friend, Hayden Colton. He had met the Slytherin boy last year at the Hufflepuff party he had been invited to. The boy was an aspiring wand maker and was focusing his studies to that end. After the basilisk had been killed, he had bribed his way into visiting the usurper with Harry's other Slytherin friends and was going to be given 2 basilisk fangs to work with for wandcraft. After polite hellos, Harry brought up that he wanted to see Hayden take apart the wand Brant had shown him. "Destroying a wand is almost sacrilege," he told Harry with a grimace. "Where did you get it?" He told the older boy about Brant winning it in a duel and wanted to see the process as well. "After being lost in such a violent fashion, I doubt it would ever work properly for its original owner." He still looked a bit conflicted over the idea of destroying it, but then smiled. "I had a visit from Professor Snape this summer, and he presented me with 2 of the smaller basilisk fangs after he drained the venom from them. I'm still trying to find a good wood to bind them. If you really want to take apart a wand, we need something that cuts through the magic keeping the wand maker's secrets inside. Basilisk venom won't work as it will destroy what it comes in contact with, so I'll have to figure something else out. If you find anything, let me know." Harry shelved that bit of info away, and they split ways. He saw a few more people and exchanged greetings before a swan flew in front of him and shifted back into Gemma Fawley in her schoolrooms and her prefect badge polished to a high shine. "Did you have a good summer, Harry?" she asked with a smile. Harry nodded and asked how she got to the station as a bird. "There's a gargoyle on the roof that used to direct people flying on brooms into the station. You can't fly brooms around London anymore, but it still works for flying wizards, whatever form." She then went on about just flying around the whole summer and just relaxing in lakes at various parks around the country. Harry listened closely, as he didn't think he had ever had even a quarter of that much time to relax in his entire life. When she saw the shock on his face, Gemma tried to figure out why. After a few moments it came to her, "You don't do nothing, do you? I bet you fought vampires and slayed dragons this summer, didn't you?" "About half right," Harry considered his summer. "I didn't slay a dragon, though we did visit with them. Never a dull moment." She smiled, while it went right over her head that Harry admitted to fighting vampires, as the half of her question was correct, with 4 legs, but still. Seeing some friends, She waved and ran off. Harry was close to the barrier entrance, so he turned around to watch all the students on the platform running around with their families. Still having plenty of time before the train would come, he watched them scurry around the platform with no need to worry about larger things. They wouldn't need to kill a giant snake, hunt down a criminal syndicate, or deal with dark lords. He would prefer just to go back to the island, but with the usurper still under Hogwarts, he needed to check on them and try to become stronger than this great guardian and fast. He was snapped out of his thoughts by a woman behind him saying his name. He spun around quickly to be standing right in front of Lyra's mother, Narcissa Black. His hand reflexively went towards his pouch to grab his staff when he saw Draco Malfoy standing behind her. That small action had Narcissa stand closer and Draco duck and turn around with a peep. Harry relaxed considerably at the blonde boy's frightened reaction. "He is no threat to you," the mother told Harry. "Really, I'm not." Draco stood back up. He raised a hand, wearing a silk glove in dark silver. That hand had a black mark that Lord Black had given him as a punishment for allowing Tom Riddle to possess him, attack the school, and try to kill Harry. "I'm not," he repeated. "If I do anything to you, Uncle Arcturus's curse will kill me. Go see your friends, Draco," Narcissa told her son. Draco started walking in a large half-circle around Harry before running off. "I would like to talk to you for a moment, Mr. Potter." She gestured to a bench to sit. Harry followed cautiously and watched as she drew her wand slowly and cast a small silencing charm around the two of them as they sat. Still on his toes, Harry asked, "What do you need to tell me?" "I wanted to apprise you of the progress I've made on your assignment for me. After I spoke to you, I took your advice and thought the best place to learn what you wanted was to go to the orphanage Lyra was supposed to go to." "I know," Harry cut her off, to her great shock. "How?" she sputtered. "Lyra and I were at the meeting where you spoke," he replied. A few tears rolled down her face. She was there, and she still chose not to speak to me. "She was crying," Harry told her. "I think they were happy tears, and we took off when you were done speaking. So there's still a chance," Lyra's mother asked with hope. Harry wasn't sure what to say, but remembered how fishy Tonks had thought her plan had sounded about the orphanage and school. "When you get your school up and running, let me know, and we will pay a visit," he decided. He wanted to make sure she was serious about her plans. "Thank you. It will be amazing." She went to hug Harry, but he flinched backward, causing her to stop short. "I'm sorry. I'll make sure it is ready soon." She stood up and broke the silencing field, walking away quickly. When the 2-minute warning whistle was blown, Harry reboarded the train. He wasn't looking for anyone yet, but still passed many compartments where people stopped and stared at him, some fearfully, others with wonder. It felt weird to have that kind of attention, and would have started running, except a door opened, and a girl he didn't know popped out and thanked him for pointing out that students could carry weapons other than their wands. Gesturing inside, she led him to two boys that opened their outer robes to show long swords attached to their belts. The girl opened a case to reveal archery equipment, but the bow had all sorts of gears and extra strings he didn't recognize from anything he had seen before. After another moment, he thanked them for the praise and continued along his way while the departure whistle blew and the train began to move. It took another 10 minutes to return to his compartment, where he found Lyra, Hannah, Carlin, and Melly. Meliandra had started shuffling a deck of tarot cards to give Lyra a reading. Harry snuck in quietly and climbed behind Melly, where Carlin was sitting with Hannah and Whispers, eating a mango. Whispers ripped out a chunk and passed it to Harry as he joined them. "Good timing, Harry," Melly told him. "We are just about to start." Looking toward Lyra, "I'm going to ask you to put your magic into the deck. Push it through my hands and into the cards, and I will read your fortune," she added dramatically. Lyra smiled as Melly reached out with the deck clasped between both hands on the top and bottom. However, just as Lyra's hands touched hers, there was a stampede of people running further down the car that drew their attention. Harry jumped up and opened the door to hear someone yell, "Fight! Gryffindor, fight!" Compartments opened, and their occupants emptied towards the front of the train. Not wanting to be the last one to arrive, Harry jumped up above the beams that ran along the ceiling of the corridor and scurried over the crush of students who had formed in the hallway, dropping to the floor where the connection to the next car was. Harry repeated this process until he got to the front and looked into the compartment with the action. There was Percy Weasley getting wailed on by Oliver Wood. Both of their wands were stuck in the walls, and even though he was losing, he must have gotten in a few bruises before now on Oliver. "You're pathetic," he yelled at Percy and took a breather. "How did you manage to knock out a monster hunter with a punch like that? I think you staged the whole thing." Percy responded with a punch straight to Oliver's gut, making the boy double over as he himself fell back down. People had packed in around the entrance to the compartment while they fought. Both boys jumped to their feet and yelled as they tried to grapple with each other. Instead, they both collided with a glowing blue wall that appeared from nowhere, then disappeared after they fell back down. "What's going on here?" an adult voice asked from across the hallway. Everyone watching turned around to see the man Harry had seen earlier. He looked scary as he stood in his high-collared black robes. "It was a fight," someone yelled. "Why did you stop it?" The man walked through the students to arrive in front of the two boys. Brandishing his wand, a small runestone zipped from the floor from where Oliver and Percy sat, splashing against his robe like it was water and vanishing from sight. It was a very captivating effect. "You are a prefect," he told Percy, "and you the Quidditch captain," he told Oliver as a bunch of people started to leave. "I'm guessing neither of you wants a detention on your record." Both of them shook their heads. "Then tell me what happened." Many of the students walking away stopped and came back, having incorrectly thought that it wouldn't be fun to watch a punishment. "It's private," Percy whispered. He turned around and asked the students gathered, "And you both made this public. So speak or get detentions, scraping barnacles off the giant squid." As he turned to look for the reactions to his threat on the other spectators, Harry saw the man's full face. It was the same one as one of the two other boys he always saw in the pictures from his parents' photo album. The scar that ran down his hairline and neck was exactly the same as when he was a teenager. This was Remus Lupin. As Harry stared, his parents' old friend looked back to Oliver and Percy and prompted them to speak. They both stared at their rival, daring the other to speak first. Percy finally took the opening and blurted out, "He's trying to steal my girlfriend." Wood rolled his eyes. "Not exactly. I want your girlfriend, but I'm certainly not going to try and steal her." "Of course, it's about a girl," Lupin smiled. "No, it's about him being a braggart and a moron. I was here minding my business when you wanted to come and extol the details of your summer with her, even trying to say you spent the night with her." "But you did," a Weasley twin called out, who was wearing a large blue pirate hat that had written on it, "I'm probably Fred." "We saw you too in the morning." The other twin popped up with a black headband with it written, "Figure it out." Oliver looked furious. As Percy smirked and looked like Oliver was about to rush him again, Harry blurted out, "They were having a studying contest." Everyone was stunned, and they looked toward Harry, who added, "I was there too. They forced themselves to stay up all night studying and then fell asleep in the morning." Small giggles were heard around the corridor as Oliver just burst out laughing. "That was it," he coughed out as Percy looked embarrassed at being caught in his half-lie. "Well, congrats to you. A studying contest. It's gotta be like third base for you." "Mr. Weasley," Lupin said sternly, "you will not antagonize your romantic rival. You probably did more damage to your cause by trying to show off." Percy lowered his gaze. "Mister," he trailed off towards Oliver. "Wood," he said quickly. "Mr. Wood, if you want to come out of this rivalry in the lead, you can't let little things under your skin. No woman likes a man who can't control his temper." "Yes, sir," he replied as if the man were teaching him. "Weasley, go to the other end of the train for the rest of the trip. No detention now, but it will be twice as bad if I hear about anything again. I will be one of your new teachers this year." "Are you teaching defense or history?" someone asked. "There are actually 3 new teachers," he smiled as he returned to his compartment among students demanding answers. "Look at Fred Weasley over there. His bandana has my answer, figure it out." "How did he know who I am?" Fred asked, taking off his bandana. "He is a wizard." Harry walked up to the twins. "Maybe he cast a spell." "Are you ready to officiate another fight?" George asked, still wearing his "I'm probably Fred" hat. Harry looked confused until Fred clarified. "The chess match between our little brother and Hermione. We like to rag on the little runt, but he is one hell of a chess strategist." Harry told them he would need to find Hermione and see when she wanted to do it. As he turned to leave, Harry saw a brief moment as Lupin looked directly at him from his section. So the man did know who he was. He would wait a few weeks for the man to introduce himself first. He started to walk back again to the back of the train. He was waylaid again by another girl he didn't know, though this one was younger than him. She had fluffy auburn hair and a look of determination hidden behind curiosity in her eyes. "I was told to look for you. My brother told me all about you. I'm Rachel Nevitt." So this was Tristan's little sister that he had told them about. Harry smiled and let the girl pull him into a room with 7 other kids, all probably first-year students. They all stared at him as Rachel stood there proudly. "I told you I know Harry Potter." She grinned widely. Harry smiled, as this was Tristan's little sister. Lyra might have been barely younger than him, but she was also a little sister. "Her brother is a good friend," Harry declared. "He asked me to look out for you while you're here." All the other students looked at her with awe. He spent the next few minutes asking questions about all the things he had done in his life, though most of them were from the Harry Potter kids' books, and he could only admit to killing shadow vampire creatures and helping to kill a basilisk. The little kids were still sufficiently awed and chattered on as he went to continue looking for Hermione. Along the way, he arrived at a room with black smoke obscuring the windows. Knocking, he called out, "Lyra, is that you in there?" The door opened, and a small arm reached out and pulled him through the smoke. On the other side, he saw the arm belonged to Lyra, and there were Penny and Hermione surrounded by about a dozen helmets that were painted black and yellow, like a bee. Answering his unspoken question, Penny told him, "We got our first order after the Harpies for new helmets. They want them next week." "You fixed the thing that makes them explode?" Harry asked. Before school was even out, Hermione chimed in as she used the inscription tool on her prosthetic hand to carve runes from a schematic next to her. "We made new ones for the Harpies, then oversaw the production for Hogwarts. Now other people are interested, but a week. We won't have time to finish while having classes. And those idiot twins must have missed the train." "They're here," Harry told her. Realizing that neither of them had been at the front of the train, he asked, "So you've been inside here the whole time?" Penny growled and ripped a page out of her notebook, scribbling a message before charming the note to turn into a scary-looking paper dragon, which took off as the door opened and vanished into the smoke. Harry told Hermione about the twins reminding him about the chess duel with Ron and wanted to know what she thought about it. She grew the same sneer as her mentor. "If they want to ferry the message back, tell him that we can do it any time in the study lounge on the 6th floor." Not having anything else to do, Harry continued on back to see Hannah talking to Whispers quietly. Finally, she leaned back and asked, just as Harry entered, "So, what do you think?" Whispers just shrugged and looked up towards Harry at the door. "What do you think about what?" Harry asked as Hannah peeped and blushed when she saw it was him. JJ, just something I want to do this year, that's all." "Well, I hope you get what you want," he told her and motioned for Whispers to come after him. The silver creature bounded over to Harry and tried to jump in his arms, but Harry just sidestepped the jump. "You're too big for that now," he told Whispers as they left Hannah in the compartment and wandered off. On his next walkthrough of the train, he was once again grabbed by a girl passing by their compartment. This time, he saw who it was in advance and let himself be dragged in by Parvati Patil. The compartment contained Lavender Brown, Sally Roper, and 2 girls that looked like they might be first years. Whispers saw his friends and ignored the frightened shrieks of the younger girls to run over and play with Lavender's hair. "You're all over the end of summer edition, you know," Parvati told Harry while thrusting a magazine into his face. Sitting down and squeezing between Whispers and Sally, Harry looked through the offered magazine. The entire section of the gossip magazine was filled with pictures and stories about all the things that various members of the Wizarding Society had been doing over the summer. Harry immediately found 3 pictures of himself. The first was meeting with the Minister of Magic for an undisclosed meeting at the Abbot's tea house. The second was a single shot someone had taken of him at the wedding with Lyra and Whispers, with a caption about their outfits and makeup. The last was him dancing with Brooke and naming her the polyjuiced future wife of Brant Black. Sally leaned over while he was reading and told him, "What made you get your eyes done? Not many blokes would like that kind of thing." Before he could answer, Lavender chimed in, "Maybe it's because they would." Harry didn't understand, so he explained, "We were at a friend's spa, and Lyra had gotten her face done, so I thought I'd do something too." "I think it looks good," one of the younger girls with jet black hair said confidently. As they continued to look through the tabloid, Harry was introduced to the two younger girls, Romelda and Yanni. They saw pictures from the start of Alessandra Zabini's honeymoon, which featured a moving picture of the couple trying out Muggle skydiving. There was a short blurb of the Weasleys taking a vacation in Egypt, along with a family photo, minus Charlie, who had been on the Dragon Reserve at the time. He also spied pictures of the Holyhead Harpies vacationing in Ibiza and shared his stories of meeting them. For the rest of the trip, the two of them explored the train, saying hi to as many people as they could. He didn't recognize the two auras he saw along his walk, but they didn't seem to be paying attention to anything more than the card game they were playing. A couple of people had taken advantage of a new rule allowing students to bring snakes and asked Harry to translate for their pets. They were shocked when nearly everything he told them was insults and demands for more and better food from their pets. The nicest thing one of them said was, "Section your comfortable body heat is the only thing keeping me from devouring you while you sleep." Section, it was way too small to eat more than a finger of the girl who brought it. When they arrived at the Hogsmeade station, the students began to depart and pull out and towards the carriages. Hagrid showed up and directed the first years to follow him toward the lake. Harry and Lyra took out their brooms to fly above the Thestrals that hated Harry so much. However, as they tried to kick off their brooms, they didn't rise more than a few feet before shaking and dropping back to the ground. After another failed attempt, they started toward and around the waiting carriages, vowing to check on it later as there was nothing to do about it here and now. As they got closer to the gates of Hogwarts, smoke shot down from the sky 4 times, and 4 individuals in tattered robes appeared in front of them. They had pale faces and vacant expressions in their eyes as they stood there, unmoving. Harry was unsure what to do but still drew his staff in the presence of the strange people that appeared before them. Lyra drew her wand and took a step in their direction. As soon as she moved, the others mirrored her steps and started towards her. When she stopped, they stopped. When she advanced, they advanced. However, when she took a step back, they did not move at all. Harry watched her play with them for a minute before he took her by the arm and said, "Let's get a perfect." Lyra nodded, even if she also looked a bit disappointed. The two of them walked back to the waiting carriages that were just getting underway, only to stop when the Thestrals pulling them spotted Harry. "We need a perfect," he announced to them. "Some weird people are blocking the gates, and our brooms don't work," Lyra clarified. "Weird," Whispers added. A few students climbed out and joined them towards the gates. The prefects yelled at the strange people guarding the gates, but they didn't respond. Eventually, Gemma joined them and cast a stunner at one of the people, to no effect. When that didn't work, an older perfect drew his wand and fired a flare into the air that exploded in fireworks with a large letter. More students had exited the carriage and joined them, standing in front of the ghoulish figures by the time the auras who had been guarding the train arrived. They got the story from the perfect before approaching the strange people. As soon as they did, they were approached in mirrored movements, the same way Harry and Lyra had. "Holy hell!" one of the auras exclaimed, pointing to one of the people. "That's Magnus Cowley. He was given the kiss in Azkaban 2 years ago." The other aura must have been in the Alastair Moody school of shoot first, shoot second, keep shooting, and maybe when things quiet down, you can ask some questions while they eat through a tube. Upon hearing that at least one of them had been in Azkaban, she threw a flurry of spells at the two closest of the people, most of them doing absolutely nothing, but a few causing them to stagger. Her partner quickly joined the fight as the prefects started to push all the students back. Harry watched closely as the auras tried to incapacitate whoever these people were, who seemed immune to most magic cast at them. Finally, the aura who had cast first changed tactics to attacking the landscape, and soon had the 4 of them buried up to their necks in the dirt, and then her partner transfigured everything around them to stone. They still just stared blankly at everyone around them, with no reaction at all to being attacked or confined. A scattering of applause rose up from around the students at the swift conclusion of whatever just happened. As the auras seemed to be fiddling with some sort of gadget, yelling at it for assistance, a boy beside Harry leaned on him and said, "I'm getting cold." Harry exhaled and could see his own breath as he shivered as well. The effect washed over the other students standing there as they all started complaining about the cold. The heads sticking up from the ground looked up in unison, which had Harry follow their eye line. Up in the sky was a small mass of writhing shadows, slowly sinking to the ground. Many other students shrieked or started crying as despair washed over them. He could feel something probing his thoughts and memories, looking for something, but he had no idea what. As the shadows touched down, he saw that it was in the form of a hooded person, face concealed, arms and legs totally covered. Both auras drew their wands and incanted together, Expecto Patronum. Two large white shields appeared before them, though they were thin, and the light fluctuated heavily. The woman stepped forward slightly and yelled, "Dementor, take these prisoners back to the island now." Even if it wasn't a purposeful lie, Lyra still felt betrayed by Gerald Abbott, who had said that they would not have to deal with Dementors anytime soon. The Dementor didn't reply immediately, but reached out with its right arm, a skeletal hand emerging from its sleeve. The sight elicited many screams from the students. It reached out toward one of the prisoners buried in the ground, and they turned into black smoke, resolidifying with their neck in the grasp of the Dementor. The man held by the Dementor opened his mouth and cried out as if his life depended on it, "Give us black." There was silence across the students before the man yelled again, more forcefully, "Give us black." Now, Harry flinched as someone grabbed Lyra, saying, "Take her, leave us alone." Lyra immediately burst into flames, catching the boy, who grabbed her on fire at his sleeves. He screamed as Harry shoved him out of the way and drew his knife, tapping his staff to create a small bubble around them. "Next person who touches her will die," he told the assembled students in a tone that had people backing off immediately. Any further attempts were distracted by a screeching noise as the Dementor shrieked, causing people to cover their ears and scream themselves. The fire covering Lyra went out like a blown candle, and Harry's shield popped like a soap bubble as the sound washed over them. The dark creature withdrew its other bony hand from its other sleeve and clawed at the shields in front of it, the residual energy swirling into the darkness under its hood. It only took two more swipes to shatter the shields in front of him, driving the auras to their knees, breathless. "Give us black," the man in the Dementor's grasp yelled again. Just as it started to advance, there was a snapping of apparition, and Tristan Nevitt appeared next to the other auras. He was still out of uniform and in street clothes from when they saw him at the station. It took him half a second to appraise the situation before brandishing his wand dramatically and bellowing, "Expecto Patronum." Instead of a shield, as the others had made, his spell made a mass of white mist that quickly coalesced into a glowing white poodle. The canine growled at the hooded creature, and it retreated slightly before charging at the spectral dog. The two fought, slashing and biting for 2 minutes until the poodle fell to the ground, flickering. A small girl broke the line of students, who Harry identified as Tristan's little sister, Rachel. She lay on the fallen guardian as Tristan yelled at her to get back, but she just bellowed back, "I need to save Mimi." At her declaration, the poodle seemed to get a second wind and regained its brightness. As Rachel rejoined the other students, the poodle patroness lunged toward the Dementor again. Just as the fight resumed, it was joined by another, a large spectral wolf, attacking from the side and making the monster drop the prisoner it was holding. All the students looked around and saw the man in black, that Harry knew to be Remus Lupin, conducting the large white wolf masterfully, pulling it away to dodge attacks and taking advantage of openings to push the Dementor back further. Suddenly, the Dementor rose into the air and screamed, white light coming out from its hood in 4 streams that entered the mouths of the ghoulish people who arrived before it. The ones in the ground turned to black smoke and resolidified, standing next to the Dementor, while the 4th just stood up. With a surge of power, all 4 charged the wizards conducting the guardian canines. The first of them reached Tristan first, and he kicked the person straight in the gut and knocked them back, but he also cried out in pain and started hopping on one foot. "Don't touch them," he called out to Lupin as the older man was about to punch one in the face and withdrew his attack, rolling out of the way. Seeing his friend in trouble, Harry broke the line of students and ran to Tristan's aid, shooting off a large pulse of magic from his staff, knocking back the 2 ghoulish men attacking him. His actions seemed to galvanize the rest of the students, with the older ones and prefects leading the charge. They attacked and quickly imprisoned the strange people in various types of confinement. Two got submerged into the earth. One was wrapped in colorful ribbons, like a flamboyant mummy, and the last had each limb pulled taut by a plant with purple tentacles and green suction cups that erupted from the ground. Moments after, a cacophony of pops were heard as 24 auras appeared. 7 more patronesses were summoned and corralled the Dementor against the gates of Hogwarts, with a sparrow and a pterodactyl keeping it from escaping into the sky. There was a lot of yelling between the auras and the Dementor, who said nothing until it summoned one of the imprisoned people to its hand in the form of smoke, and when it had solidified again, it spoke through the puppet. "Give us black." The senior aura in the group cursed. "That's why you're here. That's why you attacked children. Give us." "Shut up," he interrupted. "Get the students up to the school," he told the prefects as they pushed the Dementor away from the gates. Harry stayed with Tristan as Lyra, Whispers, and Rachel joined him. Tristan sat on the ground and winced as he vanished his boot to reveal that his foot was broken in several places. Despite the pain, he looked at his sister and demanded, "The family portrait showed you were in trouble. What are you doing here? Why aren't you with the first years in the boats?" She looked a bit ashamed but took a deep breath and countered, "You're lucky I was here, or that Dementor would have eaten you and Mimi." "Mimi?" Whispers asked. Turning to the demiguise Harry and Lyra, Tristan explained, "Our family dog is a poodle named Mimi. She's also the form of my patroness. Speaking of which, who was that other guy in the black robes?" "New professor, I think," Lyra replied in a guessing tone. "His name is Remus Lupin," Harry replied with a stern expression. "Was friends with my parents and hasn't spoken a word to me." Tristan shared Harry's unhappy look, then added, "With that kind of skill, he has to be taking the defense position." Any further conversation was halted as a healer came over to check on Tristan's foot. They also shooed off the children towards the school, with Rachel giving her older brother a quick hug before following Harry, Lyra, and Whispers. They had to jog a bit to catch up with the other students and were met at the castle by Filch. "Get inside, the lot of you," he growled at the entire student body. Most students seemed to just walk by him as if he weren't there. When Rachel passed by, he reached out and grabbed her by the arm. "You aren't supposed to be here," he said in a scary tone. Harry was about to draw his wand when she pulled her arm free and told him in a haughty tone, "Then lead the way to where I'm supposed to be." He looked stunned for a moment, so she added, "I haven't got all day." Not knowing what else to say, he turned and led her through a side door into the castle. As soon as he was gone, Lyra burst into laughter, with Harry joining her a second later. They joked about how Filch would have her hands full with that girl in the coming years as they entered the great castle of Hogwarts. Chapter 18. The Grotto. Chapter text the grotto. As they entered the great castle of Hogwarts, Harry and Lyra could feel a warm and inviting feeling permeating their mind and bodies. It was almost as if the castle was welcoming them back. Everything looked the same and familiar until they reached the entrance to the Scamander common room. Gone was the tapestry that showed a path leading off into a forest and had been replaced with a large wooden door that had an ivory door knocker that was shaped like a demiguise. As they approached, the eyes glowed blue. Whispers stood as tall as he could and looked the knocker in the eyes, and his eyes also glowed but stopped after a moment with a confused look on his face. Lyra tried using the knocker and last year's password, though it still didn't open. They entered the great hall last, after all the other students had arrived to find a familiar setup. Floating candles lit up the hall while stars littered the ceiling as they did above the castle. The 5 tables of Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Scamander were filled with students and stretched most of the hall. However, there was an empty 6th table running perpendicular to them at the front of the hall, just in front of the teacher's table. They had this same table last year for a few days, after Lyra's hat stall, that created their new house. Why it was there now seemed to be the question on everyone's minds, as could be heard through the rabble of discussions around the room. Harry scanned the faculty table and saw many familiar faces, including Newton and Porpentina Scamander. However, sitting next to them was their son Gurion and his wife Janena. Gurion had his father's face, but was over a foot taller and built like a tank. His wife was closer to Tina's height and had a strong physique, though hers was more of a dancer. Newt's demiguise, Dougal, was sitting almost on top of Gurion, making sure his hair was straight and his clothes were free from wrinkles. Harry had met both of them at the end of the previous year, when Newt and Tina had been hospitalized after the basilisk attack. There was also some kind of cold attitude between Tina and Janena that had yet to be explained. Lyra had read about Gurion from a recurring article in Teen Witch Weekly and his various adventures, tracking down various magical monsters that needed to be saved for one reason or another. After meeting his family, they found out the articles were written by his son, Rolf. Scanning the rest of the table, there were empty spots where Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Gilderoy Lockhart had sat last year. Harry assumed the latter of those three would be filled by Remus Lupin when the Dementor was dealt with. Finally, at the far end of the table, almost as if the spot had been squeezed into the end, sitting sideways, was a plump woman that Harry slowly recognized as Dolores Umbridge. He had a brief encounter with her before meeting Cornelius Fudge at the Ministry. He had initially taken a shine to her, as she didn't care about his celebrity status. But Brant tried very hard to absolve him of such thoughts, as he claimed she was a vile and spiteful woman. Harry and Lyra sat down at their table between Lee Jordan and Cedric Diggory, wearing his shiny prefect and Quidditch captain badges. A cup of hot chocolate appeared before them as they sat down. Whispers began looking under the covers for the food, but none had arrived yet. "Are you both ready to play some Quidditch this year?" Cedric asked enthusiastically. Lyra enthusiastically replied, while Harry was a bit more stoic as he had been press-ganged into it last year but had made the commitment. Further discussion was halted as a door behind the staff table opened, and in walked Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Remus Lupin. Harry's eyes were drawn immediately to Severus Snape, who looked at Lupin with fury and hatred in his eyes. Without skipping a beat, Lupin walked over to Professor Seinstra, who was sitting next to Snape, and spoke quietly in her ear. She stood up and moved to another empty chair. Snape looked even angrier at this move. Though before even sitting down, Lupin pulled a dark bottle from his robes and passed it to Snape, who looked at it with interest, then motioned for Lupin to sit, though he still looked annoyed at the very least. Dumbledore approached the lectern, and the hall became silent. "I would like you all to stand and welcome Hogwarts' newest students." Everyone hesitantly stood up as the doors in the rear of the hall opened, and a mass of small students flooded into the hall, being herded by Hagrid. There were more than twice as many students in this class as there had been in Harry's year, which would drastically increase the school population. They all looked around in wonder, and a few of the ones he had already met waved at him. Astoria Greengrass was among them and looked around for Whispers, who had vanished seconds before. Rachel Nevitt seemed to be the center of attention among some of the first years as she retold the story of the Dementor. As they reached the tables, someone started clapping, which set off a round of applause from the students and staff, welcoming the new students to Hogwarts. Once they were at the new table, Dumbledore motioned for everyone to sit. "Welcome, students, old and new. Last year, we added to the legacy of Hogwarts with the addition of House Scamander. At that time, we had a resorting of students where I noticed something remarkable." A few of the students, who had been sorted the first time before it had been stopped, had their destination changed just after a few short days at Hogwarts. In that regard, we will be having 5 days for our new students to get to know Hogwarts and its houses before being sorted. I hope this will create stronger bonds with each student's house as they continue in their time at the school. His expression darkened. As for the unpleasantness most of you experienced as you arrived, there will be an announcement after the meal. The hot chocolate will help ease any residual discomfort you are feeling as you are enjoying the welcoming feast. Nitwit, blubber, adamant, tweak, errant, Wilson. Harry raised an eyebrow at the last word of power Dumbledore added, which seemed to sound like welcome, but wasn't. Didn't have any time to think more about it, as the tables were covered with food for the feast. A happy screech from Whispers turned his attention to his own plate as he began to gather food. The hot chocolate bolstered his mood as he spoke with his friends about their summers. Arthur Bell and his family had gone to a Quidditch tournament in Japan, though it reinforced his desire not to play after seeing the ferocity that the professionals fought with each other, and was happy that their team would be wearing real helmets. Lee Jordan stayed home most of the time, but had managed to make a familiar bond with his pet tarantula, which would now come when it was called, and allow him to give it silly hats to wear. Neville became the center of attention as he retold the story of his recovery, quite a bit which heaped much praise on Brant, who many of the others knew of just for the amount of time he visited the castle for Harry and Lyra. Greg was also happy to have his friend back, and even more so that he had newfound energy and enthusiasm to be social with others. Lyra was clustered up with the girls of their house. Millicent had taken up a tutor over the summer for Muggle boxing and was looking forward to knocking Harry and Greg's heads off in their Muggle duels. Patricia had visited Central America, where she met a boy who attended school in El Dorado, a magical city in Colombia made entirely of gold. Luna Lovegood had gone on a safari with her father, looking for an elusive creature known to her as a crumple-horned snorkack, and determined that it did not live in the regions they visited in Central Africa. Yuri, Lily, Megan, and Sue had attended a few local Quidditch matches together in preparation for being the starting chasers on the house team. All three girls looked up to the three female Gryffindor chasers and the Harpies as role models in this regard. Daria and Melly were trying to have a private conversation, but Colin was not so subtly trying to edge in to chat up Melly. Harry sat and listened to many Quidditch-related stories and had a bite of chocolate cake from a dessert platter. Maybe some of the Dementor exposure had made him dread Quidditch more, as the chocolate was helping him feel better. To add a little energy, William Summerford leaned over and gave him a shock of electricity through his fork, then smirked and stole the rest of his dessert. As all the students began to slow down eating, Dumbledore approached the lectern and garnered silence from the student body. He gazed out over the students and smiled. Now that you are all fed and watered, as I mentioned before, our new students will have time to get to know Hogwarts before being sorted. The prefects have already been made aware of this, and each house will be hosting the first years for one day to extol the virtues of their house upon them. They will visit Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Scamander in that order. Use the other days to organize clubs, Quidditch, and prepare for the new year. We have 3 new staffing changes this year. The first is because Professor Kettleburn has retired. This announcement was met with many noises of sorrow from the hall. After the incident with the basilisk, he decided that now would be a good time to spend his later years with his family and remaining limbs. He managed to nominate his own replacement, Mr. Gurion Scamander. The very large and strong man stood up at his place at the table and waved. His robe either did not fit very well or fit very well, depending on how one looked at it, as it was exceptionally tight around his chest, whereas most others would have it much looser to hide their physique. After accepting the applause from the students, he sat back down, with both his mother and wife smiling kindly at him and then daggers at each other. After Professor Lockhart's untimely and heroic demise, we have found a replacement in a distinguished alumnus of Hogwarts. Mr. Remus Lupin joins our staff for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. As most of Hogwarts had seen his skill, defending them from the Dementor, Lupin received a roaring welcome and applause. The man looked shocked at the attention and smiled bashfully back as he stood and waved. When the noise died down, Dumbledore continued. Professor Binns was unable to be revived following the incident at the end of last year and is still bouncing around the hallways of this institution. It was impressed upon me by the ministry that we needed someone who is able to get everyone up to date on world events quickly, and they assigned one of their own to fill the seat for magical history. He didn't look happy at this announcement. Many of the older students also looked worried at his use of the word, everyone. With a deep sigh, Dumbledore gestured to the roundish woman in fuchsia robes at the end of the table. Please welcome Madame Dolores Umbridge to Hogwarts. There was a scattering of applause around the room. Harry looked and saw quite a few students who looked a bit sick at Dumbledore's proclamation. Behind him, at the Ravenclaw table, Hermione was cheering the loudest of anyone. The pink woman stood up and looked like she wanted to walk forward, but her feet wouldn't move. She glared quickly at Dumbledore, who had his wand poking slightly out of his sleeve with a greyish spell glowing on the tip. She growled slightly, then smiled, waved, and sat back down. The reactions of everyone around him seemed to solidify Brant's impression of her in Harry's mind. Welcome to all our new professors, Dumbledore said with light applause of his own. One of the reasons for the need for so many worldly teachers is next year, Hogwarts will host a monumental event. Originally, the plan was to revive the fabled Triwizard Tournament, but that has been scrapped for an even greater spectacle, a Wizarding Olympics. This announcement was met with shock, disbelief, applause, and confusion. This great tournament of the ages will put all of you in competition against students from at least 10 magical schools from across the world. Every student will be welcome to test their mettle in various feats of strength and skill, both magical and mundane. You will get to explore new cultures, learn new magics, and make new friends. There will be a wide range of events to compete in, and even seventh-year students now will be welcomed back to try their hand against other recent graduates outside of the general tournament. Over the next year, the castle and grounds, along with the town of Hogsmeade, will undergo many changes. The castle will be hosting many people that will be working on incredible projects to prepare the castle for these events. All of you will have the chance to earn house points and gain real-world experience in your magical studies by helping out. Additionally, our class schedule will change. Mondays will be spent learning world history, having optional lectures from our staff, and training for the various events should you wish to compete. As a result, the rest of the week will have a heavier workload. This announcement was met with a mixed response, as lighter Mondays would be balanced with heavier weeks. Finally, to address the incident on your arrival, a Dementor was dispatched from Azkaban prison as a high-security prisoner escaped ministry custody. Many of the older students here may remember the name of the prisoner from years ago. His name is Sirius Black. The effect around the room was worse than saying Voldemort with a sonorous charm. Professor Snape's face darkened on instinct, and Lupin crushed the metal goblet he was holding with his bare hand. At the Scamander table, every glass within 3 places of Harry exploded, causing students around him to dive for cover. When people stared at him, he mumbled, "That idiot, Fudge, couldn't hold him for a single week." Dumbledore took in all the reactions before telling them. For whatever reason, the Dementor has determined that Sirius Black may be coming to Hogwarts. Know that all of you are safe behind these walls, and that your professors and I will protect you. The prisoners accompanying the Dementor are an unknown situation and appear to be acting as scouts or guards of some sort. They will not enter the grounds, and all of you are to stay away from them. They are not fooled by disguises, disillusionment, or invisibility cloaks. Auras will be on patrol as well to make sure that students do not run into the Dementor. On that note, please return to your dormitories for the night. Professor Burbage will take the first-year students to their temporary dorms. Sleep well. Students began pooling out of the hall. Cedric corralled all the Scamander students and led them toward their dormitory. Probably by magic, the 4 adult Scamanders, plus Dougal, met them at the entrance. The Demiguise was on Gurian's shoulders, making sure his face was clean with a cloth napkin, but he jumped down when he saw Whispers greeting him with one hand on his shoulder, but no dominance contest. Whispers was now the same size as the much older Demiguise. "Welcome back, students," Newt greeted them. "For those who don't know, this is my son, Gurian, and his wife, Janana Silver Scamander. Tina and I will be spending most of the year at our home, overseeing our menagerie of magical animals, so Gurian and Janana will be acting heads of house in our absence. On that note, I will turn things over to him." Harry was a bit stunned. He liked Newt and Tina, and now they were leaving. His emotions seemed to reflect on the faces of many of his classmates as he looked around the hallway. Gurian stepped up, towering over his father and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, my mom and dad will be back often. I hope to live up to them as much as possible, though he is Newton Artemis Fido Scamander, so I hope I at least get close. I've made some changes to your common room. Let me show you." Harry and Lyra bristled at the idea that he had made changes without consulting them and gripped each other's hands tightly while biting their tongues. Janana stepped up and used the knocker on the door while saying, "Welcome to the grotto." The door swung open and revealed a flight of stairs downward. She led the way down to a large bronze door that opened into a cave. Across a stone floor was another large bronze door, but to their right was a shock to everyone. There was a crystal lake nearly 30 feet across, surrounded by plants and rocks, with a waterfall on the far side. Harry and Lyra rushed to the side and dipped their fingers into the water. It wasn't a hot spring, but it was comfortably cool. Many other students also tried the water and showed their delight. My husband and I spent the summer building this grotto as the new entrance to your common room. The door opposite the entrance will lead to your project rooms, the dueling arena, and our quarters and office. If you had a project room, a key has been delivered to your belongings. If you want to give others access, let us know later. With a grand gesture of her wand, the surface of the pool turned to ice, and then to stone. Over the next month, I will teach all of you the charm of walking on water. Until then, you will need to walk around to reach the waterfall entrance. The group followed her across the solid surface of the pool till they reached the waterfall. With another wave of her wand, the water cascading down turned purple. She gestured for everyone to walk through. Newt, Tina, and Gurion led the way, disappearing after going through the water. When it was Harry's turn, he hesitantly walked through. It didn't feel wet, and when he got through, he was back in the common room, which looked almost the same as it had before. The most obvious difference was there were now multiple hammocks and swings of different types placed throughout the ballet trees in the room. Whispers saw this and scampered up his favorite tree and into one of the highest hammocks. The other thing that was different was that the dormitories were not as they were. Instead of stairs connecting the levels, there were only 2 hobbit doors along the bottom, but also many others higher up the walls with various climbing holds, ropes, and bars leading up to them. The lower dormitories are separated for boys and girls, regardless of year, Gurion explained. If you want more private accommodations, take your things up to a higher room which can be singles or for up to 4 students. How do we get up there? Millicent asked. Exactly how it looks, Gurion replied with a smile. Harry, Lyra, and Neville smiled along with him. He added, your housemate, Neville, has a brilliant climbing gym that I've also improved if you need help building your strength to reach a higher dorm. One last thing, Janina added, gesturing to one of the hobbit hole dorms on the ground level. She opened the door and led everyone inside. Gone were the luxurious beds, oak dressers, and comfy chairs for their desks. Each spot had a basic cot for a bed, along with a very basic desk, dresser, bookshelf, and an unpadded wooden chair. Occasionally, in the evenings, I will be teaching you all basic transfiguration and enchanting to improve your environment, Janina told them. You are all wizards and should use your skills as often as possible. The upper dorms have nothing in them. Anything you make for them needs to be done down here and moved up there. This was how I was instructed by my grandmother during my summer vacations, and she lived at the top of a 500-foot-tall tree. Students looked on in disbelief, but Gurion said, the first summer I spent with her, she didn't tell me I could use magic, and I carried all our things up by hand with Janina in a backpack harness, giggling the whole time. Most of the students laughed at that. Tina spoke up, go find your things and settle in for the night. Girls are in the other dorm. Harry found his things quickly enough and laid down on his cot. It was stiff and uncomfortable. Grabbing a blanket, he headed outside and saw that Lyra had retrieved her kitten, Sylvie, and beat him to the hammock where the 2 of them and Whispers were sleeping. So he climbed the tree and claimed a nearby spot between a few wide branches and curled up to go to sleep. The walls and ceiling of the Scamander common room displayed the sun, moon, and stars by the time of the day. So when the sun rose over the mountains on the east side of the room, Harry began his day. They had nearly an entire week before classes began, and he probably had enough things to do to fill the entire time. The first and most important of them was he needed to check on the usurper. Brant had set up some kind of alert to let him know when the great serpent awoke from the cocoon it put itself in at the end of the last term, but it hadn't been triggered yet. Regardless, he wanted to check for himself. Walking down the empty hallways of the school, Harry walked by sections of walls and floor that had freshly installed masonry from places the basilisk had destroyed during its battle with Newt and Tina Scamander. Finally turning the last corner to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, he found that it had also been changed. Instead of the entrance to a bathroom, there was a large wooden door with the Slytherin crest on the door in solid silver. He approached the door, but it was locked. An unlocking charm also didn't work. Section Kingerbane section, there was a soft click, and Harry opened the door. It swung open to reveal a small potion laboratory. The walls were stocked with various colored bottles, and there were brewing stations where the bathroom stalls used to be. It lacked the frightening motif of the classroom in the dungeon, and instead was replaced with one of extreme professionalism. The large marble sink had been replaced with a lecture podium and chair, which currently held Severus Snape. "You couldn't wait, could you?" he told Harry with a bit of a smile. "No, see. No, sir, Professor Snape," Harry corrected himself. "The usurper is still cocooned, though there is something that you may like to see. Come," he instructed Harry as he stood up. "Kingsbane," he spoke to the lecture podium. The lectern and the chair melted into the ground along with the floor below it to reveal a set of stairs leading downward. Snape led the way down, which lasted only 2 minutes before reaching another door. It opened into the room where the disgusting pool of water had been previously. Now it was well lit, and there was a narrow bridge through the middle of the clean, serene blue waters. Harry looked around at the changes and smiled, then got a thoughtful look in his eyes and said, "You could have left the cleaning for students in detention." Snape chuckled. That would have been fun. Send a bunch of students into the eerie, disgusting, and fabled Chamber of Secrets for the night, with no way out, and tell them to clean everything. They both laughed before Snape led the way down the long corridors, spotless and lined with torches holding bluebell flames, until the main chamber was opened. Inside the large room, a sunlight charm lit up the room from the top of the domed ceiling, and there was no evidence that a basilisk had died there, nor had half the room been covered in phoenix fire. The entire floor of the room was covered in a thick layer of fluffy moss, with small flowers sprouting randomly out of it. On the far side of the room, at the base of the statue of Salazar Slytherin, the cocoon of the usurper was entrenched. When they left, it had been a glowing yellow, made of a pus-like substance the snake had excreted from its body after consuming most of its mortal enemy. Now it was darker brown and contracted closer around the body of the colossal snake, though it still grew and shrank with a soft glow like the breathing of a hibernating animal. "Part of the cocoon broke about 3 weeks ago," Snape explained. "As it covered the floor, plants started growing, and I've even seen a few fairies that have somehow gotten in here that were attracted to the new magical growth. Mr. Gurion Scamander and Professor Sprout are both fascinated by all of it." Harry looked at the sleeping sheep that Brant had preserved as his alert for when the usurper woke up. It was still dozing in silence under the red glow, keeping it unconscious and preserved. He walked as close as he could to the cocoon and whispered, "Section, can you hear me?" "Section," he gave a shrug to Snape when he received no response. The potions professor gestured to him, and they left the room. They walked in silence until reaching the stairs. "I was told you had an interesting summer," Snape told him casually. Harry thought back. "I guess. I met some mercenaries, killed a bunch of balbal and crocodiles, another 2 sigbins. Lyra got to play with a Volcatros, saw some dragons, met with the minister, and attended a wedding." Snape skipped over nearly all of it and asked with a scowl, "The meeting with Fudge, the one you were training your intimidation skills for, was it about Sirius Black?" Harry stopped mid-step on the stairs. Of course, Severus would figure it out. Harry nodded. "I wanted to see his face. I wanted to know why he betrayed my parents. Fudge found out he never got a trial and was setting one up for this weekend." Snape looked shocked. "I would have liked to see that too, but now he's loose." They walked another half-minute in silence before he spoke again. "What do you think of the new teachers?" Snape hadn't cared about anything regarding the answer to the question of how he spent his summer except the meeting with the minister. Harry was pretty sure this was another such question. There was nothing scandalous about Gurion Scamander, and everyone seemed to dislike Umbridge, so his professor was asking him about his thoughts on Lupin. Without stopping, Harry replied, "You can just ask me what I think about Remus Lupin without dancing around it." Snape didn't stop walking either and just smiled, so Harry continued, "I know he was friends with my parents, just like Sirius Black was. He's in an album that Hagrid got me. He might not have betrayed them, but he abandoned me all the same. He looked me in the eye on the train and said nothing. He does look incredibly strong, as he fought that Dementor and crushed a goblet with his bare hand when Dumbledore announced the news about Sirius Black." They reached the opening back into the potions lab, and Snape replied, "A valid assessment. I know you give people the opportunity for second chances, like with Draco and Narcissa. Is there any message you want me to pass on to him?" Harry thought for a moment, then said, "Not yet." Then he left Snape's lab to head to breakfast. Snape entered the defense professor's office to find Remus Lupin at his desk with an unhappy look on his face. "Did you find whatever you were looking for that could find Black?" Snape asked the scarred man. He shook his head. "Filch took the thing I can't talk about during our 7th year. It could be anywhere now, as he doesn't have it now or remember anything about it." "Did you talk to Harry?" "Just as I predicted, he made a beeline for that monster under the school. I don't know which is stranger, that James's son is a Parselmouth, or that he likes you," he wondered while shaking his head. "I'm sure Dumbledore has some long and complicated explanation for both that will only have half of the real story. Did he say anything about me? He looked at me on the train like he knew who I was. He has his mother's intelligence along with his father's ridiculous hair. He does know who you are. He has a photo album that Rubius put together for him last year. He sees your absence as a kind of betrayal, but has moved past it. I would recommend treating him just like any other student for now." Lupin put his head between his hands and lowered it down to the table. After a moment, he brought it back up. "So, do we still have a deal? I was always going to supply you with the potion. Dumbledore's orders. However, it will be good to have you out in the forest during the full moon looking for Black. In exchange, I won't reveal your condition to anyone in the school, especially not the Toad." "I lost 3 friends. You lost one. I want him dead more than you," Lupin growled with his teeth bared. One of his teeth grew slightly for a moment before retracting. "You might not want to kill him yet," Snape advised to Remus's shock and mild confusion. "Apparently, Harry is part of the reason for Black's escape." He bullied the minister into a face-to-face interrogation with Black to demand answers for his betrayal. Before that could happen, it was discovered Black never got a trial. He was out of Azkaban to get one, and that's when he escaped. If you kill him before Harry speaks to Black, I would imagine he would be quite put out. "But the prophet said," Lupin started holding up the paper. "Since when has that rag been truthful?" Lupin thought for a moment before asking, "He doesn't need his legs to testify, does he?" "No, he doesn't." Snape smiled. "I don't think he does." The paper arrived as Harry briefed Lyra at breakfast about his encounter with Snape. "Sirius Black escapes ministry custody. Late evening yesterday, alarms went off through the ministry, putting every active aura on high alert for the escape of a prisoner from holding inside the Ministry of Magic. The prisoner in question was none other than the fabled and infamous Sirius Black. Black was a double agent for you-know-who had snuck his way into Dumbledore's vigilante group and passed information from the inside to the Dark Lord. There is no way to confirm how many people died because of the leaks he made, though the most notable is that of James and Lily Potter. His actions to cause the end of the lives of his former friends also ended the war, as Harry Potter was able to deflect the killing curse from he who must not be named on that fateful night. Following the demise of the Dark Lord, Black went after another former friend, Peter Pettigrew, cornering him in South London. The two traded spells in a fierce duel that ended with an explosion that decimated Pettigrew, most of the street, and 13 muggles. All that remained of Pettigrew were 2 fingers. Minister Fudge released a statement that they were bringing in Black to provide testimony in an undisclosed trial, and he mysteriously vanished from holding. There is no information being released now on how the escape was done, and no informants in the Aura office have been able to provide further enlightenment. In addition to the Auras, a Dementor was dispatched from Azkaban. For unknown reasons, it went to Hogwarts to search for him. While there, it encountered a large group of arriving students and demanded they hand over Black. Auras and the new defense professor corralled the Dementor to provide safe passage to the children and then assured the guard that Black wasn't with the students. "We will continue to provide updates as more become available." "They left quite a bit out," Harry mumbled. "Fudge is covering himself," Lyra explained. "Probably doesn't want to cause a panic either." Just as Harry was about to reply, a raven swooped in and dropped a letter for him. He opened it and found a quick message. "Don't do anything rash. I will see you on Saturday." "Brant, were you about to do something?" Lyra asked. Harry was about to make a denial, but was betrayed by the arrival of Hermes, looking at him expectantly. "Not anymore, I guess." He pulled a dead mouse from his pouch and tossed it to the owl. "I was going to send my disapproval to Fudge," Harry explained as the owl flew away. They each had quite a bit to do before school would be in session, so after breakfast, they tracked down Professor Flitwick to test out Lyra's Volcatros feather. The tiny man was quite interested in testing out what would happen and took them to their old knife training room to perform the tests. It took him quite some time to enchant the room with what he felt were an appropriate number of fireproofing spells, and then asked to see the feather. The red feather was over twice the height of their diminutive professor, and he admired it closely. There is a significant amount of magic contained in this, he told them with a toothy smile. I can't wait to see what it does. Not wanting to use the entire feather, Lyra pulled out a dozen of the veins and gave the rest to Harry to hold on to. In the corner of the room, Flitwick placed numerous shields around himself, Whispers, and Harry, and then told Lyra they were ready. Whispers's eyes glowed for a moment, and then muttered, "Out." She focused on the parts of the red feather, and after a moment, heat spread through the room. There was no fire, but even behind the shields of the charms professor, Harry could feel himself begin to sweat. They could see the distortion in the air from the heat for a second before a stack of papers in the corner of the room burst into flames. Lyra immediately stopped the exercise, and when the room had cooled down, Flitwick put out the fire. Well, Miss Black, that was most interesting. Did any of the heat disturb you? Lyra shook her head. Regardless, I trust that you won't do that again without proper supervision. Lyra nodded her head in response to their teacher. This year will be challenging for the two of you. While you are still learning the basics, the headmaster wants all the professors to push the students so we can make a good standing in his tournament next year. We are already working hard, Harry told him confidently. Good, he told them with a smile. Warn your friends, there will be no room for complaining about the course load. After lunch, Harry spotted another argument forming between Ron Weasley and Hermione. Why can't we just do it in the common room? Ron was complaining. Because it's your common room, idiot. You don't get a home field advantage. That's why I suggested the study room on the 6th floor, she countered. Sure, because a study room isn't your turf, he replied with an eye roll. So anywhere you can study is out. This is a school, you know. It makes sense that you want to use your common room, as Gryffindors must never study. Harry edged in, why not do it here? Both participants shared a look, daring the other to say no to the proposal. How do we keep other people from messing with it? Hermione asked. Out of nowhere, Lupin appeared. I can take care of that. Do you have the chessboard? Harry scrutinized the man, who must have been listening in on the conversation from across the room before him, before heading back to the common room to grab the board. In the grotto, he walked around the small lake, and the waterfall changed color to purple as he got close. Stepping through brought him back to the common room proper. When he got back to the great hall, Ron and Hermione were staring daggers at each other across a podium that had been set up. Before taking the board, Lupin carved a number of runes into the top of the podium and then took the board and placed it on top. Once it was down, he tried picking it up again, and it didn't budge. On two of the squares of the board, on opposite sides, he carved more symbols with a glowing wand tip. Ron started tapping his foot, while Hermione looked on with interest. When he was done, he asked them both to put one hand over each rune set. Hesitantly, they both did, and their defense professor conjured two ultra-thin needles, drawing looks of concern from both of them. Stashing his wand, he took one in each hand and addressed the competitors. Don't worry. These aren't for what you think they are for. Just for the purpose of theatrics. Hey, what's that? Both of them looked where he gestured and missed the moment when he jabbed both needles straight through the top of their hands into the chessboard. By the time they both screamed, he had pulled out the needles and vanished them. Don't worry, he said with a smile. No damage done. Now the two of you are the only ones who can touch the table, and you need to take turns doing so. They both examined their hands to see no blood and then took turns touching the table. When it wasn't their turn, they got a small shock. Lupin showed that it always shocked him when he tried. Satisfied with the setup, they flipped a nut to see who would go first. Ron won, but chose to go second. The first 10 moves went quickly, then slowed when it was clear that neither would win right away. At 15 moves, they both left the board to do other things. Ron seemed disappointed that it wasn't going to be over as quickly as he wanted it to be. After dinner, Cedric called for a meeting in their common room. He already had a fire going when they all arrived, and the Scamander family was sitting to the side in the kitchenette as observers. When they had all gathered around, he began to speak. I've been thinking about what we should do when we have the first-year students on Monday. All the second-year students remember what they got to do last year, and that's the same thing that the other houses are going to do for them this year as well. For Sunday night, we're going to host all of them for a sleepover. Campfire, sleeping bags, stargazing, the works. S'mores, Carlin asked hopefully. Those marshmallow sandwiches, sure. Does anyone else have an idea? Ghost stories, Daria asked. I guess we could get one of the ghosts to tell some stories, Cedric replied with a confused tone. I don't see why, though. No, Daria and a few others laughed. Like scary stories for fun. Leave it to me, Cedric, Lee told them with a sinister smile, reminding Harry of one of the twins. Okay, that's on Lee. Does anyone have ideas for the next day? There was silence throughout the room. All the other things to do were being taken care of by the other houses. There wasn't anything left for them. Why not take them into the forest? Gurion suggested from the side of the room. Because it's dangerous, Cedric replied questioningly. So is everything else in this castle, he answered back. Janena and I can join you all, plus the groundskeeper. They should be shown that danger does exist and why they shouldn't play with it. Harry and Lyra nodded along. Children did need to be exposed to danger to teach them to avoid it or how to deal with it. That was a daily experience for both of them. It also gave Harry another idea. We can take them to the Chamber of Secrets, he suggested. That was met with complete silence. Gurion broke the silence with a happy laugh. Excellent idea, Mr. Potter. You can do the chamber after breakfast and the forest after lunch. It looked like his parents were unsure of the whole thing, so he added, Mom, Dad, the two of you should come along for extra security. They seemed to sigh in acceptance of this. As there are way too many firsties for me to handle on my own, Cedric began, I'm deputizing Patricia and Millicent to help me look after all of them. Because we are girls, Patricia asked incredulously. Because you both kick ass and won't let some little brats push you around. They smiled at his comment. Though we will, of course, need Harry to go to the chamber, and any of you are welcome to come with to both. A trip to the legendary Chamber of Secrets, as well as one into the forest, interested everyone, so it appeared as if the full house would accompany them. Cedric ended the meeting by informing them that they had the Quidditch pitch booked for 2 hours every day from 10 a.m. to noon the next 3 days, and the Harpies were coming to help with their training on Saturday. Cedric and Lyra were the only ones smiling when they finished Quidditch practice on Friday. The whole house was there to watch, even if they weren't on the team. However, even as spectators, they looked on in terror at the ruthlessness that Cedric employed to train them. They barely got any time to play in the air and spent most of the time on fundamentals. Harry, Greg, Neville, and Millicent just hit bludgers at each other until their shoulders were burning. Harry switched arms every now and then to keep them from being overtaxed, but his friends didn't have the luxury of being ambidextrous. All the chasers and reserves played against each other, trying to make steals from each other and shooting at Cedric, as Arthur refused to play. They would need to find a new reserve keeper now. Lyra had 4 training bludgers hunting her as she searched for a snitch throughout the whole practice. She and William were searching for different colored snitches, hers blue and his green, while being pursued by the iron balls that would just mark them if hit. William was doing well with just 1 hunting him and started getting tagged when they increased to 2. Lyra, on the other hand, did fine with 3 and would occasionally get hit with 4 chasing her. Just watching her fly so effortlessly made Harry feel a lot more comfortable with the sport. At the end of their practice, they all moved like a herd of tortoises to lunch, groaning all the way from the massive workout. They all arrived back to the common room after lunch looking to find some rest, but instead found Gurion and his wife Janena in the middle of a sparring match. Gurion outweighed her by at least 2 times, though he was completely outclassed by her speed. She moved with superhuman speed, jumping in close to deliver hits to his torso before leaping back to avoid a grapple. The whole house of students stared in awe at the brawl taking place. Despite the blows he was taking, Gurion didn't seem fazed. He just smiled and made motions for her to keep attacking. In response, she dashed forward and made 2 feints to either side before jumping and delivering a spinning kick straight to the side of Gurion's head. A bit of blood flew from his nose and mouth as his head bent to absorb the blow. Most of the students reacted with horror at the sight. However, instead of getting knocked down, he grabbed her entire leg with a meaty hand, then threw her bodily into the air like a rag doll. As she reached the top of the throw, they could see her looking and trying to regain control of herself. But on the way down, she shifted her whole form into a large black panther, landing on her feet without issue. "Ha! I win!" Garion cheered himself. His wife shifted back as the students applauded. "You're still behind by 3 matches," she replied smugly. Then she looked at the students. "You all look exhausted." "Quidditch practice," Cedric explained. "That was an incredible fight. The 2 of you do that often." Garion smiled. "Once every few days. The first one to submit or shift into their animagus form loses." "You're an animagus too?" Harry asked expectantly. He smiled and fell forward, immediately turning into a large and regal lion. As soon as his paws hit the ground, he let out a mighty roar. After the students finished applauding, he jumped up and changed back to his human form. "It's really the best thing a wizard can do with their magic," he told them. "It benefits you in so many ways." Millicent raised her hand. "What if your form is going to be lame? My father took me to a seer when I was 6, and he said I would probably be large and fat, like some kind of pig." She looked immensely sad at that, and a bit embarrassed. Janina came close and gave her a hug. When she let go, she told her, "And I assume you associate pigs with being fat or gross." Millicent nodded. "They are also smart, quick learners, immensely strong, and can eat through bones like butter." She took a step back and addressed the class. "Seers can be wrong. As soon as someone tells you the future, it changes. Sometimes it is inevitable, and you may take a different path to reach it, or it may change completely because you know about it. Or it might happen exactly the way they predicted, but they didn't see the whole picture." "She's right," Garion told them. "It's actually a very common practice for some seers to predict a child's animagus form before they bother attempting it. One of them predicted my form as being cute and fluffy." "They were right," his wife smiled. "Just it needed the right person to think so. The other thing you can do is work on yourself," Garion supplied. "Maybe I was going to be something more cute and fluffy, but then I started to train myself, my body, and my magic. When I felt I was fully grown, that's when I performed the ritual. All of you are still children. You're still growing, and while it is possible to do the ritual now, you don't have to. You can wait until you're fully grown and not likely to change more." There was a bit of silence before Lyra broke it. "I still want to do it with Harry this summer." "Signed up with Professor McGonagall this year," Cedric added. "Excellent," Janina smiled. "I'm sure all of you will have wonderful forms, though if you ever feel like you have unused potential, you have the opportunity to work on it between now and whenever you need to be the best wizard you can be. Now, I bet you all want to get some rest," Garion told them. Harry massaged his shoulder. "What I really want is a hot spring." "You've got one," Garion pointed out the door, back to the waterfall. "That water is too cold," Lyra objected. "Wizards," Garion pointed to himself and his wife. "If you've got swimming clothes, grab them. If you don't, just wear something that you don't mind getting wet and come out to the grotto." Harry and Lyra sprinted ahead of everyone else to get their swimming clothes, quickly changing and heading back out. As he came out, Harry called out to the balit trees, "Whispers, hot spring." There was a noise of confusion, followed by a silver monkey dropping to the ground and scampering after Harry, still with a confused look on his face. His small kitten companion plodded along after him with a curious look. When they got out to the grotto, they were the first ones there, and Whispers wasted no time jumping in. As soon as he touched the water, he screeched and swam back out. "Cooled," he yelled at Harry, who was dipping his toes in. The water temperature hadn't changed yet. Sylvie waited patiently and watched Whispers and the children with interest. Whispers stood there shivering as the others came out, some in swimwear, others in clothing that they didn't mind getting wet. Eventually, Garion and Janina joined them, each carrying a golden ball covered in runes. When they got to the edge, they each tapped the orbs, which began to glow, and then tossed them into the water, letting them sink to the bottom. "It's hard to create an active enchantment that heats water so you can swim in it, but doesn't boil you like an egg," Garion explained. "So, in this case, we use 2 enchantments linked together. One orb heats the water, while the other one monitors the temperature and stops the heat if it gets too high. It's not possible, for reasons I won't get into, for them to be part of the same object to enchant." As he was explaining, steam started to rise from the surface of the water. Janina added, "You all shouldn't stay in more than 30 minutes. We will deactivate the enchantment at that time." Whispers was still shivering, and Harry gave him a nod to go in as the steam started to get thick. As he got in, he gave a sound of contentment as he floated across the surface. The rest of the house joined him and made their own relaxed noises as they settled into the hot water. The Kneasel kitten didn't get in, but just lay down at the edge and soaked in the steam. As they relaxed, Harry reminded his sister, "We need to talk to Professor McGonagall and Snape about the quartz we received from the Giver and the Animagus ritual." Their transfiguration professor was very against them doing the ritual outside the school environment, but saw no reason why making their own container for the potion would cause an issue with the process. She warned them that they should have someone on hand who had gone through the ritual themselves to monitor the process to make sure that everything was proceeding correctly. Snape was very interested in the idea of creating their own receptacle for the potion. Throughout his entire career as a potions master, he had always purchased vials, containers, and mixing receptacles for his use. There were certain situations where you needed to make sure that the vials had no impurities or were a certain shape, but not sculpted any on his own. He let Harry and Lyra know to give him at least a month to research if they needed to make them in a particular style, or if all they needed to do was to hold liquid. He also informed them to keep a hold of any fragments or dust from the quartz as they would work, as they were used in many other rituals and potions. If the Giver was correct that their method would strengthen their future forms, then it would also make what they saved into more potent reagents in whatever they ended up being used for. With such a large block of quartz for each of them, they were certainly going to have a lot left over. When Saturday rolled around, Brant met them at breakfast. He looked different, but neither Harry nor Lyra could figure out what it was. Always had good posture, though now it looked like he stood even straighter, prouder, and with more purpose. It was baffling that nothing else was different, just that small change. When he got them into a private classroom, he started, "So I have quite a few things to go over with you. First is the Sirius Black situation. We will find him and capture him. Lord Black has hired people who will bring him in alive, though probably very heavily wounded. As long as he can speak, that's all that matters." "Why is the Dementor here?" Lyra asked. "That took a little more investigation," Brant sighed. "Apparently he tended to mumble while in Azkaban quite a bit about you, Harry. So when the Dementor was dispatched, it headed to the one place it would be able to find you for certain, Hogwarts. It's trying to protect me." "Certainly not. It will do whatever it takes to recapture Sirius, and if he is coming here for you, he will watch after you to accomplish that. They know not to actually target children, because Dementors have been killed in the past for that. It just takes a full moon cycle of keeping it corralled without any magic or human presence nearby for them to starve to death." After a pause, he continued, "Neither I nor Lord Black knows about how it is manipulating the kissed prisoners that it arrived with, but he will be looking into the archives of his library for more information on it. I will not be around for the next few months as I will be out of the country." "Where are you going?" Harry asked curiously. "To the Balkans, and I won't tell you why," he told both of them with a note of finality. "I do come today with good news, though. The purchase of the Mongolian Ironbeak was successful and is on its way to the Romanian Dragon Reserve. It has to be taken over land, as dragons are highly resistant to magic and will not respond to portkeys." They both smiled broadly, and Lyra asked, "Can they send pictures?" "I will make sure they do," he assured them. "The next piece of information I just got a hold of is about the Harry Potter children's books," he told them. "So apparently the author had them published when you were very young and later died. They had requested that all the profits be sent to different charities. The publisher was under the impression that your guardians gave permission for your name to be used and were startled to hear that they didn't." "So what now?" Harry asked. Brant pulled a card out of his coat and passed it to Harry. "This is the contact information for the publisher. If you show it to Hermes, he will know how to find them. They were very ready to repay any debt they could. You essentially have an endless amount of minor favors you could ask from them, or one or two very large ones. Unless you want to take any of the future profits away from the various charities they were assigned to." Lyra quickly whispered something in Harry's ear. He smiled and nodded. "We would like some of it to go to Narcissa's project helping the squibs," Harry told Brant. "It will be done," Brant told him as he handed the business card to Harry. Harry took the card and dropped it into his pouch. Brant looked a bit annoyed at his action and said, "You both will eventually have many such contact cards. Make sure to get a proper card holder. Do it yourselves. I'm sure you can figure it out if you need to." There was another bit of silence before Lyra asked, "When do we start knife training again?" "Tomorrow. Though in the future, while I am away, Stevens or Lord Black will come when you need to be escorted outside the castle. You will always be with someone capable of driving away a Dementor." "Can we learn the Patronus charm?" Lyra asked hopefully. "It's not worth trying," Brant said with a shake of his head. "Maybe when you're older, but neither of you has enough power for anything more than a bit of mist." "Anything else?" Harry asked. "Yes, but I want it to be a surprise for tomorrow. You have Quidditch practice now, and I'm told that the Harpies are going to be there to help you train." When they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the team was already there, along with the starters for the Harpies Quidditch team. They also had two photographers there who were moving around the outside, occasionally taking photos. Seeing them coming, Gwennog Jones marched over to Brant and clocked him straight across the jaw with a vicious punch. It was so hard he spun halfway around before hitting the ground. "Fuck!" she cursed while shaking her hand. The professional beater reached down and pulled Brant to his feet. "I just wanted to test that out." Brant massaged his jaw, which had a small bruise forming. "Looks like I got a better one than you," he smiled. "I'll be repaying that favor sometime." "What was that?" Harry asked, but somehow knew he wasn't going to get a straight answer. Lyra, on the other hand, marched straight up to Gwen and said, "You're Brooke. Brant wouldn't let anyone else hit him like that." She just started laughing, throwing her head back and continuing until she choked. "Yeah, I'm going to marry this handsome devil." She marched over to Brant and tried to grab him, only for him to jump away. "Come on, sweetie, give me a smooch. At least let me kiss where I punched you. It will make you feel better." "Back off, harlot. I'm not even your type," Brant smirked as he backed away. Harry looked at his other housemates, who were watching what was going on in confusion, while the rest of the Harpies women were falling over themselves in laughter. Even their stoic manager, Loma Gerbils, was smiling a bit, though after a minute she clapped her hands twice, and all her players jumped to attention. "Enough! We are here to turn these kids into a professional Quidditch team. Let's get to it." Each player seemed to have an assignment as they herded different Scamanders toward different ends of the pitch. Harry, Greg, Neville, and Millicent got snagged by Gwennog Jones and Madeline Gorgon. They were led over to a corner where they had stacked a number of larger-than-average beater bats and metal weights. "Being a beater is the hardest position in Quidditch," Madeline told them. "You need to keep your head on a swivel at all times and protect everyone on the field. You need absurd levels of strength and situational awareness that rivals a seeker." Gwennog whistled toward a man on the other side of the field, and he started to jog over. "This jolly man coming over is Stewie. He's the best healer in Quidditch. He can turn devastating injuries into something that will take you out of a game for only 10 minutes. That's the other thing to worry about. If one of your beaters isn't permanently taken out, you don't get a replacement, and then you have to fight and protect on your own until they come back." Stewie arrived as she was done speaking, wand drawn. "Injuries already?" he asked. "Grab a seat and wait," Gwen told him. He conjured a chair and sat down. "You will all be getting hurt today," Maddie told the children. "You need to know what it feels like to be hit by a bludger in practice so that you don't act like virgins when it happens in a game." Neville looked a bit scared but nodded along with the others, who understood exactly what she was talking about. Harry was no stranger to pain, but wanted to be able to protect everyone like they were telling him. If that meant taking a few hits now, it would be less jarring later. "Good. You all understand," Maddie smiled. "Go grab a bat that feels heavy to you and go stand in a marked circle." There were several marked spots on the ground. Harry went through the bats until he found one that felt heavy, but he could still swing it in either hand, then walked to an open spot. Maddie took them through a number of drills on swinging motions for nearly 10 minutes straight. As his arms were feeling tired, Harry noticed a bludger flying straight at his side. Using a quick backhanded swing, he swatted the bludger away with a loud asterisk gong. This startled the others, but Maddie just continued her drills as if it never happened. On the side of the field, Gwen was standing there with 8 bludgers floating in front of her, waiting to be hit. The one that Harry deflected turned back to make a pass at Millicent, which she swatted away as well, putting all of them on high alert as they continued being directed through the types of swings by Maddie. After another minute, Gwen released another bludger toward the children, giving them two to deal with. When it became three, they had their first injury as Neville got hit in the back of his shoulder while focusing on one coming from the front. As soon as he hit the ground, he started floating over to the medic, who began healing the damage. Gwen activated another bludger. Millicent went down next with an iron ball to her wrist, and Neville was sent back at the same time. Didn't even bother to start the drills again and just stayed on high alert for an incoming bludger. When they got six swarming them, Harry got hit in the thigh and was levitated over to the medic. The healing felt warm but like ants crawling under his skin. His was more minor than the others and was back up in half a minute. On the way back to his circle, he grabbed a second bat to defend himself with two hands. Maddie called out, "You can only have one in a game, but it's fine for training. Anyone else can grab a second one next time you're out." They kept going until Gwen had all 9 balls chasing them. Any time one of them went out, it would increase the pressure on the others, and they would drop like flies. There were stretches of time when none of them were up and moving, either because they were all undergoing healing or they refused to face all 9 iron balls on their own. After a full hour, the team manager called all the adults and children to the center. She smiled when she saw how battered the group of beaters were, as even if their wounds were healed, their clothing was still in great disrepair, and their hair was as messed up as Harry's was normally. "Look at your beaters," she told the others. "They will be protecting you. Take care of them, and they will take care of you." She paused as the students in the other positions looked them over. "Now we will have a practice match. My girls against your starters." Many of the students vocally decried the unfairness of such a match. Though the manager told them, "We will be giving you our brooms, and they will be flying on some old comets to even things out. You all will have better acceleration, top speeds, braking and turning, and your brooms are more durable." "I still think it's completely mismatched," Cedric commented. "You're right," his keeper counterpart, Runu, commented. "We have years of experience not just as players, but playing with each other, though this is to get you to build that same experience." "I'm the youngest on the team," Jiggy Rivers added. "It took me a while to become mesh with them, but the best way to do that is to keep training and keep playing, winning, and losing all build character and team bonding. Being in the heat of battle will teach you things about yourself that you never knew." "But it's not a battle," Lily Moon objected. "How is it not?" Jiggy challenged her. "The only thing that makes it not a real battle is that there are rules. That, and when it's over, you should be friends with the other team. Rivalries are fine, being enemies is not." Cedric gathered the team together to discuss strategy before they started the game. "We are all on faster brooms, but we still need to play smart." He addressed the chasers first. "Girls, keep a tight formation. They will be looking to pick off long passes of the quaffle. Greg, your first responsibility is protecting them. Harry, I know you don't want to, but your first responsibility is protecting me. Lyra is brilliant on a broom and probably won't need a lot of help. She's your second priority. Watch to see if Greg needs help too. Lyra, you just learned quite a bit about search patterns from the woman who is going to be your rival. Don't do things exactly like she taught you, or you'll never be able to beat her." He took a deep breath. "Any questions?" "Good. Do your best out there." The team lined up at the center of the field with the Harpies. Their manager took out a box with dozens of small holes in it. "Wands," she said simply. The Harpies started to fill the box on their side up with all the wands in their possession. One of the chasers, Golda, had 2 wands, while Jiggy and Rue didn't have theirs on them. The Scamander team hesitantly added all their wands to the box. There was a clicking noise when they finished. The manager opened the Quidditch chest where the balls were and left the wands in a designated spot. Another 2 boxes were opened to reveal brand new helmets. For the Scamanders, theirs looked like demiguise heads with blue eyes on the visors. Everyone quickly put them on and buckled them to allow for perfect vision. As soon as the game started, there was a flurry of motion as everyone went flying. The quaffle was shot into the air and grabbed immediately by Sally Gulls on the Harpies. Harry tore his eyes from the quaffle and focused on a bludger making its way toward him. Trying to figure out a target, he swatted the iron ball toward Arlene Green, though she dodged it with practiced ease. The Harpies managed the quaffle with practiced efficiency. Even with their much slower brooms, they were able to complete nearly all of their passes because they could just throw blindly to where they knew their teammates would be. The biggest difficulty came from Gwen and Maddie, who were destroying the chaser formation with the bludgers. Even with Greg intercepting the iron balls, blocking them still disrupted the formations constantly. Harry ended up staying with Greg for the first 20 minutes of the game, making sure their chasers were not hit. Harry occasionally got a look towards Lyra, high in the sky, searching for the golden snitch. At one point, he saw Jiggy searching lower down and swatted a bludger toward her. She leaned out of the way at the last second, the bludger missing her helmet by inches. He couldn't tell if that was luck or skill. By 30 minutes in, the score was 40-0 in favor of the Harpies. When he was near their goalposts, he could see that Cedric was getting a bit frustrated. It didn't matter that he had saved another 7 shots. It was that they hadn't managed any of their own yet that was probably annoying him. Harry took it upon himself to try and rectify the situation. After another 2 goals were scored, Harry spotted an opening and swatted a bludger straight at Gwen's back. She managed to turn in time, but her bat was in the wrong hand to hit it, and it impacted her right in the chest, knocking her off her broom for a fall of nearly 40 feet. She managed to twist herself in midair, so she landed on one knee while punching the ground with her offhand in an amazing pose that seemed to cushion the impact. Then she totally collapsed. Healers rushed to her as Cedric was screaming at his team to keep playing. Brant was cheering like a madman from the stands, which made Harry think she was going to be fine. Cedric managed to yell loud enough that with one beater down, they would switch strategy. Greg was assigned one bludger, and Harry was on the other, and tried to take out everyone else on the Harpies. The team rallied under this small advantage, and within 5 minutes had scored their first goal. Greg had Madeline distracted defending the chasers, and Harry managed to get Rue to dodge the other bludger away from the goalposts, which gave their girls the opportunity to score. 10 minutes later, they scored another with the same strategy. That's when Gwen got back in the game, and she came for blood. She swung up right next to Harry and told him, "Looks like you came to dance, and this time, no one is going to save you." Greg spent the next 20 minutes defending Harry more than the chasers. Harry had taken to switching hands with his bat, every few swings to keep from tiring himself out, as the Harpies rained the 2 iron bludgers down on him. Their attention away from the chasers allowed the Scamanders to score another goal, while the Harpies scored 3. Harry had taken to dodging the onslaught more than assaulting back, as his faster broom allowed better dodging of the balls, though he wasn't used to the speed, and turning, so he nearly fell off many times, taking sharp turns to avoid the attacks on him. When he was just about exhausted, he heard his sister laughing and looked up to see her plummeting to the earth from above the top of the stadium. She was neck and neck with the Harpies' seeker, Jiggy. Following their line, he spotted the snitch 2 feet above the grass, just sitting there. There was no way either of them could pull up in time after catching it to stop, and no way for Harry to hit a bludger at them without the possibility of hitting his sister. Lyra seemed to realize that there was no way to grab the snitch if it stayed that high off the ground, and pulled out of her dive to bank around and grab it from another angle. Jiggy continued the dive without stopping. When she was 30 feet above the ground, she performed a forward somersault off the front of her broom, so she was holding to the tip of her handle by just her fingertips as the broom came to a halt, and she swiped the golden ball from the spot it was hovering, then let go over her broom and touched down on her feet, holding the snitch in her fist, skyward. There was a whistle blast, and everyone came down to congratulate each other. Maddie and Gwen approached Harry, took off their helmets, and grinned at him. Maddie called out to their manager, "Hey, boss, what do you think? Harry was the player of the game, right?" The stout, older woman marched over. "You two are horrible. He's definitely got more potential than the 2 of you ever had." She looked to Harry. "I haven't seen them go that hard on someone since Jeremy Gills of the Wombats copped a feel on Rue before a match. That poor boy lasted 10 minutes and then was out for the rest of the season." Harry was about to respond before Lyra started yelling at Jiggy loud enough to distract him. "How did you go as fast as me? Your broom is slower. What was that move you did at the end? Tell me." She chuckled and snorted a bit at Lyra's antics as the rest of the Scamanders gathered around to hear. "Do any of you know what terminal velocity is?" she asked. Daria and Patricia raised their hands. "Well, to describe it simply, just falling would make me go faster than using the top speed of my broom, so after pointing myself towards the snitch, I deactivated the broom and just fell." That's insane, Cedric commented. What about that move at the end? She smirked. Made it up myself. I call it the Mary Poppins. The Muggle-born students laughed at the name. I've never seen anyone else pull it off, she added. One idiot on the Tornadoes broke his ankles and knees trying it. Brant took that moment to approach and slapped Harry on the back, nearly knocking him over. Oops, sorry, he told Harry as he stood back up. Amazing game, all of you. Loma Gerbils gathered them all together. Okay, good game, everyone. We are going to take pictures before we head out, though first, Arlene has a special treat for all of you. One of the chasers, with strawberry blonde hair and fierce look on her face, addressed the students. You have your first match at the end of the month against Gryffindor House. However, I've arranged an exhibition match between you and the students from my old school in the Y Valley. It should be a pretty good match and prepare you for the level of competition against other kids your age. Does that school have a specialization? Sue asked. I've heard most of the day schools do. Architecture, Arlene replied, though also quite a bit of design and art as well. There was a bit more chatter and discussion about their exhibition match before they were all gathered together for pictures, each team separate, together, with the different positions, some action shots, and some promotional photos with their helmets. Finally, they said farewell, and the Scaramanders trudged back to their common room where Gurion and Janena had the grotto steaming and ready for them. Dougal was lounging on the side, while Whispers floated through the middle with Sylvie on his stomach. After soaking away all the pain of the match, Harry swam over to Lyra, who had her head resting on the side, next to Dougal, with a towel over her face. It's one of them, he told her. One of them is definitely Brooke. I figured that much out myself, Lyra replied without moving. Not because of the punch, Harry told her. He went on to explain Gwen's comment about dancing. Oh, I was thinking something else, Lyra told him, lifting the towel from her eyes. Brant is going on his mystery trip. He's leaving them to babysit us. I'm guessing it will be more than just that exhibition game. They'll be here all the time. It's because he trusts them, one of them more than any other. Harry looked at his sister, thoroughly impressed at her deduction. He hopped out of the water and walked back through the waterfall to the common room. As he shivered shirtless, he prepared a plate full of cut-up fruit and candy, returned to place it next to her, and then back to his post-game soak. Chapter 19. Swords, Shields, Stories, and Sorting. Chapter text. There was no time to soak in the grotto after Quidditch practice on Sunday. Harry and Lyra went straight to lunch, and then Brant walked them toward the gates of Hogwarts for their knife training. They started down their usual route through the town, though Brant steered them on a different route. Near the side of the town with the train station was a large residential building. Standing outside was a bald man in black dragonhide with another man in a red robe with a red, thick black leather belt. The one in red had his neat black hair and looked strong yet moved with fluid grace. The one in black was being led through some kind of exercise in hand-to-hand combat. Harry couldn't see exactly what was happening as the man in red had his back to them, but he was holding a stick and pretending it was a wand. He jabbed it toward the man in black, who carefully twisted his own hand to slap it to the side with his wrist in slow motion, then twisted his arm to knock the stick to the ground. Good, he said in very flat English that had no trace of an accent. Keep practicing when you can. The man in black looked up to see Brant's approach and jumped to attention. Sir, my apologies for not being on guard. The man in red turned around, and Harry recognized him immediately as the man he had met at the martial arts tournament over the summer. He had a pendant with a large, red stone around his neck, similar to the one the Muggle parents had worn last year to Dumbledore's birthday. His face brightened when he saw Harry. Mr. Black, he greeted Brant with a firm handshake. And Mr. Potter, good to see you again. He shook Harry's hand and spoke in the same flat English he had before. Harry was in a bit of shock. Finally, he rallied himself and said, You speak English? No, he replied, then looked confused. I mean, yes, is it magic? I'm still a bit confused about the whole thing. My name is Darreton, he. At least this spell didn't change my name. Brant explained, There's a ritual. It lets you sacrifice speaking any other language for 3 full months to gain the knowledge of one of your choosing, which will be the only one you can speak or understand for that same period. Unfortunately, it won't help you with reading or writing, only comprehension and speaking. This gentleman, he gestured to Brant, Came to see me a few days ago and tried to convince me that I could come to England and teach spear fighting to you, but I would have to know secrets about the world of magic and promise not to retell them. It took him setting my office on fire and then repairing all the damage for me to believe him about this whole magic thing. Wait, Lyra interrupted. How did you speak to him if he hadn't done the ritual yet? She asked Brant. Dark ritual, Brant replied. There's a quick and dirty version of the one that I did for Master He that allows me to keep my native tongue. What's the sacrifice then? Harry asked. A tongue, Brant said with a note of finality that meant he wasn't going to explain more. Well, all of this is amazing, Harry's new teacher exclaimed. He pointed at Hogwarts. That's a magic castle. This is a magic town. I'm about to teach a magic child. A few months without my birth language is worth that. The man in black gave Brant a nod. If you're all settled, I need to get back to my hunt. Brant gave him a nod back, and he vanished with a snap. And then there are things like that. Darreton, he gestured to where the other man had been standing a moment ago, then picked up a large case that looked like a flat coffin and followed Brant and the children inside the building. There was a small sitting room inside and a hallway leading towards a large, empty room. The large room was like an arena that took up 3 floors with a balcony wrapped around each level. Someone jumped out when they exited the hallway and swung a short blade straight toward Lyra's head. She barely dodged, with the blade cleaving several hairs off her head that floated through the air as they were severed. She had her own knife out before the golden threads hit the ground to return the attack. As she lunged, Harry could see that it was Ransom who had made the assault and pulled his own knife to assist her. The two of them stabbed, slashed, dodged, and parried until he had cut Harry across the shoulder, kicked him in the gut, cut Lyra across her chest, and gave her a throat punch that had her wheezing for air. Brant had been holding the spear instructor back from intervening the whole time. As Harry and Lyra lay on the ground, Darreton started yelling, "Why are you attacking children? Who are you to do that?" Ransom looked mildly annoyed and replied, "Why is there a muggle here?" Brant let Darreton go and went to the children to heal their wounds. He looked to Ransom. "He is Harry's new instructor. You will be working exclusively with Lyra now. He is a master of polearms." Ransom scoffed. "A muggle can't be a master of anything." He was too busy staring at the magical healing to respond to the insult. "That is extraordinary. You must be able to have full contact sparring without worrying about serious injury." Harry groaned as he sat up. "It still hurts, though." Repairing the clothes is difficult too. He played with the torn section of his school robes, wondering how many would be destroyed over the next several years. "I am not working near a muggle," Ransom said with indignation. "You'll do what I say," Brant told him harshly. "You're only here because of Pickle. Release him, and Lord Black will gladly pay you a full salary to be on your way. Until then, your contract has you teaching according to our whims. So if we say you work near a muggle while wearing lobster claw pot holders, you ask what color the pot holders are." Ransom sneered, then looked to Lyra. "Come along, I want to see how you've improved." Lyra got up and followed after her teacher, leaving Harry with Brant and Darreton. "So he doesn't like me because I'm not a wizard." He got a nod from Brant. "Well, that's what the bald guy thought too, but I won him over." Looked to Harry. "As I remember, that curly-haired guy you were with before said you stabbed a boar with a spear before." "It was a pig with horns," Harry corrected him, "and it wasn't really a spear." He reached into his pouch and pulled out his staff, getting an amazed look from his new teacher at each new bit of magic he saw. "No, that is not a spear." He examined the staff. "This is some kind of antler. It's from an animal called a lampang," Harry told him. He just stood there in shock. "A lampang. Giant white deer, a lampang's real." "You know what it is?" Brant asked in an equally shocked tone. "It's a mythological creature in books for children. They are said to ward off many ancient evils. They are born when a duende dies to protect in its place." "No, that doesn't happen," Harry corrected him. "My first teacher was a duende. He says that isn't a thing." Darreton sat down with a thump and a look of bewilderment. "This kind of thing is going to happen every day now, isn't it?" "Almost definitely," Brant told him with a nod. He sat on the ground for another minute, contemplating the bizarre world he was now in. Then he got back up and said, "Let's get started with what I do understand." He propped open the large case he brought with him to display a large number of pole weapons. One had something like a scimitar blade on the end, and another had a spearhead with just a pointed end. Many looked too extravagant for fighting or were for some special purpose that Harry couldn't determine, and one even looked like it was made of pure ivory. "So, what do you like?" he asked Harry. He studied each one and immediately ruled out the ones with more lateral uses. The strange ones looked too complicated, so that left him with the basic spear and one with a crossbar. He pointed to them for his teacher. "These two are good. I don't want anything too complicated. Simple can sometimes be better." The older man nodded. "That was a test. I wanted to see if you would choose practicality over style and complication. It's better to do one thing with the skill of a master than 1,000 with the skill of an amateur." He pulled the most basic spear out. "You can start with this one, and it will always be able to scale up to another when you have more experience." He passed the more basic weapon to Harry and then took the more advanced one for himself. Brant went to sit and write in a ledger he always carried with him as the lesson began. Much like every other instruction he had been given, this one started with forms and poses, along with a mentality of how everything was supposed to align to keep his abilities structured. They went through this for nearly 4 hours, leaving Harry completely knackered at the end. When Lyra came back, it looked like he had gotten the better deal. Her clothes were torn in many places, and hair was missing from above her forehead on one side. Ransom looked a combination of frustrated and proud, as he had a bleeding cut running across one side of his face that he hadn't healed yet. Brant smiled. "Good job, Lyra. We have one more lesson for the two of you today, and I need to bring Master He back to the flat we have for him in London." He turned to Lyra's teacher. "You will get a list of everything Harry needs for his instruction that you will have Pickle create. Make sure it is done promptly." Ransom grumbled as they left the building, leading the children and Daratan back toward the castle. His eyes started to light up again in wonder as they passed through the gates. Some students looked at him strangely and muttered "Muggle" as he passed until they arrived inside and arrived at a small classroom where Simon Ides and Whispers was waiting, along with Sylvie. Brant provided a brief introduction between Harry's instructor and their occlumency teacher before saying he needed to leave. "Someone will bring you to Master He and Ransom each week. I will see both of you again closer to the winter break. You have quite a few other people to contact if there is an emergency." Harry and Lyra shared a look, assuming the women on the Harpies would be showing up more regularly. As he left, Simon asked them, "Did you two have a good summer? How high of a count did you get playing Simon with Whispers?" They both showed their disappointment and told her they couldn't get past the mid-30s. "Don't worry," she smiled. "Any progress is something. Let me try for myself." She sat down in front of Lyra and locked eyes with her. The two of them sat unblinking for nearly 4 minutes until finally breaking eye contact. "You said that you could only go to the mid-30s. We could have gone another 5 minutes easily." "You were much easier than Whispers," Lyra told her without the sound of exhaustion in her voice. "Try Harry." Harry shrugged and sat in Lyra's place. As soon as the connection started, he put up the projection of the Simon game in front of him and tapped out a sequence. He could see it, but couldn't feel it at all when Simon tapped in her response. When he played with Whispers, it felt like someone was pounding on his head with a hammer. Not wanting to waste any time, he pushed her out of his head and sat up. "Whispers plays much rougher than you. He beat on our heads with all his strength and got stronger at the same rate we were. I'm still amazed by how much he is helping you," she mused. "We can definitely move on to the next lesson sooner than expected. It is a technique that I like to call the welcome mat." This seemed to be more of a lecture than practical instruction as they moved to sit at the desks in the room. Seeing as though he wasn't needed, Whispers took Sylvie to an open area of the room and began to play fight with her. "Both of you know different ways to protect your mind and also how to build a construct like the Simon game. One of the greatest skills you can learn with occlumency is sharing memories just through eye contact." Harry raised his hand. "I've done that a couple of times with Severus and Brant when there's been something I've wanted them to see. So I looked at them and pushed a memory to the front of my mind." "Then you're one step ahead already," Simon told him. "However, I want you to be able to have entire conversations with others in a controlled environment. I am going to enter your mind and then perform a technique to pull your consciousness into mine. Harry, you'll go first." Simon kneeled in front of his desk and pointed a wand at him. She spoke no incantation, and as soon as he felt a puff of air on his face, they were inside his mind. Normally, he couldn't see their teacher when she interacted with them in his head, but now she stood there in the dark abyss of his mind with a smile on her face. Hold tight. I'm going to pull you into my head now. He was not sure what he was supposed to hold on to in his own mind, especially because, in his mind, he didn't have hands. Harry braced himself as he felt something similar to a portkey pull him forward. After just a moment, he stopped and was now inside a wooden cabin. As he looked around, the feeling of being everywhere to just being in one place was a bit disorienting. He examined his hands and body to find he was wearing the same clothes he had been wearing in the classroom. There was a small fireplace in the cabin with a few logs burning and the smell filling his senses. Two chairs sat empty nearby with soft cushions. The rest of the room was taken up by bookcases, though the floor was covered with rugs made from various animals with the heads and limbs still there, just flattened. As he looked around the room for a second time, Simone was suddenly sitting in one of the chairs, as if she had been there the whole time. Come, sit, she gestured toward the other chair. This is my welcome mat. It is a spot in my mind where I can invite people in to have short conversations or share memories with them. This place doesn't exist in real life. It's completely fabricated, but also totally real. Everything can be interacted with all your senses. As Harry had made his way to the chair, he had heard the noise his shoes made on the wooden floor, felt the fabric on the chairs, and smelled the burning wood in the fireplace. He was sure everything would taste real as well, but he wasn't going to lick one of the rugs. Or build something like this in your own mind as well, complete with defenses and a way to display memories. What defenses do you have? Harry asked while eyeing the heads of the animal rugs. You'd think that would be it, wouldn't you? She smiled. Watch this. Suddenly, the entire far side of the room was impaled with dozens of thick metal spears from somewhere outside, and then that entire side collapsed like they were inside a crushed soda can. The destroyed area was slowly reconstructed and restored. It's your own mind, she told Harry, whose eyes were wide with shock and tinged with fear. You will be safe from your own ideas. As for a way to view memories, I have the bookcases over there. Bring me one of the books. Harry got up and retrieved a thick blue book from one of the shelves. When told to, he opened it to find it all blank. There's nothing in here, he stated the obvious. This is a way to display memories, not store them. You never want to keep your memories inside a welcome mat, where they are easy to access. You said you have pushed memories to the front of your mind for a professor and your tutor to see. The concept here is the same. Simone took the book from Harry, and a plume of bluish magic came from her forehead and splashed against the book's open pages. When she passed it back to Harry, he could see a memory of a Quidditch match being played out on the pages. One more thing before I switch to your sister. Brant informed me that you have an innate ability to remember, recall, and connect memories at great speed. Is that correct? Harry nodded. This is actually common enough that we know why. It comes from those who lived through childhoods of extreme isolation. Seeing Harry's look of fear and embarrassment, she added, I'm under oath not to share anything from our sessions, not that I would ever betray something so private, to begin with. You lived through something that made you spend more time in your own head than in the real world, so this ability stems from being your only friend. It seems things have changed now, so you have come out of your ordeal with a special gift. After a moment of silence, Harry was thrown backward, feeling like he was just spat out of someone's mouth, like a watermelon seed. When he recovered his senses, he was back in the classroom. Lyra looked up from playing with Sylvie and whispers to see Harry shaking his head. How long did you observe us in that exercise? Simone asked Lyra. 6 minutes, maybe. She wasn't sure. That felt like at least 20, Harry said in disbelief. Another benefit of the welcome mat is having private conversations that last far less time than they would in the real world, Simone told them. Lyra, your turn now. They switched places, with Harry joining Whispers and Sylvie to play in the open space of the classroom. To add a little fun, Harry took crumpled pieces of paper and transfigured them into birds for Sylvie to chase and catch. After about 5 minutes, Lyra snapped out of the trance she had been in and looked at Harry expectantly. Nearly 5 minutes, he told her, watching her shocked expression. Your assignment for next week is to start building your welcome mats. Just 4 walls with all the possible ways to interact through your senses. No need for windows, doors, defenses, or ornaments. Just 4 walls, a roof, and a floor. Following dinner, Cedric took custody of the first-year students and led them to the Scamander dorms. All of them went crazy seeing the grotto, and many of them asked if they could go swimming. Janena told them they could go the next day before lunch. She then turned the waterfall orange and had everyone walk through the colored water. Upon seeing the common room, the new students became even more hysterical, running around climbing in the trees, swinging on the tires, and trying to reach the hammocks above. When Harry squinted, he could see Whispers hiding with Sylvie at the very top of the canopy of the trees. Trying to get a little distance from the group, Harry went off to make himself some tea, but found he was being followed by Astoria Greengrass, waving her hands in the air like she was trying to find her way through a pitch-black room. When he stopped and looked at her, she asked, "Where's Whispers? Is he around here somewhere?" Harry took a quick glance up into the trees to see his little brother eyeing the obsessive girl, then replied, "He's probably sleeping now. You should go have fun with your other classmates." Her enthusiasm deflated, and she trudged back to the other first years, running around. Harry finished making his tea and was just sitting down when he spied a group of 8 first-year boys and girls approaching him hesitantly. He sighed and gave these newcomers his attention as they closed the rest of the distance between them and looked up at him, pushing one of their group to the front like a spokesman. I mean, we wanted to meet you," the spokesman started with trepidation. "You see, our parents kind of named us all after you." Harry was stunned. What?" the spokesman replied. "We," he pointed to another boy in the group, "were named Harry." "I'm Harold," said a third. Harriet, Hadrian, Henry, Harolder, Harrison, they all chimed in with various versions of his own name. This was too much for him to deal with, so he tore a page out of Remus Lupin's playbook and pointed behind them. "Hey, what's that?" he asked loudly. As they all turned to look, he turned invisible and snuck off to join Whispers, hiding in the tree. He watched the group of Harryish children look around for him and then slowly disperse. He shuddered to think that at least a few of them were probably going to be in his house for the next 6 years. He saw Lyra being chased around by some of the new students, but she looked like she was having fun with it. At one point, she turned to chase them, lighting her hair on fire and going after them while pretending to be a monster. He didn't want to play with them like that, but it did give him an idea. He remembered back when he met Nicholas Flamel, how the man gave off a slightly unpleasant aura. Trying to mimic that, Harry released a bit of his magic, tinged with his annoyance for Minister Fudge and his blunder with Sirius Black. When he felt like he was doing a good job maintaining it, he snuck back down, sat in the corner where his record player was, and tried to pick out an album to listen to. A couple of the new students approached him, shivered, and went back to whatever they were doing before. Finally, Harry picked out the album he had listened to that gave him a feeling of victory at the end of the last year and dropped the needle right on Shirley Bassey's Jezahel. As he was getting through the song, another one of the new students approached him, shivered a bit at his magic, then continued his approach. When he got close, he nodded to the music, then smiled. "At first, I thought you were listening to Public Enemy," he told Harry with an American accent. "Then I figured out it was just the sampled song by Shirley Bassey." "I don't know, Public Enemy," Harry replied slowly. "Doesn't being near me feel weird?" "It feels like punk music with the treble turned way up," he replied. Harry pulled more anger into the aura he was putting out, but the new kid just nodded along. "More grunge and metal now. I guess it might make some people uncomfortable. What's got you in a snit anyways? The other kids are saying you're that Harry Potter kid." Harry looked at the new student strangely. He must not be from around here. That was nice. "There are kids 2 years younger than me named after me," Harry told him with an exasperated tone. "That's insane, right? 8 of them. 8 of them at this school," the boy replied. "I bet there are a bunch more other places. I'm Jason, by the way. That's Jasen because my parents are weird like that." Harry toned down his angry magic aura and the boy sat down. "So, you're American?" Harry asked. "My mom's from here. Dad's American. I got acceptance letters to go to school here and in Nevada at Groom Lake, but my mom insisted I go here." They both continued to chat for a while. Harry told him about some of his real-life adventures, and Jason told him about his mom's job as an obliviator for Macusa. It required her always to be traveling, so he didn't pick up much of her accent over the years. His dad worked in the Muggle world as a record producer, and for an organization of healers that secretly, but legally, provided emergency magical healing to muggles in the arts and entertainment industry, as they tended to do stupid things that sometimes ended in death. When the sun on the room wall began to set, Cedric gathered all the students around the fire pit and lit it up with a swish of his wand. Dozens of sleeping bags were laid out on pads, and there was a table set up with sticks and ingredients to make s'mores. Some of the Muggle-born kids started telling ghost stories naturally about ghosts, Muggle psychopaths, and more that didn't faze the magical-raised students at all. Lyra jumped in and started her own. I'm going to tell you all about a terrifying creature known as a Sigbin. The other Scaremongers were already in the know about it, yet the thought of it still scared them. Lyra turned out to be a great storyteller, using her wand to increase the light from the fire to cast shadows around the room, and used the Sigbin leather to create shadowy fog for dramatic effect. By the time she finished, most of the new students were clustered in fear. The one thing that can permanently kill them is the light from the antlers of a lampang, she told them. It creates a light that wraps around and under everything near it, removing shadows and killing the Sigbin. She was glaring extra hard at Harry, and seeing the fear and desire for hope on all their faces, Harry sighed and pulled out his staff, stamping it hard into the ground and emitting light that obliterated the fog that was coming from his sister and bathing the entire room in white light. When they were finished being awed, the new students applauded. Lee stood up when Harry put out the light. We've got one more story before going to sleep, so get yourselves some more marshmallows while we set up. The new students ran off to restock on s'mores, while Lee ran off with Patricia, Colin, William, Daria, and Melly to prepare. Rachel snuck up to Harry with Romualda and Yanni while he was munching on her own toasted marshmallow. My brother told me about the Sigbins, but they didn't sound that scary, she told Harry. He's also seen the usurper and nearly got killed by a hoo-hoo, Harry said with a shrug. The Sigbins probably didn't seem like a big deal to him. Yanni asked, Are we really going to the Chamber of Secrets tomorrow? Harry nodded. The usurper is still sleeping, so it isn't that bad now that it is clean. It just has a lot of dark hallways and snake statues. It is still the Chamber of Secrets, Romualda pushed. I guess, Harry shrugged. Without a basilisk in there, it's just another part of the castle now. The Slytherins were annoyed when someone told them that they didn't get to lead the tour down there, Rachel told him with a smirk. Before Harry could reply, Lee called everyone to attention. For the last story of the evening, we will have a live telling of a story that many of those raised in a magical household know, the ritual of betrayal. There was a series of oohs from those who knew what he was talking about. Lee cast a spell that deepened his voice and made it echo slightly. Long ago, there were 4 friends, 4 wizards, that practiced magic together. As he spoke, Daria, Melly, William, and Colin came out of the shadows. Their robes changed into dark leather armor and cast various spells into the air while standing together. They did everything together and eventually made a vow to become strong together. The 4 of them chanted, stronger, and tapped themselves on the head with their wands to give themselves a small glow. They met every month to grow together and improve their magic, forging an inseparable bond between them. They continued the chant with each tap of their wands, changing the color and strength of the glow. When they were as strong as possible, one of their group suggested one more ritual to grow. It's too much, Melly yelled at William. It's never too much, he yelled back. We promised each other. Lee continued the story. The others did not want to take the next step, so when the one friend showed up to their spot the next month, he found himself all alone. Fine, I'll do it by myself, William yelled. Harry could see Patricia sneaking up behind William in the darkness. He thrust his wand into the air, and electricity shot out. When he stopped, a large piece of metal shot out of his hair, then another, and another, and another, slowly moving down his body until he was covered in metal spikes. William screamed as if he were in pain and swung his arms around wildly. Lee continued the narration. Despite his new power, he was lonely without his friends, angry at them for abandoning him, and along with the magic of the ritual, it turned his gift into a curse. Colin walked out and saw William covered in spikes. A monster! He yelled and cast balls of light at William. William jumped on Colin, and soon he was also covered in iron spikes. The 2 of them stalked away. After a moment, Daria and Melly walked into the light of the fire, and from above, Colin and William dropped from the trees and pounced on them. After a moment, The girls were also covered in spikes. They all screamed and rushed toward the first-year students by the fire. Some of them screamed and ran away, while others were too frightened to move. Before they could pounce on those that remained, they stopped, and Patricia stepped out with her wand and cast Finite Incantatum, causing all the metal spikes on the scaremongers to vanish. "There's no threat. Come back." Lee cancelled the spell, affecting his voice, and called to the ones that ran away. The moral of this story is twofold. The first is never to abandon your friends. You may look at it as the three abandoning the one, but it was the one that took things too far. When your friends want to do something dangerous, stay with them and help them with their problems. The second is never to perform rituals without knowing the consequences or mixing hazardous emotions into them. Every legal ritual has a structure for a reason. Deviation gets you unpredictable results. He gestured to William, who tapped on his arm with his wand, and a small metal spike came out, causing a small shriek from some of the first-year students. "How did you do all that?" one of them asked. Patricia stepped up. "The first transfiguration you will all learn is wood to metal. I put small pieces of wood in all of their clothing and then turned them into metal spikes for the story." "Couldn't they have gone into their skin?" someone asked. "That's why you practice," she countered. "Magic is dangerous when you perform it recklessly." With that said, Cedric pushed for all the new students to get into their sleeping bags and get some rest. Lyra offered to burn a hoo feather for them, but was told not to so they could go to sleep under the stars on the ceiling. Since they still hadn't learned how to make the cots in their dorm more comfortable, Harry managed to snag the hammock with Whispers, while Lyra got Sylvie to cuddle with when they went to sleep. The Chamber of Secrets was the most anticlimactic moment of the tour with the new students. They had been expecting a labyrinth filled with danger and monsters. Harry had heard them asking if they would need to bring torches to explore the darkness and burn away cobwebs that blocked their path. Instead, they walked down a flight of stairs to a well-lit corridor with snake statues, and to a moss-covered room with a sunlight charm, and a giant statue of Salazar Slytherin above a dried husk of a cocoon containing the usurper. Greg and Neville had a hard time reconciling their experience with the renovated chamber as it existed now. The most that Harry was able to do to entertain them was to have them laugh at the statue, as he commanded it to open and close its mouth like a giant nutcracker. "Section speak to me, Slytherin. Section close. Section speak to me, Slytherin. Section close. Section speak to me, Slytherin. Section close." Section after wandering around the empty halls connecting to the main chamber, they gathered back together and went back to the grotto, where everyone went swimming until lunchtime. The full house gathered together with the new students for their expedition into the permitted forest. The younger students clustered in the middle of a group of scaramanders led by Gurion and Hagrid, flanked on the sides by Newt and Tina, and Janina taking up the rear. "It's really quite a nice place," Hagrid told them as they entered the darkness of the trees. "You've got unicorns and the strals, which the centaurs to keep in line." Harry tried to add a bit of warning to Hagrid's speech. "There's also a colony of spiders. One of them is as big as a house, and the rest are at least the size of bears." "And trolls," Tina added. "Forest trolls that blend into the environment and need an adult wizard to deal with." As they walked, Gurion showed them bits of plants that could be used for potions and trees with botruckles, making them good candidates for wandwood. Then they heard laughter. "Pixies," Harry called out as he drew his wand, causing many others to do the same. "Wait," Luna called to the others, stepping out from the group in the direction the laughter came from. She opened her bag, and the pixie she had befriended last year flew out, then giggled loudly. There was an echo of giggles, and a swarm of pixies came out of the trees. As they appeared, Luna emptied her bag out, which contained dozens of dead bees and butterflies. The arriving pixies gorged themselves on the dead insects and then flew away. "That was cool." A small voice from the new students was heard. Many of the others echoed his statement. Harry looked for the source and saw Rolf Scamander standing in the middle of the group. The boy blended back in with the group when he was done talking, making Harry question if something magical had made him miss spotting him until now. Further on their hike, Hagrid gave them information on where they were based on different landmarks, types of mushrooms growing, and one giant clearing where he told the story about fighting against the basilisk that devoured the giant spiders and petrified the herd of centaurs. Harry could see a look of relief from Newt and Tina, which he interpreted as the new students being sufficiently scared to return on their own. The clearing where the Strals and unicorns had been was empty. They stopped anyway, and Hagrid removed a giant pack he had been carrying. With the help of the other adults, they set up a picnic. As they were in the middle of eating tiny sandwiches, Harry heard a twig snap, and he and Lyra's heads jerked up toward the edge of the clearing where a large man, covered in moss, was watching them. Having realized it had been spotted, it let out a roar and walked into the clearing, dragging an uprooted tree behind it like a club. Forest troll. Hagrid called out, and all the students started running. Newt and Tina quickly corralled them from running further away with two large magical shields. "Everyone stay here," Newt commanded them. "We will take care of it." "Mom, Dad," Garion said with a giddy voice. "Let us take care of it," he gestured to his wife. Tina rolled her eyes. "Be careful, both of you. Mr. Hagrid, please make sure it doesn't get by them." Hagrid stood up to his full height. He was about a foot taller than the troll, at nearly 14 feet tall. He stood in front of the students, while Newt and Tina took the sides, wands drawn. Garion and Janena drew theirs as well, and started transfiguring their clothes into different types of armor. The troll roared again and pounded its club into the ground. As he was working, Garion spoke to the students. "This is a common forest troll, a young one. The fully grown ones will reach closer to 20 feet tall. He's trying to assert dominance and claim this territory as his own. This close to the school is a problem, so we need to dissuade him of his ideas. The centaurs in the forest would normally deal with it, but they aren't around." The transfiguration of their clothes into armor included metal boots and gloves, though neither of them had a helmet. Garion pounded on his chest like a gorilla and charged the troll. His wife started to sprint around to the side. The troll roared again and charged, dragging its tree club on the ground behind him. He stopped short to try and swing his weapon, but Garion was already on top of him and leaped high to deliver a crushing blow to the troll's collarbone with a sickening crunch as the bone broke. Janena took the opening to deliver a kick to the back of the troll's knee, dropping him down to the ground as it lost his grip on the club. Now at eye level with Garion, he delivered several blows with his transfigured gauntlets straight to the face of the troll, bloodying it up and breaking its nose. When he finished, he moved back toward the students with his wife. They were greeted with applause. "It's not over yet," Janena told them. "Trolls have incredible regenerative healing." She gestured to the troll as it stood back up. There was a grinding noise as the nose fixed itself and flexed his shoulder, then picked up his club and roared. Garion charged again. This time, he had to duck under a wide swing of the club, though he just stood up after and delivered a two-hand punch straight to the troll's ribcage, staggering it backward. From behind him, Janena's Black Panther form charged at great speed, leaping and shifting back to her human form at the same time. Garion caught her by the arms and swung her around to deliver an incredible kick straight to the troll's head, snapping the neck to the side, and it collapsed like a brick wall. This time, they didn't back off, despite the applause from the students. They just stood to the sides of the fallen troll and pulled out their wands, conjuring large bowls of fire at the tips. As the troll's neck repaired itself, he stared at the wizards above him and did not move. After nearly a minute, the two wizards dismissed the fire, backed off, and allowed the troll to get up slowly. He took a few hesitant steps backward and then ran as fast as he could back into the trees. They reversed the transfiguration of their armor back into clothing as they returned to the students who were cheering at their approach. Quite a few students looked scared at what had just transpired and were just clapping along with the others with fear in their eyes. Then all the students froze as the herd of centaurs excited the forest near where the troll had left. They were led by Aegestra, wielding her large, ornate spear. While she was still only covered on her front by her long golden hair, she was also wearing the necklace they had seen worn by Magorian on the night they were attacked by the basilisk. She led the group right up to Hagrid. "You bring foals into the forest in great numbers, friend Hagrid," she told him. "Well, we wanted to show them the forest is dangerous." She gestured toward the tree line, and two more centaurs came back, towing the troll from before with glowing ropes around its neck as it tried in vain to pull them off. "Do you need another demonstration?" she asked the students. Even though they all shook their heads, she galloped over to the troll and stabbed it deep in the leg with her spear, splattering the ground with black blood as it screamed in pain. She returned to the students. This forest was made forbidden for a reason. It is for warriors, she gestured to Hagrid, Harry, and Lyra, and then a nod to Gurion and Janena. Others should not enter. They will not return without suitable reason and escort, Newt told Aegistra. She seemed to shrug off his statement, then kneeled before Harry and Lyra. Friend Potter, friend Black, we will have you return at the next full moon. Your unicorn needs a name. Choose well. With that, she rose and guided the herd back into the forest, dragging the troll behind them, the wound in his leg still dripping black blood as it was healing. When they had gone, the four Scamanders started leading the group of students back toward Hogwarts. As they walked, Lyra looked at Hagrid and asked, "What just happened?" Hagrid seemed to be in shock, but replied slowly, "Aegistra is now the chieftain of the herd, and she has named the two of you as friends. They will welcome you in the forest and protect you like their own. Not that you should come back on your own," Newt warned them. Hagrid continued, "The unicorn foal you met last year will have a naming ceremony this next full moon. They want you to have the honor of providing the name. I also got to name one when I was named as a friend." He smiled proudly at the two children. "What did you name your unicorn?" Harry asked. "Gaston," Hagrid smiled. "He's perfect, a pure paragon." "Is ours a boy or girl?" Harry asked. Hagrid stopped and tried to think. "I can't remember. Come back when we start unicorn visits again in a few weeks." Back at the castle, the new students were spreading stories of what they had just witnessed. After a few times retelling, everything had turned into the gossip of legendary status. Even Luna's moment was being treated like she was the Pied Piper of Cornish pixies. Before dinner, the first years were all taken away by Professor McGonagall, and the Scamanders entered the great hall to find the sixth table removed and the sorting hat on its stool by the lectern. Everyone settled in and waited for the sorting to begin. After a short wait, the deputy headmistress marched in, leading the first years behind her. They pooled at the front of the room and waited. Slowly, the brim on the sorting hat tore itself open, and it scrunched down to give the appearance of a face. Then it spoke. "You don't get a song this year. Last year I asked you to bring me new material with a prize waiting for the best submission. How many brought me something?" The hat paused. "None of you, Frederick and George Weasley." The two gingers jumped to their feet. "Yes, Mr. Hat. I expected more from the two of you. This was your chance to have me sing whatever you wanted. Not any more. 10 points from Gryffindor. We could have given you anything," asked Terence. "But we were busy saving the school. We could have made fun of the Slytherins," Bud added. "Too late now," the hat said sadly. "A wasted opportunity. Now the new students have probably received an experience more than any song I could have sung. Though next year I am raising the prize to 150 points. Looking at McGonagall, who had been watching the exchange in shocked silence. "The names, if you please." She slowly unrolled the scroll and called, "Harry Arbutus." The ringleader of the Harry renames ran up to the stage and had the hat placed on his head. After half a minute, the hat called out, "Gryffindor." Nearly 80 students were in the incoming class, so the sorting continued for quite some time. Jason Goldhorn, the boy Harry had spoken to about music, came to Scamander, and Astoria Greengrass was nearly a hat stall, but followed him right after to their table, where she squeezed in next to Lyra and started asking where Whispers was. When Rachel Nevitt took the seat, the hat was on her head for half a second before it announced, "Gryffindor." The girl Harry met on the train, Yanni Nalwen, came to Scamander, and a few more he hadn't met before. So far, the entirety of the Harry gang had gone to Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. The whole fell into silence when McGonagall announced, "Rudolph Scamander." Gurion and his wife perked up as the boy with curly hair walked confidently up onto the stool and had the hat lowered onto his head. He was there for nearly 2 minutes before the sorting hat bellowed out, "Ravenclaw." There was a momentary pause in the room before the House of Blue and Bronze exploded into cheers, along with his parents and everyone else. He smiled as he hopped off the stool. The piping on his robe changed color and went to join his new classmates. The last name that Harry recognized was Romualda Vane, who sat on the stool for nearly 3 minutes with looks of annoyance and frustration before her smile slowly turned sinister, and the hat yelled, "Slytherin." When everyone was sorted, the feast began. Harry tried to talk to as many of the new students in his house as possible, but it was a madhouse. Up at the faculty table, Gurion and Janena were also speaking to everyone. probably explaining their battle in the forest. Every so often, when he had been talking for too long, Dougal came over from his seat next to Newt, picked up food on a fork, fed Gurion by hand, or forcefully turned his head back to his plate so he would eat. It was quite entertaining to watch. When dessert had been served, Dumbledore made an announcement that everyone's schedules would be waiting for them on their beds when they returned to their dorms. When the Scamanders returned to their common room, most were annoyed at the carts waiting for them instead of more comfortable beds. Janena explained that their first lesson on improving the sleeping situation would take place next weekend, and they couldn't ask another student for help. Cedric looked a bit embarrassed as he and Patricia had transfigured a softer pad on top of their cots. Harry and Lyra made their way back to the comfort of the trees and hammocks to find that Neville and Greg had already taken 2 of the lower ones. They claimed their top spots, where Whispers and Sylvie were already sleeping, and turned in for the night themselves. Chapter 20. All together now. Chapter text. Dumbledore must have had a plan, leaving the schedules in the dorms rather than giving them out at the meals, as some of the anger of the older students had boiled off by the time they came for breakfast in the morning. Harry's schedule had no issues. He was in his second year without electives. His schedule was neat and organized, though every student, third year and above, was complaining. Most electives and NEWT courses were scheduled for after dinner. First and second year students had a repeating schedule with all of their classes combined into 2 days, and then repeating. The other thing the upperclassmen complained about at the teacher's table was the added history course for them on Mondays. From what Harry had been told, everyone dropped history after taking the OWL exam in that subject. So to have it appear back on their schedule was a scandal of epic proportions. He overheard one argument between a 7th-year girl and Dolores Umbridge. "You can't seriously expect us to spend 3 hours on a Monday learning a class we all dropped last year." She took a slow sip from her tea before giving an unnerving smile and addressing the student. "Yes, I do. This is a required class and will be part of your permanent record. You may already have an OWL in the subject, but your grade and participation in this new course will be considered at any ministry job you may be considering for the future." The girl paled a bit at that statement, as did many who were listening in. Umbridge went back to drinking her tea until the girl she had been talking to turned around and started to walk away. "However," the new professor began again, causing the girl and many others to spin around and face her. She continued to drink her tea as the students waited, with increasingly annoyed expressions at being held there, baited by her one-word statement to be trapped until she released them. "However," she repeated when her teacup was empty, "I will allow you to test out of the course. You will all get the syllabus next week and may sign up for the exam at that time." Word spread among the students about the option to test out of world history on Mondays, giving anyone who passed a 3-day weekend. Even the second-year students were talking about it when they arrived at Transfiguration for their first class. The room differed from last year, with at least twice as many desks arranged in circles around a podium in the center. The reason for the change became clear as Harry spotted students from every house in their year entering the room. If one class was like this, he assumed every class would also feature this same population. Harry and Lyra grabbed seats near the podium as the other students filled in, mostly joining their housemates to sit with. When the bell rang for the top of the hour, Professor McGonagall exited the office and approached the podium in the center. When she got to it, she shot a spell into the surface, and it started to move, turning at an incredibly slow rate. "Welcome to your second year. As you can see, all the houses are combined for this lesson, and they will be the same for each other course. The headmaster's tournament coming up next year, we will be working on more spells than usual and have no time for dilly-dallying. We will start by going over everything from last year." Placing her wand in her sleeve, the professor clapped twice, and every student's desk had a large box, and a stack of cards appeared on top of it. "The box contains wooden and metallic rods," she narrated as the children examined the arrived objects. "The cards contain pictures of wooden or metallic objects. You will transfigure one into the other until all your cards have been completed. When you are done, help other students. 1 point for each card you help someone with from your own house, and 2 for someone from another. She looked around the room as the podium spun slightly quicker so she could make eye contact with every student in the room. Begin. As this was free transfiguration, without the use of an incantation, it required measured amounts of power and focus. The first few cards in their stacks were simple but got progressively harder. When Lyra started changing her piece into a barbed fish hook, it started to smoke, and she needed to start over. Harry wasn't the first to finish his cards, but he was high enough to earn points for their house, then moved on to help others. They moved on to the bird transfiguration spell when the first hour was up. Both Harry and Lyra had been working on it heavily over the summer as part of their training with Flair's children, turning leaves into small birds for them to try to catch. They quickly moved on to help others who couldn't finish the spell or their birds couldn't fly. They overheard an interesting discussion between McGonagall and Luna Lovegood, as all the birds she was creating didn't fly: penguins, kiwis, and a tiny emu. At the end of the class, they all felt particularly drained of magic, but needed to continue on to charms. When the mass of second-year students arrived at Professor Flitwick's new classroom, his was set up like an amphitheater with small stages in the middle of the aisles and one large one at the bottom. Next to his podium was an enormous golden hop, as large as Gurion's Scamander. When the students were all sitting down, the diminutive professor snapped his fingers, which produced a loud crack and garnered everyone's attention. "You will all be put through the ringer this year," he announced with a certain amount of glee. "There are many individual spells you will learn this year, but our main focus will be spell weaving. At the end of last year, you learned the animation charm, which combined the magic of 3 other spells. This year you will continue practicing that and other spells that can be meshed together for different results." The animation charm had been difficult, but had very practical results they had seen in many places inside and outside Hogwarts. As the group absorbed Flitwick's speech, he began to gesture toward the harp next to him. "I told you all before that the modernly named Tickling Jinx was originally developed to play the harp. Do any of you want to stand before all of your classmates and try to play this one?" Lyra practically jumped out of her seat to volunteer. Tonks had given her a mission of mastering a few spells before she could learn how to style her hair with magic. One was the Tickling Jinx, so she had thrown herself into that particular spell to her great joy and annoyance of all the hidden on the island. Being occasionally tickled was fun, but being hunted down by a tickle monster regularly was not. "Miss Black will be the first to attempt," Flitwick told the room. As she came down to his stage, he told them, "I will light up a sequence of strings for her to play. She will then attempt to repeat that with her spell." Harry smiled, knowing his sister was also grinning, even with her back to him. After playing Simon with Whispers all summer, they had already been working on pattern recognition and repetition, so she had to focus on the spell to do well. Lyra pulled out her Harley and Phoenix feather wand as Flitwick lit up 5 harp strings in sequence. With a deep breath and practiced focus, Lyra incanted, "Rictus Sempra." Invisible waves of magic pricked each string in order and created a strum of the harp. Flitwick smiled and proceeded to create other longer and more complicated sequences. Lyra matched each sequence until their teacher gave her one that needed her to strum multiple strings at once for each part of the sequence, and she couldn't match it. While she looked disappointed, the professor smiled happily. "Above and beyond, Miss Black. 15 points to Scamander." He clapped his hands twice, and smaller harps appeared on the small stages around the landings of the seats in the amphitheater. "The harps will give you a sequence to perform if you tap them with your wand. Each student gets 2 attempts before their turn is over. If the harp gives the sound of a bell, that is the last one you need to do, and you may move on to help others. Miss Black and I will be moving around to assist." Harry smiled as Lyra ran over to some Hufflepuffs starting to work. When it was his turn on the nearest harp, he performed 2 6-part sequences flawlessly before letting someone else take over. There was no bell, so he waited for another turn on the next rotation. The next time, his sequence jumped to 10, which he also completed, and surprisingly got a bell that told him he could help others. It was surprising because he didn't have to perform any of Lyra's complicated patterns, and her longest was nearly 30 plucks. After giving himself a shrug, he moved to the Slytherin section and started to help the Carrow twins with their spell. When class ended, Harry met up with his sister, who asked to use Hermes to send a letter to Tonks. She had Flitwick's confirmation of competence for the spell and just needed to be able to levitate multiple objects at once now. Both could do medium-sized objects and even clumps of dirt, but when doing separate objects, one or both always fell. Styling hair wasn't an issue for Harry, as even water couldn't keep his down. Lunch was a needed respite, as they had spent the entire morning casting spells, and their entire year was exhausted. Harry needed to start making more jerky to keep up his energy between classes, and would need to ask Professor Sprout for another container and flabberworms in his project room. Luckily, that would be their last class of the day with potions next, so the amount of active magic they would perform in the afternoon would be minimalized. Harry rushed to the classroom first, arriving at a locked door. Another student of their year, Tobias, arrived shortly after from the Slytherin dorms. "Door is never open before class," he told Harry in an exhausted drawl. "I just wanted to get started," Harry replied disappointedly. "I also wanted to see how he's going to cram all of us in that tiny room." "Yeah, I wonder," Toby replied slowly. "The older Slytherins are wondering when you will make an appearance in our common room. They told all the firsties not to attack you if they see you or your sister around." He chuckled, as if a bunch of firsties would have the balls to attack Harry Potter. "After dinner," Harry suggested, and then the rest of the students showed up in a large group as class time approached. At starting time, the door opened suddenly, with Professor Snape looming over them. His eyes were under heavy darkness, with his cloak blowing slightly in an unseen breeze. He turned to look at all of them, then commanded, "Enter." Harry pushed into the room and stopped suddenly, with others bumping into him from behind as he jumped out of the way to look at the changes to the room. The small room had been expanded greatly, with dozens of brewing stations for the increased class sizes. There were still jars of preserved animals along the walls, though with the added room, Severus had also placed animals that were as tall as the ceiling in vats of yellow liquid, with chunks of their body carved out of them in different places. At the head of the room was the professor's lectern, desk, board, and a door leading to his office. Those had always been there, but now an enormous skull was also mounted on the wall, with two large glass cylinders of bubbling green liquid next to each side. The skull was one that Harry immediately recognized as belonging to the basilisk that the usurper had killed. All of the fangs were intact, so many fakes must have been made after being knocked out by Lockhart's magic axe. Many other students stopped to stare at the changes in the classroom, but quickly moved on as their professor glared at them. Harry approached a desk near the front, only to find someone's name stamped on the top in gold lettering. "Some of you may notice," Snape announced loudly, "that you all have assigned seats this year. No one gets to sit with who they choose. Everything is alphabetical by your last name." Harry looked around and eventually found the spot where he would be working with Leonard Quincy. The boy was a Hufflepuff in their year, and Harry knew precisely two things about him: that he was a Hufflepuff and was in their year. Leonard gave Harry a small nod as he sat at the table. "Welcome to your second year of potions. To start off with a bit of fun, I will be poisoning all of you today." Upon hearing this and remembering the previous year, many students ran for the door, only to find it was just a blank wall. Knowing that Severus was looking for a logical response to such a threat, Harry locked eyes with Lyra, and both nodded. In the middle of the chaos of students running around and looking for the door, Harry turned invisible and snuck to the front of the room. When he saw a sparkle of Lyra's presence opposite their professor, he drew his wand and cast the knockback jinx, Flipendo. At the same time, Lyra incanted, Akumara Lukpak. Both spells hit a shield on either side of their professor as he stood there without changing his stance or even unfolding his arms while he watched the chaos in his classroom. The spellfur did stop the panicked students from running around and garnered their attention. Before Harry and Lyra could cast anything else, black ropes appeared at their feet and coiled around them like snakes, forcing them visible, and then they fell to the ground on their sides. "Sit down," Snape commanded everyone standing, but did not get rid of the ropes binding Harry and Lyra. From everyone who panicked and ran around like headless chickens, 3 points. "Mr. Potter, Miss Black," he grimly addressed them on the floor, "you both attacked a professor." He paused as the room of students braced themselves. 10 points to your house each. There were gasps around the room. "And detention. Go sit down." The ropes vanished, and they returned to their seats, thoroughly confused about their reward punishment. So again, Snape rolled his eyes. Today I will try to poison all of you. However, I will not leave you without the tools to defend yourselves. You will deal with many toxic fumes in this classroom, and while the enchantments in the room will keep them from accumulating, having your face right over a cauldron producing such fumes can be deadly. So you will all be learning the bubblehead charm today. It was surreal to be doing wand work in potions, and after such a long day of it, many students were already exhausted. The incantation was "Er Puro Orbis." The wand movement was drawing at least 2 wraps around the object you wanted to put the charm on. Harry remembered that Brant had cast the spell on him over a great distance when he was entering the barn with the Sigbins. So there must also be another version, incantation, or wand movement to achieve that result. For the class, they were given a small plant to practice the spell on, and then they were to open a potion vial near it that would give off fumes that would kill the plant if their charm didn't work properly. Harry's partner was not very good at the spell, and they went through 4 plants before he was able to get it right. In the second hour, they practiced on themselves and used a small vial of a very pungent potion to test it. If they could smell it, it wasn't working. As the last 10 minutes approached, the professor left the room. When he returned, he had a bubblehead charm on himself and was levitating a large cauldron with a metal lid. It floated out to the middle of the classroom before settling on the floor. Everyone, collect a bezoar and place it on your desk in front of you. If your charm doesn't work, swallow it immediately, Snape instructed. There was a brief rush as students ran to the boxes marked with goats and collected the hardened mass that would save their lives if their charm didn't work. When they were seated, everyone sat nervously with one hand hovering over their bezoar and a bubble around their heads. Professor Snape seemed to relish their nervous anticipation for nearly a minute before the top of the cauldron in the middle of the room vanished. A purple fog slowly escaped the container, first coating the entire floor like dry ice and then slowly rising. From the far side of the room, Harry could hear coughing, followed by a gagging noise of swallowing a bezoar. There were at least 2 other sets of coughs and then gagging noises, but Harry couldn't tell from where through the purple fog. Then his partner, Leonard, began to cough. Harry turned to him as he started to try to shove the bezoar into his mouth. However, the charm seemed to be partially active and wouldn't let him get it into his mouth. He struggled for another 10 seconds before collapsing on the floor and started to convulse. "Help!" Harry called out as he tried to pull off the bubble around Leonard's head but couldn't break it with his bare hands. He didn't know how long he could wait, so he tried to think of a solution. If the gas could get in, other things should also be able to. Snatching his own bezoar and his staff, he crushed it into powder on the floor with the base, then picked up the powder and sprinkled it onto the bubble near Leonard's head. He watched as the powder fell through the bubble, and he inhaled it through his nose. After another 10 seconds, the convulsions ceased. A wind swept through the room, and the purple fog was sucked up into the ceiling. Standing right next to Harry was Professor Snape, a small smile on his face that vanished almost immediately. "Everyone who had to take a bezoar has detention on Thursday after dinner procuring more. I need to take Mr. Quincy to the infirmary. Class is dismissed." With a casual flick of his wand, Leonard was yanked up into the air as if suspended by a hook in his ankle, and the rest of his body was limp. Professor Snape strolled out of the room with the body floating behind him. On the way to herbology, Harry explained what happened with Leonard to the rest of the students, mainly overly worried Hufflepuffs. Harry tried to tell them that if Leonard were really hurt, Snape would have shown some urgency about his condition. No one seemed to buy his explanation about the cruel potions professor. When they arrived at Professor Sprout's classroom, she was just as worried about the condition of her student until someone described the fog they were breathing. "He will be fine," she assured them. It is a potion derived from a South American jellyfish and magical mushroom called a violet nightcap. It is just a sleeping gas that needs to be inhaled and causes coughing and convulsions before it takes effect. "So he wasn't trying to kill us?" someone asked. "Not today, he wasn't," Professor Sprout replied sarcastically and with a roll of her eyes. Professor Sprout's new classroom was nothing special, just extra rows of increasingly elevated desks in the same room, obviously expanded by magic. When everyone was seated, she placed a large clay pot on a lectern with mandrake leaves popping out the top. Who knows what this plant is? Nearly every hand in the room shot up, and a few students even blurted out the answer. I figured this might happen, Professor Sprout said with a sigh. She tapped the lectern twice with her wand, and a piece of paper appeared on every student's desk. This is a quick quiz about the properties and handling procedures of the mandrake plant. It should take you no more than 20 minutes. Begin now. Harry looked down at the paper in front of him. From the work on the mandrake draft last year, he already knew the answer to every question. It took him less than half the allotted time to finish, and nearly everyone was done well before the end of the time given. So I see that last year's task from the Unspeakables had all of you learning ahead of your material. Regardless, you will all be in charge of growing a mandrake during the school year. You just will not need to learn about it with me. I will return your quizzes next class. Anyone who scored acceptable or lower needs to pair up with someone who received an outstanding or exceeded expectations on the project. They will teach you what you need to know and will be awarded 15 points if they raise your score to an E and 30 if they bring it to an O by the end of the term. What will we be covering this year? One brave voice asked. Rather than responding immediately, their professor went to a cabinet and retrieved a clay pot. In the center of it was a mushroom with a white stalk and a red cap with white spots. Our primary focus this year will be on magical fungi. Who can identify this one? Two hands rose among their year mates. One was called on and replied, "Is it a jumping toadstool?" 2 points to Ravenclaw, though it is commonly called a leaping toadstool. This one is fully mature and has been saved for this class. She retrieved another clay pot with only dirt in it and placed it nearby the first. Slowly, the red-capped mushroom leaned slightly toward the second part, then straightened up and shook its top like a wet dog, tiny spores floating to the soil. It then scrunched down so the stalk was barely visible and then jumped nearly 4 feet high in an arc, landing it right in the middle of the new part. There were quite a few sounds of astonishment from the students as this transpired. Professor Sprout picked up the old pot and tilted it toward the class to show where the white and yellow spores had landed. These will all grow into new leaping toadstools. The one that just leaped will continue to do so once every day if it has a space to do so. The new toadstools will take a full lunar cycle to grow before they can begin leaping. You can imagine this kind of growth can be very dangerous as it spreads exponentially. This is the case with nearly all magical fungi and the reason why we need to study them. The class continued for the next hour and a half, going over 2 other types of fungi, and their teacher showed them an animated photo of a valley completely taken over by leaping toadstools. Any time one would leap, dozens would detect a new spot and jump themselves, leading to a chain reaction of flying mushrooms all over the valley as they tried to get a new space to grow. Despite the danger of their growth, it also made them very inexpensive potion ingredients as they could be farmed in large amounts very quickly, though a special license was required to do so. They also briefly covered the violet nightcaps at the end of the class. It seemed that was to put their minds at ease about their potions class and Snape's attempted poisoning. At dinner, Harry finally got to sit and talk with Lyra. They had been apart for most of the day, or just had their focus taken by the teachers so much that their only eye contact was before attacking Severus. Lyra agreed that this year would be much more hectic, and even without any assigned homework, the teachers were setting the stage for some grueling work. After dinner, they gathered Whispers and Sylvie to make an appearance in the Slytherin common room. As they were passing by the potions classroom, the door opened, and Snape blocked their path. "Inside. Your detention begins now." Having no room to argue, the 2 students and 2 animals trudged inside. Even Sylvie seemed to understand this was serious, and her ears drooped to reflect the tone of the situation. When they were sitting at desks, he addressed them. "You both attacked me today." He paused for a moment before continuing. It was the right thing to do. They both perked up at the statement. Lyra started to open her mouth but was interrupted. There had to be some punishment, or others would do it for minor reasons. Even your teachers can be threats, as you learned last year with Lockhart. Defense teachers never last at this school and are often problematic themselves. It's always good to be on your guard around them. "Like Lupin?" Lyra asked. Like all your teachers, Snape replied. Now, I assume you are going to the Slytherin common room. After nods from them both, he said with a smile, make an entrance they will remember. The door opened behind them, and when they turned back to where Snape had been standing, he had vanished. With a shrug, they left the room and continued to the wall where the entrance of the common room was. Lyra raised an eyebrow toward Harry, shadows and flame. And fear, he replied with a smirk. Harry took Sylvie from Whispers and stuffed the Kneasel into his robes. Then the three of them turned invisible. Section open. Section, Harry hissed, and they snuck through the wall into the common room. Setup was the same as the previous year. Blaise, Daphne, Tracy, Cho, and the Caro twins were occupying the same spot at the window as before. One of the dark's farthest spots had Draco, Vincent, Pansy, and a couple of first-year students he didn't know the name of. Gemma and Hayden were sitting at a table looking through a small metal box of something, but they couldn't tell what. Lyra tapped Harry on the shoulder and took his arm, pointing to one corner where he spotted someone standing, disillusioned. The height of the figure suggested it was probably Severus. Harry didn't want to catch his friends completely off guard, so he spun his wand quickly, whispering a ventriloquist charm, and shot it at the chair next to Tracy's ear. Be prepared for a fun entrance, he whispered, watching her surprised reaction. After a quick word to the others at the table, they tried not to look expectantly around the room as Harry, Lyra, and Whispers positioned themselves in the middle of the room. As soon as they were where they wanted to be, Lyra started to flood the area around them with black fog from the Sigbin leather she always kept on her, sending many students into a panic. To add to their terror, Harry added a smoke screen spell that would add black smoke above them. On cue, Lyra turned visible and burst into flame, standing like some kind of fire effigy in the midst of the black fog. At the same time, Harry also turned visible and let out as much magic as he could, tinged with all his worst thoughts of revenge. Whispers also appeared with them and growled as Sylvie jumped out of Harry's robes and joined Whispers with a hiss. The effect was incredible. Some ran for their lives while others drew their wands and pointed them at the intruders in their room. Someone told me you were expecting us, Harry said with a smile and stopped the fearful effect of his magic as Lyra put out the flames around her. What the hell, Potter? Gemma yelled at them. You probably gave a few people heart attacks, and I just barely got a few of the firsties to calm down after the scary stories from the night in your common room. You could have told us you were coming. Tracy raised her hand. We knew. She gestured to the others around her. I also knew. Snape appeared from the corner of the room. All of you with your wands out who didn't attack, 1 point from Slytherin. Hey, we were told not to attack Potter, an older girl replied. Did you know who it was the moment he appeared? Waiting half a second for a response. I didn't think so, so also detention for you, Miss Aspen. As for the two of you, Snape looked toward Harry and Lyra, detention on Thursday after dinner for causing such a disturbance. Next time, just enter like a normal person. Harry was about to yell back, but a kick to his heel from Lyra shut him up. Snape walked backward into the darkened corner he came from and vanished from sight. Blaise came up to greet them right after. Welcome, Harry and Lyra, to our common room. Let me give you a tour. We know our way around, Lyra replied casually with a smile and purposely just loud enough for other people to hear. We enjoyed the wedding, Harry told Blaise after hugging Tracy. Well, I wish them a long honeymoon. My mother loves the dress, by the way. She says she will model it for Witch Weekly sometime in the fall when it is time for the winter fashions. She will also plug you and the store you got it at. Hermione did the enchanting, Harry told them, receiving a surprised look in return. It's based on my magic, but she was able to replicate it without me. Lyra had plopped herself down between Cho Chang and Daphne and was asking the Asian girl about a decorative pin that her hair was styled with. Harry turned his attention back to where Hayden and Gemma were going through their mystery box in the corner and went over to them. What's in the box? He asked when he was closer. They instinctively closed it and pulled it away when he was close, but then they shared a look and both shrugged. Sorry about that, Harry, Hayden told him. Slytherins don't normally just approach two people having an obviously private meeting. He opened and turned the box toward Harry. Inside were all sorts of tiny insect-like creatures, some with human-esque faces or limbs. None of them were moving. Fairies, Hayden explained, at least how they're commonly known. They're really just magical insects that are drawn to magical places. Very, very hard to catch. I caught them over the summer, Gemma added. When I was lounging around, I occasionally saw them and snapped them up. They naturally fear people, but swans with the reflexes of a wizard. They stood no chance. Professor Snape says there are a bunch down in the Chamber of Secrets now. There are all sorts of grasses and moss down there now growing from the usurper's cocoon. We need to get down there again, Hayden said greedily. The wings are excellent magical catalysts when turned into powder. The rest of their bodies have their uses as well, which is why I'm selling them to you, and every second you wait means they are less potent, Gemma told him, steering the conversation back to what they were doing before. Hayden took out a scrap of paper and scribbled something on it. They were symbols, not numbers, and slid it over to Gemma. This much for each pair of intact wings and this for each damaged pair. She looked a bit unhappy with his offer, and 50% more for any recovered from the Chamber of Secrets. Done. Harry, let me know when we can get back down there. Harry shrugged. Talk to Professor Snape. Maybe it can be my detention on Thursday, he said hopefully. Why on earth would he let you get away with the stunt you just pulled? Gemma asked. Because he told us to do it. Make an entrance, he said, Harry told her. The three of them laughed for a moment before hearing the sound of a throat clearing behind them. Hayden snapped the box shut and pulled it toward him in response. Marcus Flint was standing there, waiting impatiently with a sneer on his face. Marcus was in his 7th year last year. He must have failed something, like Greg had, to be held back. That was his business, so Harry just gave him a nod and raised his eyebrows to wait for him to talk. I heard you had an interest in our snake fighting club. I want to see what you can do. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Harry went to follow, but also whistled toward Whispers, who scampered after with Sylvie. Lyra was still chatting with the girls on the couch, with Blaze having gone somewhere else. They walked past the dormitories until the hallway became less polished, as if inside a stone-walled cave. Eventually, they entered a large arena with 2 rows of seating made out of the same black rock as the walls. Around the room were many other Slytherins. Harry spotted Blaze on one side with a few older students and Draco with his entourage on another. Is this the Slytherin dueling area? He asked Marcus. It has many uses, he replied gruffly. Who wants to challenge Potter? Vincent stepped up. Harry suppressed a giggle, as he was wearing a silver glove to hide the damage to his arm. It seemed to be a perfect match to the one that Draco had to hide the curse mark on his hand. I challenge Potter, he declared. And if I win, he leaves and doesn't come back. Harry stopped himself from rolling his eyes. The demand was stupid, but he did have 2 whole years of fighting in this contest. He might actually pose a challenge. And if I win, I get to choose the color of your glove for the rest of the term. After a moment of consideration, he added, and you can't remove it. Crabbe hesitated for just a moment before agreeing. The 2 of them stepped into the circle and waited. How do we start? Harry asked after half a minute. Crabbe, stop being an idiot and cast your spell. One of the older students yelled. He growled and pulled out his wand. Serpensortia. A long snake shot out of his wand. It had black and white stripes that seemed to move up and down its length, growing and shrinking in size, making it very hard to determine exactly how long it was, though Harry estimated it to be around 4 or 5 feet. Harry brandished his wand without switching to Parseltongue and called out, Serpensortia. Harry decided to go with fear for his choice and summoned the same snake he had used to attack Vincent last year. Difference this time was that this snake was 10 feet long and had barbed fangs as it opened its mouth. It called itself into a pile and used it as a base to raise itself 6 feet into the air and hiss. The color drained from Vincent's face. He pointed at Harry's snake with a shaking arm and then fainted. His own snake had no commander and just slithered toward some of the other students until someone blasted it out of existence. Well, that was easy, Harry commented. Are you all afraid of snakes? Of course not, Marcus replied. Vincent is just a wuss. What kind of snake is that? Don't know the name, he replied. They are normally only a foot or 2 long. I just made it bigger. Does anyone want to provide us with better entertainment than Malfoy's suck-up? Flint asked. Draco looked like he was about to jump up to reply to Marcus's insult, but instead opted to levitate his friend back to where he was sitting. No one. Fine, I'll take care of this. He turned back to Harry. Prepare yourself, Potter. Harry vanished his snake, knowing he would need something for fighting and not scaring his opponent. Marcus pointed his wand, and without an incantation, A serpent larger than Harry's brown snake burst from his wand. It was dark grey, with a head that resembled a dragon with scales that looked like small shields the size of his hand that shifted and moved as it slithered across the floor. The more he looked and stared at the scales, the more familiar it seemed. "Is that a chankle?" Harry asked, remembering the necktie that strangled him in the knitter critter. Flint looked surprised. "It is. How did you know about it?" Embellishing the truth, Harry replied. "I had one wrapped around my neck once." While his opponent looked confused, Harry brandished his wand and incanted Section Serpensortia. Section the white snake, the daughter of Flare, burst from his wand, larger than she was in real life at a total of 8 feet. The snake coiled up at Harry's feet and hissed at Marcus's creation. "A cobra for sure, no idea what kind," Marcus stared. "Let's do this." The armored snake charged Harry, and his white serpent moved off to pull its attention. Marcus's snake struck first, thinking it would get a quick kill, but Harry had it use its tail as a club, and there was the sound of striking metal as the strike was parried. Harry used the opening to have his snake strike, but one of the fangs broke off as it bit into the armored skin of the chankle. "Nice try," Marcus smirked. He took advantage of the injured snake by striking again and biting into the midsection of Harry's snake. The white snake flailed back and forth as he could see dark poison flowing through the white body of his creation. It broke its other fang trying to bite the dark serpent, and just before it went limp, managed to use its tail to pierce her opponent's midsection between the scales moments before dying herself. Even after being stabbed, the armored serpent seemed to have full mobility as it slithered back to Marcus. Harry vanished his dead snake as Marcus addressed the spectators. "We will have the preliminary fights to establish ranking at the end of September. If you faint like Crab, you will automatically be placed at the bottom of the ranking." Some other students started having other small matches with each other, conjuring small snakes to fight around the seats and edges of the arena. As Marcus left, Harry spotted Lyra encouraging Whispers to fight a small snake conjured by a second year. Obviously, the little serpent stood no chance, and Whispers just batted it around while predicting each strike it would make. After a while, the conjuration couldn't hold up to the abuse and vanished. Whispers then took Sylvie from Lyra and pushed her to fight against one of the smaller snakes in his place. After seeing that they were having fun, Harry returned to the common room and sat on the couch next to Daphne. She smiled at him while putting down her book. "They're all still fighting in there." "Marcus killed my snake," Harry said with wide eyes as he leaned his head back and looked at the ceiling. "It was incredible." "Take losing pretty well," she told him with an inquisitive stare. "It was just for fun," Harry shrugged. "I did scare Vincent so much that he passed out the fight before." "That wasn't for fun," she asked with one eyebrow raised. "Some people never fight for fun, and we made a bet on the fight." "Another one like Draco's mudblood curse." Harry nodded and she laughed. "I get to pick the color of the glove he wears for the rest of the term," Harry shrugged. "Kinda boring, but I know he will hate it." "Can I pick a color?" Daphne asked hopefully, seeing a smirk from Harry, gold with sparkles. "Tell him yourself," Harry told her. "If he doesn't do it, I'll find him and do it myself. I'm not very good with sparkles yet, which will make it look even worse." For another 30 minutes, they talked about Daphne's classes. She was starting her electives this year and had enrolled in runes and arithmancy, not for any particular reason or future, just because the best jobs required high scores in those subjects. Harry told her that he wanted to do runic studies because he was interested in permanent enchantments. Finally, Lyra returned from the dueling room carrying their sleeping kitten, and Whispers tagged along. The day's last class was astronomy, completing an incredibly long day. At least the following day, they had more time to sleep in before their first class and had only 2 classes in total, defense against the dark arts before lunch and history after. Due to the class size more than doubling this year, the first session was held in the Great Hall. All the tables were gone, and soft mats were scattered throughout the room for students to lie down and look at the stars on the ceiling. As some students started lying down, Professor Seinstra told them to sit up and face her at the lectern. "Last year, all of you learned about the constellations, moon phases, and important times of the year. This year, you will start to learn why. You were just supposed to memorize as much information as possible before, and now we will put much of it into practice. We still won't do much magic in the class, but you will learn why astronomy is a core class at Hogwarts. Many students perked up and wondered how stargazing could relate to any other course. The Centaurs and Professor Trelawney will tell you that the stars can be used to predict the future. That will not be taught here. Who among you can tell us why you stir a specific number of times when brewing a potion? Many hands went up, and Colin was called on, because the arithmetic significance was determined for that number, and the magic of the brewer needs to be infused over time, which is what the count of stirring measures. Correct, 2 points. However, it is not the complete answer. Anyone else? Harry and Lyra both raised their hands, and Harry was called on. The number is only arithmetically significant in the region where the potion is being brewed. Different regions have different significant numbers. Good, 1 point. However, it isn't fully correct. Why are any of these numbers significant for any reason? There was silence over the room until Ryan Adamson blurted out, "They just are. That's what they always have been." Professor Seinstra replied, "Oddly enough, that is the correct answer. No points because you didn't know what you were answering." Many things in magic are the way they are simply because they've been done that way for so long that repetition has become a rule for how things are done. Some things have existed longer than anything else. What has existed longer than wizards and magic itself? A brave Ravenclaw answered, "The stars." Yes, 2 points. The stars have been used for many things, but what is their most common use? After a moment of silence, she replied to her own question. They measure time. Days, nights, seasons, years, ages, and more specific amounts like the time a specific constellation is in the sky during a season. How long it takes for a specific star to change position. How long one is below the horizon from the time the sun sets. And literally every other movement you can think of. Wizards and muggles have been measuring these times for thousands of years and are the most consistent measurements that exist. A potion brewed in the significance of the time a star is in the sky during a specific season will work regardless of location. Some wand movements are based on tracing a constellation. Most powerful rituals need to be performed at a specific time of year, and the position of the stars can make that time as precise as it needs to be. Harry was impressed. He enjoyed watching the stars, but hadn't seen the purpose of how they related to magic before. So far, his only rituals relied on sacrifices, with little accounting for any time involved. He had to do some basic math to figure out the timing for his hairy growth potion for dragon fire burns. Astronomy could improve on that. From last year, he knew that the stars had different positions depending on what part of the world you were in. And while he knew the path of the stars over his island almost perfectly, they would be slightly different here in Scotland. Professor Seinstra observed the reactions of the class as they absorbed this new information. When she had given it enough time, she continued, "For the first few weeks of the class, we will do all classroom work here or in a lecture hall. You will learn the tools and spells to properly chart and measure time in regard to the stars in the sky. After that, you will need to do a large amount of self-study tracking constellations throughout the night." "What about the curfew?" Ginny Weasley blurted out. "Hand, Miss Weasley," the professor replied sternly. "As long as you are working on assignments for astronomy, curfew will not be enforced. I'm sure some of you will try to take advantage of this, as many do in past years, and there will be punishments for those that do." Harry was already planning on taking advantage of it. Exploring the castle was fun, even when he was doing it to find the Chamber of Secrets last year. Who knew how many other things around this mysterious castle would reveal themselves at night? He spied Colin and a few other members of the Adventure Club, smiling to themselves, and knew that they would also be taking advantage of the removal of the curfew when they got a chance.